Chapter 630. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the terrifying aura. Many people were scared out of their wits and fell from the sky. Half-step sky immortal was shocking enough, but now another terrifying aura appeared. It was countless times more terrifying than before, making people feel suffocated. But that wasn't important. What was important was what Death Immortal said. Sky Immortal. Fuck, a Sky Immortal had come. A powerful one. A peerless powerhouse of the continent. Half-step Sky Immortals were common on the continent, but Sky Immortals were few and far between. Each of them rarely showed themselves, afraid of facing tribulation and ascending to the heavenly realm. Now a half-step Sky Immortal had come, followed by a Sky Immortal. Wasn't this like an adult bullying a child? Saints and half-step Sky Immortals were all children. Sky Immortals were adults who could kill countless half-step Sky Immortals with a single move. A Sky Immortal powerhouse being attracted by a myth city was unimaginable. Importance, incomparable importance. Death Immortal, you forgot so quickly. When a huge eye appeared in the sky, people immediately cried out. He's a god king of the outsiders. My god, a god king of the outsiders has appeared. That's God King Giant Eye, one of the 10 god kings of the outsiders. In 3 years, the outsiders had taken over half of the continent. Everyone knew how strong they were, especially the 10 god kings. Each of them was a Sky Immortal, powerful antiques that had lived for countless years. In these 3 years, the god kings hadn't fought. People had only heard of them, but now they had appeared. This was no small matter. Now that the god kings had appeared, what about the others? Everyone started to worry. You're God King Giant Eye. Death Immortal's expression changed. To think that you're still alive. Ha ha ha, you fought me back then and didn't die. Instead you became a Sky Immortal, isn't that surprising? God King Giant Eye laughed. Death Immortal, you 3 are not bad. Join us and we'll give you an army. The Giant Eye God King knew the 3 Death Brothers back in the day. They were domineering figures on the battlefield, killing a Celestial Immortal and countless half-step Celestial Immortals. Everyone remembered them as valiant existences. Later on, when the Xian Immortals attacked, they began to flee. Giant Eye God King thought they were dead. Of course, Giant Eye God King wanted to recruit them to be his subordinates and expand his own forces. When the time comes, this would be a great merit to the variant humans. God King Giant Eye, who do you think you are? Back then, us 3 brothers roamed the continent. If you want us to join the alien races, I'm afraid you won't be able to tolerate us. The Death Immortals sneered. Besides, even if you're a Heaven Immortal, us 3 brothers can still kill you. The 3 brothers had the strength. Even though the outsiders were huge, they had nothing to fear. What was so amazing about the 10 great god kings? Once the 3 of them advanced to Celestial Immortals, even the 10 god kings would be killed. So you don't want to join us? You want to be enemies with us? You should know that if you offend us, you won't have a day of peace in this world. A peaceful day? We 3 brothers were born from death. What do you think you are? You talk too much. At worst, we'll just fight. The other half-step Heaven Immortals frowned at the appearance of the foreign race's godly king. They had made countless calculations, but they had missed out on this foreign race. They had not expected them to interfere. What about you? If you join the foreign race, you won't die. God King Giant Eye said lightly. Even though you're a Heaven Immortal, if you want to kill us, a god king like you won't be able to. Venerable Insect King said. Haha, what about me? Another horrifying aura descended. Godly King, another godly king. God King Heavenly Wings. The half-step Heaven Immortals' faces darkened. One God King was enough to give them a headache. They did not expect another God King to come. 2 God Kings appeared. Even the 3 Death Immortals' faces changed. They could kill Heaven Immortals because they did not need to be distracted. With 2 God Kings, the pressure was great, especially the God King of the alien race. He was strong to begin with, and he was a Heaven Immortal. Now it's your turn to think. God King Giant Eye was confident. He was not afraid that they would not agree. With 2 God Kings here, they would kill whoever resisted, even though it was a pity for these experts. Boom! The people within tens of thousands of miles wanted to leave when they saw this change. A battle between Heaven Immortals had too many repercussions. They might die here today. Many people began to regret. There was a loud rumbling sound. A black mass of people appeared, surrounding the perimeter. Not good, the alien race army. And it's an elite army. As the alien race army appeared, everyone's expression changed. They did not expect the alien race army to be lying in ambush nearby. They did not notice it at all. They had fallen into the alien race army's ambush. From the beginning, the alien race army had set up an ambush, waiting for them to take the bait. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Saintess White Fox appeared in the sky. Her voice rang in everyone's hearts. Resist? With two godly kings here and the outsider army surrounding them, even if they wanted to resist, only death awaited them. Whoever jumped the furthest would definitely die when the godly kings attacked. I will join the alien race. Venerable Bug King was the first to choose to submit. At this time, if he did not submit, he would die. Even though he was strong compared to a god king, he would be easily killed. After living for so many years, he knew what to choose. God King Giant Eye and Heavenly Wings were very satisfied. This time they had really made a great contribution. They brought these half-step heaven immortals back, and their strength increased greatly. You better stay here, or I don't mind killing you. God King Giant Eye's sharp gaze landed on the group of saints. With one sentence, they did not dare to move recklessly. If a god king attacked, they would die without a doubt, no matter how strong they were. The originally contentious situation fell into the control of the alien race god kings in the blink of an eye. When the alien race advanced to heaven immortal, they were naturally stronger than human heaven immortals. To deal with two god kings, at least 4 human heaven immortals were needed. None of the half-step heaven immortals who cultivated to this level were fools. They knew the difference between resisting and surrendering very well. We will join. I will join too. None of the half-step heaven immortals chose to resist. Perhaps the moment they attacked, the god kings would be able to kill them. This time they had really suffered a huge loss. They were originally living a carefree life, but in the blink of an eye, they had to work for others. It was really indescribable. Lin Fei, show yourself with your heaven immortals. God King Giant Eye grasped the situation. Everything was under control. What? Myth City has heaven immortals? When they heard this, everyone was frightened. Since when were heaven immortals as common as cabbages? 2 popped out and then another one popped out? How could Myth City have heaven immortals? This did not fit the situation. If Myth City had heaven immortals, then what about their previous actions? The half-step heaven immortals' expressions changed. Their faces turned red. If that was really the case, they would become clowns. At the same time, they suddenly understood something. Why did the 2 god kings of the alien race come together? Could it be because of the Myth City's heaven immortals? Myth City was so calm. Could it be that there was a heaven immortal overseeing it? Everyone's mind spun quickly. This news was really hard for them to accept. 2 god kings came to my Myth City. As the city lord, of course I have to come out. Not far away, Lin Fei appeared with Little Purple. That purple-haired kid is a heaven immortal? How is that possible? There is no heaven immortal aura. The half-step heaven immortals frowned and stared at him, as if trying to see traces of a heaven immortal. Heaven immortals were hard to advance to. They all knew that such a young guy appeared. And he was even a heaven immortal. It was really hard to imagine. They suspected that it was fake. Lin Fei, you put on such a big show. You just want to use a heaven immortal to establish your might. Unfortunately, you can't achieve that. Giant Eye God King said with a smile. Right now, Giant Eye God King was flushed with success, and so was Heavenly Wings God King. Capturing Lin Fei was equivalent to controlling everything in the Myth Tower. More importantly, there was also the Pill God behind him. At that time, the alien race would be in an invincible position, especially after witnessing this level 9 array formation. Even they had never seen this kind of array formation. 10 half-step heaven immortals used 7 days. This level 9 array formation was so powerful that even they, as heaven immortals, were tempted. Yeah, I wanted to establish my might. Lin Fei shook his head, but no matter how they looked, there was no disappointment on his face. Now, it has been destroyed by you. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. What was this? Couldn't you at least have some anger on your face? No matter how they tried to listen, they couldn't hear any anger at all. Instead, it was calm and indifferent. What was this? However, they all saw what Lin Fei admitted. Heaven immortal. Was that purple-haired guy really a heaven immortal? Giant Eye God King said so. In addition to what Lin Fei said, all the half-step heaven immortals broke out in cold sweat. They all wanted to fight for the spirit vein and plunder the resources of the Myth Tower. They didn't care about the other party, but they never thought that they were the prey in the other party's eyes. This was the first time they, the half-step heaven immortals, encountered such a thing. Heaven immortals were powerful. It would be extremely easy for them to kill any one of them. No one knew who they would kill when the time came. One of them wouldn't be able to escape. Lingering fear and terror filled their hearts. They had seen powerful people, but this was the first time they encountered someone who was willing to use a high-grade spirit vein as a trap. They were so close, and they would become the target of the other party's display of might. Lin Fei, as long as you join our alien race, we can let bygones be bygones. We can even promise you a high position. This opportunity only comes once. Cherish it. Killing Lin Fei wasn't worth it. If they brought Lin Fei back and let him join the alien race, there would be more benefits. Moreover, there was a pill god behind him. The benefits were much better than killing him. They were willing to give Lin Fei a chance. Chapter 631. I didn't expect the Divine King to think so highly of Lin Fei. The treatment is really different. If Lin Fei joins the outsiders, we'll be the unlucky ones. The stunned Holy Sons had complicated expressions on their faces. Clearly, they could tell from the words of the foreign race's God King that Lin Fei was highly valued. As long as Lin Fei agreed to join the foreign race, they would be the ones to suffer. One sentence from the Divine King made them not dare to move or use any tricks. The power of life and death was in the Divine King's hands. A mere Lin Fei was worthy of a foreign race God King personally speaking to him. What an honor that was. Even though they were the saints of their sex, the Sky Immortal patriarchs wouldn't speak to them so politely. Everyone below the Sky Immortal stage was like an ant. They weren't worthy of being personally spoken to. They couldn't understand the feeling of being valued. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would choose. In theory, the possibility of him joining the foreign races was very high. With two great Divine Kings here, under the encirclement of the army, as long as there was nothing wrong with anyone's head, they would definitely choose to join the foreign races. Who do you think you are to make Master agree? Little Purple's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold. Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one slash. Boom! A terrifying aura descended, not any weaker than the two Divine Kings' auras. Another Sky Immortal expert. If they were doubtful earlier, yet at this moment they truly believed that this violet-haired kid was a heavenly immortal realm expert. A supreme expert. Myth City had a Sky Immortal. From now on, Myth City would no longer be an ordinary faction. It would become a first-rate faction, and a key one at that. We all misjudged. After fighting for so long, we became a joke. Venerable Insect King laughed bitterly. He had been tricked. This kid is detestable. Venerable Shrouding Heaven's eyes flashed with cold light. Kill him. Another half-step Sky Immortal said coldly. As half-step Sky Immortals, they were all powerhouses. Only Sky Immortals could compete with them. They had no choice but to join the outsiders now. They didn't dare to do anything to the Divine King, so their hatred naturally fell on Lin Fei. They never thought that if it weren't for their greed, they wouldn't have fallen into the Divine King's hands. He really is a heavenly immortal. The expressions of the people on the periphery changed. The target they were planning to plunder was actually a celestial immortal. Too ruthless. The Myth City was using them to establish their might. Their methods were too cruel. Even the saints and the experts from various places couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They were unknowingly frightened. They had thought themselves to be ferocious wolves. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the other party would become a ferocious tiger? They had almost become the sacrificial lambs to establish their dominance. He had seen cruelty, but he had never seen such cruelty. Above the Outlander army, the Holy Daughter White Fox had a look of resentment in her eyes. Lin Fei, with two God Kings here today, let's see how you are going to act rashly. It would be best if you end up getting killed by the God Kings. Lin Fei brought a celestial immortal with him. His identity suddenly became mysterious. On the continent, the number of celestial immortals was limited. More importantly, this celestial immortal was too young. Giant Eye Divine King and Heavenly Wings Divine King released their auras to resist Little Violet's heaven immortal pressure. Lin Fei, could this be your choice? Giant Eye Divine King stared straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei said proudly, I, Lin Fei, have killed countless people along the way. Let alone you two God Kings. Even mystic immortals can't shake my heart. You want me to join the Outlander race? You don't have the qualifications. Giant Eye Divine King inviting someone to join the Outlander race was a great honor. Who would refuse an ordinary person? Lin Fei instead refused. This undoubtedly made Giant Eye Divine King lose face. Good. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you have a celestial immortal holding down the fort. This king will let you know the battle prowess of a celestial immortal. Giant Eye Divine King snorted coldly. Enlightened Insect King, you guys capture Lin Fei. Nothing must go wrong. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you and I will join forces. Good. This king also wants to know just how powerful a demonic immortal is. Heavenly Wings Divine King raised his brows. A great battle was about to break out. Little Violet, you just have to delay them. Lin Fei sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. Just two fellows who haven't even reached the peak early celestial immortal realm. Little Violet snorted coldly. Flaming Saber. In the void, a flaming saber slashed towards the two God Kings of the Outlander race. The blazing aura caused the expressions of the half-step celestial immortals to change drastically. Facing this saber, their scalps went numb. Strong, too strong. The moment this celestial immortal attacked, his aura swallowed the galaxy. He was invincible and domineering. Facing this saber, they would be killed on the spot. Worldly poison. Enlightened Insect King was the first to attack. Since he was unwilling to join the Outlander race, he had to get himself a good position. Poison filled the sky and shrouded the location where Lin Fei was. Attack. We definitely can't let Enlightened Insect King attack first. We must capture Lin Fei. Once Enlightened Insect King attacked, they instantly understood his intentions and immediately attacked Lin Fei. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Fei would not be able to escape this time. The celestial immortals were blocked by the two God Kings and lost the chance to support them. It's best if Lin Fei dies in their hands, then everything will be over. The true disciples and saints had the same thought in their eyes. Lin Fei was too despicable. He created such a big scene and wanted to use them to establish his dominance. If he really succeeded in establishing his dominance, the sects behind them would really lose face and become the laughingstock of the continent. They hated Lin Fei to death from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from this, there was also a kind of jealousy. They were true disciples and saints. In terms of status, none of them was higher than Lin Fei. However, in the eyes of the God Kings, they were disdainful. Instead, they valued Lin Fei so much. Also, Lin Fei, a person from a small dynasty, had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. This undoubtedly made their eyes red with jealousy. A celestial immortal as his subordinate? Damn, what kind of concept was that? With such a celestial immortal, he could go anywhere in the continent. Even the big sects had to give face to Lin Fei. They believed that they had the advantage that each of them was stronger than Lin Fei. However, they could not gain the favor of the celestial immortal. Even if it was guidance, they would still benefit from it. Yet, Lin Fei had a celestial immortal as his subordinate. There was probably no one else like him in the entire continent. This was what it meant to be truly awesome. If they were not jealous and envious, then they were all saints. Now that they had made their move, they could not wait for Lin Fei to die. Only with this guy's death could they feel better, and not have a bellyful of pent-up anger with nowhere to release it. Rise! The half-step celestial immortal attacked with all his might. The besieged Lin Fei disappeared right before their eyes, causing their attack to miss. Chapter 632. What's going on with these fire pillars? Huge pillars of fire rose up in the entire myth city. The scorching aura caused them to smell an uneasy aura. The pillars of fire appeared very quickly. Above each pillar of fire, there was a thick fire dragon coiling around it, releasing a blazing aura, making it hard for people to understand what was going on. Where did Lin Fei go? The half-step sky immortals missed their attack. They didn't even know how Lin Fei disappeared. No need to look. I'm here. In the sky, Lin Fei's figure appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was dignified, like a saint, making people want to worship him. Activate. Lin Fei's words were solemn and sacred. Roar. A fire dragon flew out and soared into the clouds, raining down flames. It was too fast for people to react. Heaven and earth divine fire formation. Burn as much as you want. Boom. A sky full of flames appeared out of thin air. Everything within the perimeter was covered in flames, red flames. Lin Fei also sat down in the void. Just a formation. Once I catch you, the formation will be broken. Venerable Insect King and the others didn't care. A giant insect flew out. Zhang Kong wanted to swallow Lin Fei and become the first person to catch Lin Fei. Swish. As soon as the giant insect appeared, a fire dragon rushed out of the void. Zhang Kong breathed out fire, which fell on the insect. Humph, my insect has a strong defense. You think you can defeat it with fire? Venerable Insect King snorted. However, before he finished speaking, the giant insect, which was usually successful, rolled on the ground in flames and evaporated in an instant. How could this be? How could my insect be burned to death? Venerable Insect King was dumbfounded. His insect was burned to death just like that. What a joke. How could this be? He wanted to say that, but the scene in front of him told him that his insect was really dead. 2 insects in a row today. It was a heavy loss. Under the formation, you'll all die today. There's nowhere to run. Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged. His cold eyes caused people's hearts to turn cold. Divine flame, fire beacon mountain. Slaughter without mercy. Boom boom boom, tall volcanoes stretched out endlessly, crushing down towards them. Meteors rained down from the sky. Pooh! A meteor shower landed on a profound sage. That profound sage let out a pained cry as his body began to burn. In just a few breaths of time, he was burned into nothingness. It hurts. Not good, these flames are dangerous. Retreat. Meteors rained down from the sky, raining down on the crowd. At the same time, they also rained down on the army of the outsiders. In an instant, the originally controlled situation turned chaotic. We've been trapped by a formation. Hurry up and break the formation. I don't want to die. When they reached the end, they were blocked by a huge pillar of fire. Miserable screams rang out incessantly, causing their scalps to go numb. How could there be such a terrifying formation? My teleportation talisman is useless. The void space has been sealed. As all sorts of methods failed, the crowd felt endless fear descend upon them. They had never thought that they would be met with such terrifying flames so soon after encountering the army of the outsiders. Volcanoes, meteors, fire giants, they kept appearing inside the formation, killing the crowd and forcing them to retreat. Faced with this formation, they were actually unable to withstand it. The terrifying flames would burn them to death if they came into contact with even a little bit of their bodies. Even though they were wearing battle armor, they were still unable to withstand the scorching flames. Everyone was afraid. This was the beginning of a nightmare. Mythological city. Everyone saw the flames that filled the sky. Even though they were inside the formation, they could still feel the fear from the heat. They would never forget such a terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. Even those as strong as sages and emperors were burned to death in a few breaths of time under the attack of the flames. Even their origin spirits were burned to death. The flames seemed to be their nemesis. Everyone was numb. All that was left in their hearts was fear. What a terrifying formation. When did this guy set it up? City Lord's mansion. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others looked at the scene in the sky and gasped. The flames seemed to be even more terrifying than before. Yeah, do you see those loose immortals? Their defense was broken in an instant. They could barely resist it. Sage Reincarnation squinted his eyes. This is really a show of strength. I think Lin Fei's formation is not simple. It's not just a show of strength. Invincible True Immortal looked at the scene in the sky and frowned. Could it be that Lin Fei wants to break through and become a celestial immortal? Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, that must be it. Sect leader is really good. Swallowing the Milky Way and breaking through in one go. Amazing. Truly amazing. They all knew that Lin Fei's strength increased very quickly. However, They never thought that he would set up such a formation to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Lin Jiqing also understood her husband's words. Sister Lin, my husband, will he be okay? Jin Feng was still very worried. The two divine kings of the alien races were not that easy to resist. Our husband dared to set up such an unprecedented formation. He must have taken all the changes in the situation into consideration, Lin Jiqing said, but her face was still full of worry. It was too risky. The formation wreaked havoc. In less than a moment, thousands of people died. The half-step celestial immortals carefully resisted the attack of the rain of fire. All of their faces were filled with horror. This seemingly insignificant rain of fire could actually break their defense. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Kill him or we will all die here. The terrifying flames had already made their faces change. Especially this formation, it was endless and could not be broken at all. The void was also sealed. They had never seen a formation that could make them feel endless danger. For a moment they all attacked at the same time. They did not care about their orders and tried to kill Lin Fei. Facing such a domineering attack, even celestial immortals had to take a step back. They did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to look down on them. A flame giant appeared above Lin Fei's head. This flame giant was incomparably huge. Its eyes were closed and its divine aura rippled. With a slap of its giant palm, their joint attack was disintegrated. How is this possible? He actually blocked our attack. Is he also a celestial immortal? The group of half-step celestial immortals looked at each other, unable to believe this scene. They could not do anything to the alien race's divine kings, but they could not kill an itinerant immortal? Oh no, the formation is shrinking. Suddenly, an itinerant immortal cried out. The shrinking of the formation meant that the formation's power was gradually increasing, and it would kill them inside the formation. Lin Fei, you are so ruthless. You actually want to kill us all in one fell swoop. I'm afraid this is your real intention. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood why the Myth City did not make a move. Instead, they allowed them to attack. This was the real purpose. You know, too late. Lin Fei opened his eyes, which flickered with a fiery light. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King became more and more shocked as they fought. With their combined strength, they actually could not kill the other party. Instead, it was a draw. Heavenly Wings Divine King, go capture Lin Fei and break this formation. When the formation kept shrinking, the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed it. If this continued, they would suffer heavy losses on this trip, especially the Giant Eye Divine King. Okay. The Heavenly Wings Divine King had long examined the formation and was extremely shocked. He could not find any flaws in the formation, but time waited for no man. It was very difficult to break the formation. They had never thought that Lin Fei had schemed against them, and still had such a terrifying formation in his hands. Where do you think you're going? Little Violet was the only one who knew Lin Fei's goal. Little Violet, who had transformed, returned to her true form. Her huge body blocked in front of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. She communicated with the divine fire, and a wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, protecting Lin Fei within. If you want to deal with my master, you have to defeat me first. Little Violet let out a long howl. The divine fire was a saber, and the sky was filled with fire sabers that slashed at the two foreign race divine kings. Ever since Little Violet succeeded in atavism, she could imperceptibly control the divine fire. Now, inside this formation, the divine fire was invincible and could be used for her own purposes. Little Violet's combat strength soared by a great deal again. Although the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King were not afraid of fire, for some reason, this fire gave them a terrifying sense of danger. Rumble. The formation shrank, and a huge millstone crushed down from the sky in a grandiose manner. The sages and emperors were the first to be unable to withstand it. Their bodies were crushed, and inside the formation there was a sea of blood. After that, the low-level itinerant immortals also began to have their bodies shattered. We miscalculated. The Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King felt their faces burning. This time they had been schemed against by someone. The other party was a demonic immortal with powerful combat strength that could block their attacks. This was the most depressing thing. Damn that Lin Fei, he's using a demonic art to break through to the next realm. The giant Eye Divine King's expression changed drastically again. Sitting cross-legged in the sky, the aura in Lin Fei's body continued to strengthen and rise. They had never seen such a domineering cultivation method. There were hundreds of thousands of people here, including the foreign race elites. Now they had all turned into pure power. Demon. Lin Fei must be a demon. How can he contain so much power? Isn't he worried that his Dantian can't withstand it and self-destruct? As the divine fire millstone descended, people were constantly killed. The two foreign race divine kings were blocked, and the half-step heaven immortals could not break through the defense. The situation was one-sided. It made people grit their teeth, but they were powerless. 3 full days passed. The two foreign race divine kings fought against the demonic immortal Little Violet, but they were unable to break through the defense. The millstone was already above them, making them feel great danger. In these 3 days they used all sorts of methods, but they just could not kill this demonic immortal. Every time they severely injured the other party would devour the divine fire to recover. It was in a state of inactivity. Inside the formation, apart from the saint and the half-step heaven immortals, everyone else died under the divine fire's attack. It could be said that they were completely defeated. Giant Eye Divine King Lin Fei hit too deeply. We can't go on anymore. We must break through the formation and leave. Chapter 633. For the next 3 days, the Heavenly Flame Formation's millstone kept crushing all the experts. Apart from a limited number of experts, almost everyone else was killed by the formation. At every moment an expert would be killed by the formation. We surrender. We surrender. I don't want to die. I'm a rogue immortal. I don't want to die. Lin Fei, our sect won't let you off if you kill us. We'll kill you. Everyone in the formation was going crazy. The formation was crushing them and they were in complete despair. The Heavenly Flame Formation was too powerful. No matter how they tried to break it, it wouldn't budge. There were formation experts present, but they couldn't see the flaws in the formation either. At the core, they could only watch as one expert after another died to the formation's attacks. The true disciples and the holy sons had also perished one after another. This was something they had never imagined would happen. They were filled with despair and regret. In the air, a flame giant was protecting Lin Fei. Lin Fei's aura kept rising until he reached the half-step sky immortal level. At that moment, only the half-step sky immortal and 2 alien godly kings were left in the formation. Everyone else was dead. Lin Fei opened his eyes and a brilliant light flashed in them. Then he opened a hole in space, leaving behind a sharp aura. I finally reached the half-step sky immortal level. His eyes were wide open, and his body was filled with immense power. Every punch he threw seemed to be able to blast a hole in the world. Lin Fei, let us go. We'll let bygones be bygones. Taoist master shrouding the heavens was in a sorry state. He had been resisting for days and was on the verge of collapsing. The flame millstone was too powerful, and when the unknown flames landed on their bodies, their defenses became useless. Because of this, they were restricted. Let us go, and we won't come here again. Taoist Master Insect King said. They were all scared witless. 200,000 to 300,000 experts had been killed by a super formation, right in front of them, and they had almost become one of them. Fear. Boundless fear. In their eyes, Lin Fei was no longer a scheming person. Instead, he had become a ferocious tiger. A ferocious tiger that was ready to devour people. Even though Lin Fei only had the strength of a half-step heavenly immortal, they did not think that his strength would stop there. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. How terrifying was that? Their only hope now was that Lin Fei's strength had reached its limit, and he was unable to continue absorbing. This was their last chance at survival. Hee, do you think that if a bandit barged into someone's house, robbed them, killed them and set them on fire, and the owner of the house was stronger than the bandit would just pretend that nothing had happened? Lin Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. Today none of you will leave. I'll use you to level up. Let's do it. Let's fight him to the death. His strength is at most slightly higher than ours. We don't have to be afraid of him at all. His strength is not stable. Kill him, kill him. Lin Fei wasn't going to give them a way out, so they had no choice but to fight. Hand of heaven shrouding. One shrouding the heavens. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first to act. He pushed his strength to the limit, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as a huge hand slammed toward Lin Fei. Almighty God of fate, I sacrifice my lifespan to unleash the art of fate. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as a power descended from the sky. The art of fate was like a river that would last for all eternity. He's crazy. That's a branch of the grand art of fate. Block it. Block it. The half-step heavenly immortals' faces fell. They had all heard of the art of fate before. They had never imagined that Lin Fei would use the fate art and even burn his own lifespan. He was trying to kill them. The art of fate flashed, and the enormous hand vanished. Taoist shrouding the heavens' face fell as a suit of armor appeared in front of him. The art of eternal river swept forward, and Taoist shrouding the heavens thought back to his life. He let out a long cry of unwillingness, and perished along with his nascent divinity in the art of fate. Taoist shrouding the heavens was the first, Taoist insect king was the second, and Taoist stone monkey was the last. Lin Fei was currently invincible in the river of fate, slaughtering thousands upon thousands of enemies. At the same time, an invisible power flowed into Lin Fei's body. Under the burning of his vast lifespan, Lin Fei's black hair turned white again. Let's go. When Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King saw this scene, they sensed endless danger from the mighty river of destiny. Lin Fei was too crazy. He actually burned his lifespan to kill half-step heavenly immortals. More importantly, he killed all of them in one go. The art of fate was extremely terrifying. They had suffered from it before. A madman burning his lifespan. An extremely powerful monster immortal. With danger looming over them, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. They had never expected this result. Giant Eye God King turned into a giant eye. This giant eye was formed from thousands of smaller eyes. It was extremely shocking and his heart shook. Heavenly Wing God King, blast this place with all your strength. This is a flaw. Lin Fei opened his eyes again, his killing intent thick. Two great God Kings, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The art of fate rushed towards the two great God Kings again, wanting to kill them. Even if it could not kill them, it wanted to injure them. Little Violet's purple hair fluttered. Her killing intent locked onto Heavenly Wing God King. She spat out a mouthful of purple fire, and a giant bird flew out. With a long cry she rushed over. Whoosh, the river of fate slashed down on the eyes of the Giant Eye God King. Instantly, countless eyes shattered as blood splattered across the sky. A massive amount of energy separated out. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed this energy. Rip. Little Purple's most powerful and ferocious attack also chopped off half of Heavenly Wing's Divine King's body. In a one-on-one battle, Little Purple won. Moreover, she had used her killer move, Demonic Immortal Flame, to burn the void. Rumble! The world suddenly darkened. A giant hand broke through the array and grabbed Heavenly Wing God King and Giant Eye God King. Then the sky returned to normal, as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei, just you wait. We will come again. Giant Eye God King's extremely resentful voice came from the distant horizon. Little Violet, there is no need to chase. Lin Fei stopped Little Violet from continuing the chase. It was clearly a God King who attacked just now. It was not appropriate to continue the chase. Protect me. Once they left, Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void again, refining the power left behind by the two great God Kings. This harvest was far better than killing the half-step heaven immortal. There was no one else in the huge array except for Lin Fei and Little Violet. Chapter 634. In the Battle of Myth City, everyone was wiped out. When this news spread out, no one believed it at first. Everyone was paying attention to the progress of Myth City. From the various factions to the 10 factions to half-step heaven celestials all the way to the God King. One could say that everyone knew about it. A few days later, a scout came and realized that Myth City was surrounded by a formation. A terrifying blood stench spread, and in the end, they found living people nearby. Thus this news spread like wildfire. Myth City had a heaven celestial. This news shocked everyone. Combining everything that happened before, they finally understood why Myth City was so calm from start to finish. This shocking news couldn't be compared to the last one. Myth City Lin Fei used a powerful formation to wipe out all factions, experts, and even half-step heaven celestials. This news spread like wildfire. Soon, many experts stepped forward and recounted the events that had taken place that day. Demon Lin's name spread like wildfire. No one could accept this outcome. Myth City hit so deeply and even wiped out the elites of the alien races and injured 2 god kings. Any one of these was enough to shake the continent. In the sinister demon sect, when this news came back, the entire demon gate was shocked. Myth City had a heaven celestial? Lin Fei became a demon? A heaven-defying technique to raise his strength? Killed half-step heaven celestials? Defeated god kings? No matter which news it was, everyone sucked in a deep cold breath. 200,000 to 300,000 experts were killed just like that. Brutal, it was just too brutal. Then they couldn't help but feel fortunate. Back then, Myth City spread the news of a high-grade spirit meridian and large amounts of resources. The demon sect was tempted and was prepared to hit them when they were down to snatch resources. Thankfully, the demon lord didn't agree, otherwise, we would have suffered huge losses. Lin Fei is too terrifying. To raise his strength, he set up such a huge show. This is too terrifying. Meeting hall. When the various demon sect elders heard the news from the scouts, all of them were dumbfounded. Only the demon lord was the calmest one. As expected, I was right. Lin Fei is truly not a simple person. Not only does he have a heavenly immortal holding down the fort, he even has a heavenly immortal expert holding down the fort. This time the Myth City has truly become famous. The demon lord stood up. Prepare a gift for me. I will personally make a trip to the Myth City. He walked towards the void and disappeared. From this moment on, Lin Fei was already worthy of the demon lord's friendship. This ruthlessness, this scheming, the demon gate needed such an ally. Prepare the gift immediately. All the big shots knew that this was an opportunity to befriend Lin Fei. Daughter, come with me personally. The demon lord appeared in a space. Did something happen to Lin Fei? Ever since she came in, Nangong Qianqian's heart hadn't been able to calm down. Every time she was worried about Myth City, she would suddenly hear her father's words and think that something had happened. Unexpectedly, the Devil Lord burst into laughter. And you say you're not worried about that brat Lin Fei? Nangong Qianqian didn't know why she was worried. Ever since she returned from the Tianji secret vault, Lin Fei had left a deep impression on her. She loved to listen to his every move. After returning from the Tianji secret vault, Nangong Qianqian was really worried that something had happened to Lin Fei. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, she wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. But not long after she returned, Lin Fei made such a big scene. Only then did Nangong Qianqian know that she was worried about Lin Fei and couldn't wait to rush over. Nangong Qianqian blushed. I'm not worried. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Fei's help, I wouldn't have had a fortuitous encounter. Father, quickly tell me what happened to Lin Fei. What kind of person was the demon lord? He could lead the demon sect and suppress all the big shots. How could he not see the change in his daughter? That brat Lin Fei is really impressive. In the demon lord's impression, only Lin Fei was to his liking. He set up a big show and killed at least 200,000 experts in one go to increase his strength. Being one of the top 10 prodigies is already amazing. I didn't expect that this Lin Fei would be even more tyrannical. Now he is known as Demon Lord Lin in the mainland. He killed 200,000 martial artists. Nangong Qianqian's mouth was agape. It was hard to imagine such a result. In her impression, Lin Fei would definitely fight a bloody battle. Satisfying, very satisfying. The demon lord laughed. He also killed the representatives of the top 10 forces one by one. Among them were the true disciples, the saints' sons, and even the half-step heaven immortals. Nangong Qianqian couldn't imagine how strong that fellow Lin Fei was. Then now, daughter, your eyes are very good. This fellow Lin Fei has a bright future. He did such an earth-shattering thing in one go. He is really full of demonic nature. The demon lord really admired Lin Fei. Nangong Qianqian let out a long sigh of relief. I knew he was not ordinary. Daughter, dress up well. We are going to the Myth City. The demon lord laughed. You allowed me to go out? Don't you want to see Lin Fei? Don't you want to go? If you don't want to go, then father will leave. I'll go. Nangong Chanshan didn't have the mood to go into seclusion. Right, father, where are we going? When the demon lord saw his daughter like this, he knew that his daughter had been charmed. We are going to participate in the auction. After this battle, Lin Fei's name will be known by the world. Moreover, there is a demonic immortal beside Lin Fei who suppressed 2 foreign race god kings. Demonic immortal. Lin Fei was suddenly filled with endless mystery. You can rest assured now. Even the top 10 super forces won't dare to act recklessly. The demon lord said. The myth city has a great array that trapped the foreign race god kings. If it wasn't for the other god king, they might have fallen. The divine sword sect. In the depths of the void there was a huge palace that was like a pyramid. It seemed to reach the sky. This tower had a name. It was called the Tower of Heaven. It was an immortal artifact. The Saint of Sword Maniac is dead? Below the Tower of Heaven a hand knelt. Lin Fei set up a great array and killed the army. He killed the saint in a half-step heaven immortal. The hand trembled. Go down. The Tower of Heaven fell silent. An elder walked out of the void and appeared on the Tower of Heaven. Divine Sword, the grudge between you and Lin Fei ends here. This elder can pretend that I don't know about what happened this time. If there is a next time, you know the consequences. This elder was the supreme elder of the Divine Sword sect. He was the former punishment elder. As soon as he said this, he was filled with killing intent. Without waiting for the Divine Sword to react, he turned and left. On the Tower of Heaven on the huge throne the Divine Sword was sitting. His whole body was like a sharp long sword, killing enemies from thousands of miles away. What does the Supreme Elder count for? The Divine Sword opened his eyes, and the void shattered. When I become a heaven immortal, I'll see what you choose. The Tower of Heaven flew up and disappeared into the depths of the void. In the endless sea. On an island. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the sky. Long Outyan is dead. A middle-aged man walked out, his eyes cold. This person was Long Tianyi. That good for nothing. I taught him the true dragon transformation, but he still died in his hands. He's simply a piece of trash. He's useless. Long Tianyi's hatred was overflowing. Myth City Lin Fei. Long Tianyi had given the mission to Long Outyan, and Long Tianyi had secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to go. Lin Fei wait for the Dragon Clan's revenge. In another place. It was also in the endless sea. Father, I didn't expect the Myth City to be so amazing. Also, this Lin Fei is really fierce. We underestimated the Myth City. Sea God Empire's main hall. A handsome young man was saying something. Hi Air, the Myth City's auction is about to begin. Bring some people there and give them a generous gift. On the throne, a middle-aged man said lightly. This person was the Sea God Empire's Sea God King, who controlled the Endless Sea. Although the Endless Sea was in chaos, as long as the Sea God King was there, it was just a small fight and would never become a big deal. This High Air was the Sea God King's third prince, and the eldest prince was Caesar King, titled King Chung. Father, don't worry. High Air's eyes flashed with joy as he said with his head lowered. The Myth City is now an independent force. It's best for you to cooperate with the Myth City. The Sea God King said lightly. This emperor suspects that there's a huge force behind Lin Fei, and he's just a spokesperson. You must treat him well. On the continent, the Celestial Sect of Wonders. This was one of the top 10 super forces. They suffered heavy losses on this trip. 2 direct disciples were gone and they even lost a team. At the same time, they helped Lin Fei establish his prestige. Tianxing Tianju is dead. Can't we take revenge? Perfected Hong Tian lost a direct disciple, so he immediately came to the conference hall. The Myth City shocked the world with a single brilliant feat with such combat power and a demonic immortal overseeing it. The Celestial Sect of Wonders did not dare to make a move easily. When a demonic immortal became a celestial immortal, their combat power was already very strong. Hong Tian, you must endure this for me. An elder said. But are we just going to let Lin Fei step on our celestial sect's face like this? Perfected Hong Tian said. We will naturally have a plan for this matter. You must know that the Myth City is showing off its abilities now, and we must plan for the long term. You only need to know that the disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders will not die in vain. The Myth City's outburst caused the Celestial Sect of Wonders to vomit blood as well. To the Celestial Sect of Wonders, face was very important. Right now, everyone was watching and would definitely not make a move. If they made a move, it would instead help others. The rest of the major forces also chose to remain silent. The Myth City's formation and a demonic immortal had temporarily suppressed them. After all, they all suspected that there was a force behind the scenes that was not inferior to their major forces. Lin Fei was the spokesperson that they had arranged. A person who was not a celestial immortal subdued a celestial immortal? They would not take it seriously. It was definitely arranged by the higher-ups. There was also the mysterious formation. It was also from behind the scenes. Lin Fei alone would not be able to set up such a formation. Chapter 635. While everyone was still in shock. Myth City. The Grand Array continued to operate. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. It's been 3 days, could something have happened? 3 days had passed since the battle. The Grand Array was still operating and Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the void. First, Madam, Sect Master is refining the power left by the Divine King. He should be done in a few days. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said excitedly. They had all seen the great battle that day. Even though they knew that the Sect Master was going to put on a big show, the result was shocking. This was something that no one had expected. Especially the terrifying attack at the end, burning endless lifespan to cast a terrifying fate art, killing a half-step heaven immortal. They were shocked on the spot. When did Sect Master cultivate the fate art? That was the strongest attack under the great fate art. It was a secret technique. When they saw Lin Fei expend his lifespan and injure a god king, causing his hair to turn white, they all became extremely worried. In the next 3 days, Lin Fei's white hair turned black again. His lost lifespan was replenished, which left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Fei once again became extremely mysterious in their eyes. Sect Master is awake. Outside the Grand Array, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A huge aura burst out from his body, shattering the void and endless astral wind blew. Sect Master has advanced to half-step heaven immortal. What a terrifying aura. Sect Master is the strongest half-step heaven immortal I have ever seen. Sect Master is really a monster. The terrifying aura made all high-level loose immortals feel the dangerous aura. Perhaps one move from Sect Master could kill them. It wasn't that they had never seen the aura of a half-step heavenly immortal before. However, the aura released by the Sect Master was one of a kind. In fact, he was probably the only one in the entire world who could do that. In the sky, Lin Fei retracted his aura. Even so, his gaze was still sharp. With a single glance he could see through everything. His gaze could truly kill. With my current strength, half-step heaven immortals are no longer a match for me. I don't fear heaven immortals either. Lin Fei could feel the vast energy in his body. Overwhelming and overwhelming. Every part of him felt powerful. If it was now, Lin Fei wouldn't even need to rely on the art of fate to kill a half-step heavenly immortal. The current half-step heavenly immortal posed no threat to him. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Little Purple flattered. Master, with your current strength, as long as you don't meet a peak early-stage fairy immortal expert, ordinary fairy immortals can't do anything to you. The reason why Lin Fei put on such a show was precisely to raise his own strength. Advancing from the peak of the loose immortal stage to the half-step heavenly immortal stage required a huge amount of accumulation. Even with the huge accumulation in the Tianji secret vault, there was still a gap. If he had not injured God King Giant Eye and God King Heavenly Wings in the end, obtaining a portion of them, Lin Fei's strength would not have improved so much. Return. With that, Lin Fei retrieved the grand formation that he had set up. In fact, this formation was the Heaven and Earth Smelt. After Lin Fei's strength improved, its use increased once again. He took the risk to set up this formation and finally made a name for himself. After retrieving the Heaven and Earth Smelt, the outside returned to normal. The scene left behind after the battle was filled with battle scars everywhere, proving how terrifying the battle was. Go down. Lin Fei waved his hand and the high-grade spirit veins returned to the ground. The ground returned to normal and the grass grew again. In an instant, All the battle scars disappeared and everything returned to normal. The myth city had once again become a paradise. Everyone was impressed. Congratulations, Sect Master. Your strength has improved greatly. When Lin Fei landed, everyone said in unison. Whether it was Qi Lian Heavenly Demon or the Four Evils, they were all convinced and respected Lin Fei as the Sect Master. You really hit it well. Lin Jiqing looked at Lin Fei. Isn't this a surprise for all of you? Lin Fei chuckled. From today onwards, our myth city will play a decisive role in the continent. No one will ignore us anymore. You must not take the risk next time. Lin Jiqing was worried. Half-step heaven immortal and 2 alien race godly kings. Lin Jiqing's heart was in her mouth, fearing that something bad would happen. I won't take the risk next time, Lin Fei said. Without Little Violet and the support of the powerful spirit veins, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to perform well. If he had to do it again, he might not be so lucky. 2 alien race godly kings and a group of half-step heaven immortals. Moreover, they were veterans. Each of them was incomparably powerful. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's fate art, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill them. Each half-step heaven immortal was extremely powerful. Lin Fei didn't dare to take the risk and fight them alone. Fortunately, they were suppressed and his strength increased, which was why he was able to kill them. Let's go down. After the formation was removed, the number of spies outside gradually increased. However, none of them dared to rashly enter the myth city. As soon as they returned to the city lord's mansion, a servant ran in. Lin Fei knew that this was Jin Feng's servant. Master's second madam is about to give birth. What? Lin Fei felt like he was electrocuted. He was going to be a father? Husband, hurry up. Little sister is about to give birth. Lin Fei had never encountered such a thing in his life. He was obviously startled. He hurriedly tore the void and disappeared. I'll have to trouble you with the following matters. Lin Jiqing also wanted to go over quickly. There were some things that needed to be arranged. Don't worry, madam. No one will come to cause trouble now. Lin Fei appeared in Jin Feng's small courtyard. He was about to go inside when he was stopped by a woman. City Lord, you can't go in. The woman was also very nervous. Okay, I won't go in. Lin Fei had never been so nervous. After more than 10 years, he was going to be a father. This kind of feeling was something that outsiders couldn't understand. He was going to leave his bloodline in the Xintian continent and become a part of it. After a while, Lin Jiqing also came. Husband, I'll go in and have a look first. Lin Fei really wanted to go in and have a look. After all, she was pregnant for so long. Outside the small courtyard, Lin Fei walked back and forth. He finally understood the anxiety of a father. This was his first child. Please don't let anything happen to him. Lin Fei's mind was in a mess. He thought about many things. He wanted to go in and have a look several times, but in the end he resisted. A clear and melodious cry came from inside the house. She gave birth. She gave birth. Lin Fei suddenly felt that a stone had been dropped. City Lord, second madam gave birth to a daughter. A woman ran out from inside to report the good news. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He directly ran inside. He didn't look like a city lord now. He was completely an anxious father. Chapter 636. Where's my daughter? Lin Fei wanted to see his daughter as soon as he came in from outside. Look at your anxious look. Do you only have your daughter in your eyes? Lin Jiqing said with jealousy. Lin Fei was sweating profusely and quickly explained. Of course, little Feng. Thank you for your hard work. Jin Feng, who was lying on the bed, had a pale face and a happy smile on her face. Her body exuded the radiance of motherhood. Lin Fei came to Jin Feng's side, took her hand and injected a stream of true essence into her. Jin Feng's face was pale, but after a while, her face became ruddy, and the effects of giving birth disappeared. That's right. Lin Jiqing smiled and carried the girl out. Baby, look who's here. Lin Fei stood up and saw his daughter, who had been pregnant for more than 3 years. Suddenly, a force of bloodline fell on his body. That was his own flesh and blood. Let me hug her. Looking at the pink baby, Lin Fei's face showed a smile. Jin Feng saw Lin Fei's appearance and finally felt relieved. In Jin Feng's heart, she actually wanted to give birth to a boy. After all, everyone likes boys. Boys can inherit the family. After knowing that she gave birth to a daughter, Jin Feng was worried for a while. When she saw Lin Fei's action, Jin Feng knew that what Lin Fei said was actually true. Giving birth to a boy and a girl was the same. It was not a lie, but Lin Fei really loved them. It was the first time that Lin Fei held a child. He was afraid that he would use too much strength. I'm finally a father. Looking at the sleeping child in his arms, Lin Fei could finally say proudly that he was finally a father and had his own flesh and blood in this continent. However, the child in his arms was scared and cried. Woo woo woo. Lin Fei suddenly became flustered. Look at you, you scared the child. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes, took the child back and carefully coaxed him. Husband, give the child a name. Jin Feng said with a smile. A name? Let me think about it. Lin Fei frowned as he pondered. In the blink of an eye, he had a name. Let's call our daughter Lin Yu. Her nickname will be Lei. Lin Fei thought of a name. I hope our daughter will be happy every day in the future. Although the name was simple, it represented Lin Fei's expectations for his daughter. After having a child and becoming a father, Lin Fei had his own responsibilities. In the next few days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng and teased little Lei from time to time. After being pregnant for 3 years, little Lei's physique was very good. Although he was young, he could already see that his future potential was not bad. Lin Fei put down everything and focused on accompanying his daughter. He had never been so happy before, and it was hard to imagine that a city lord would act like a child. Despite the fact that Lin Fei wasn't in charge of the Myth City's matters and everything was progressing in an orderly manner, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The most anticipated event was the auction. Before the auction started, the news that Demon Lord Lin had a daughter spread out. Those factions that wanted to express their goodwill finally found a way. The people of Myth City were all happy that City Lord Lin had a daughter. Since that scene, they treated themselves as members of Myth City. They felt fortunate that they didn't do anything. For example, some factions all benefited from it. 10 days passed just like that. On the eve of the auction, many people appeared. That brat Lin Fei has chosen a good place. In the sky, a bunch of people appeared. All of them were dressed in black and demonic energy rippled around their bodies. This group of people were from the demon sect and the demon lord personally led them. There is a high-grade spirit meridian below. The demon lord said. How generous, how generous. The demon lord didn't care about the sin paradise in the past and the Myth City now. But after this time, Myth City couldn't be ignored anymore. When the demon lord and the others appeared, spies came to report the situation. Since a few days ago, Myth City had recovered and allowed outsiders to enter. Many spies entered, but this time, they were much more reserved. It seems like Lin Fei has a double blessing. The demon lord smiled. Nangong Chanqian didn't understand why her father would say that. Welcome, demon lord. The moment the demon lord appeared, someone came out to welcome him. The red refined sky demon came out to welcome him. Even if he wasn't strong, he was a powerful person in Myth City. Our city lord has already arranged a place for all of you to stay. Please follow me. The red refined sky demon had heard of the demon lord's fame, and his tone was filled with respect. After all, back then the demon sect was fragmented. Each of the big shots did their own thing. If it wasn't for the demon lord who suppressed the big shots and united them, there wouldn't have been such a powerful demon sect later on. The red refined sky demon brought them to their place. If you need anything, you can find me. I will arrange it for you. Where is your city lord? The red refined sky demon knew from Lin Fei that they had to be polite to the demon lord, who knew they might be allies in the future. Demon lord, please wait for a moment. My city lord is busy and will come over. The demon lord didn't say anything else. This guy is really arrogant. After the red refined sky demon left, Nangong Chanqian snorted. The current Lin Fei is the famous demon Lord Lin of the continent. If he came to welcome me, he would lose face. The demon lord laughed. City lord has arrived. After a while, Lin Fei arrived. Senior demon lord, long time no see. How have you been? As soon as he entered, Lin Fei said with a smile. Adding the word senior was a form of respect for the demon lord. Even though Lin Fei was famous in the continent, it didn't mean that he could be lawless. If that was the case, he would be a failure. Haha. The Demon Lord laughed. City Lord Lin, it's been 3 years and you've really impressed me. You're now the famous Demon Lord Lin. Lin Fei didn't know who gave him this nickname, but it was quite impressive. Senior Demon Lord, you're serious. Lin Fei sat down. I don't like this Demon Lord Lin hat. If it gets out, people will really think that I'm a peerless villain. You are. Nangong Qianqian cursed in her heart. The two of them casually exchanged a few words, and the Demon Lord had people deliver gifts. Moreover, it was a big gift. If outsiders knew about it, they would probably be envious. Now Lin Fei smiled and accepted these things. This was the Demon Lord's kindness. This is the invitation to the auction in 3 days. I hope Senior Demon Lord will come in person. Before leaving, Lin Fei gave the Demon Lord an invitation. I've always heard about your auction. Since you've asked, I'll definitely come. The Demon Lord smiled and accepted it. Then he sent Lin Fei out. Now, the Demon Lord already regarded Lin Fei as someone on the same level. From the first time he saw him, the Demon Lord knew that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly. Those old antiques could forget about suppressing Lin Fei. Instead, they would suffer. You men are really naggy. Always saying things that I don't understand. After waiting for Lin Fei to leave, Nangong Qianqian said with dissatisfaction. Qianqian, you're such a smart person. But there are also times when you're confused. Just now, Lin Fei represented the Myth City. It wasn't an ordinary visit. The Demon Lord waved the invitation in his hand. Do you see this? It's of great significance. Nangong Qianqian was actually angry that Lin Fei hadn't spoken to her just now. However, after listening to her father's words, she knew that Lin Fei had come with a purpose. After the auction, Lin Fei will definitely come to find you. The Demon Lord was the first to arrive. The second to arrive was the Divine Sword Sect. This time, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei, Perfected 9 Fingers. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, Lin Fei would soar to the sky, and even our Divine Sword Sect would become famous. Perfected 9 Fingers sighed as he looked at the Myth City not far away. In just a few decades, Lin Fei's strength had reached half-step heaven immortal. Throughout the entire Divine Sword Sect, only Perfected 9 Fingers could compare to him. 9 Fingers, you did a good deed for the sect in the past, an elder at the side said. They all knew that it was Perfected 9 Fingers who had brought Lin Fei back in the past. Perfected 9 Fingers' strength in the Divine Sword Sect wasn't considered high, but his relationship with Lin Fei was more useful than anyone else. Therefore, the auction had arranged for Perfected 9 Fingers. If the Myth City hadn't made such a big fuss, people wouldn't have paid much attention to the subsequent auction. Now that Myth City's name had spread throughout the continent, and the auction had gone through great publicity, it could be said that everyone knew about it, especially the final treasures, which were all rare treasures in the world. As such, everyone wanted to obtain the qualification to participate in the auction and conveniently establish a relationship with the Myth City. Everyone only knew that from now on, the Myth City would no longer be a place that everyone could look down on. It would play a decisive role. As for Sword God, the Supreme Elder has already warned him. Sword God has gone too far these few years. The Elder from before said. During this period of time, Sword God wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei. This time, you have to persuade Lin Fei to shake hands and make peace with Sword God. Lin Fei's name had spread, and the Supreme Elder of the Divine Sword Sect couldn't sit still anymore. He desperately wanted to resolve the conflict between the two of them. If the two of them were to really make a move, both of them might suffer. I'll try my best. Taoist 9 Fingers smiled bitterly. You also know that Sword God and Lin Fei are 2 tigers, and a mountain can't contain 2 tigers. Moreover, the sword maniac saint died in Lin Fei's hands. Even though Sword God was in the wrong, Lin Fei isn't someone with a good temper. Back then, he dared to make a move against an itinerant immortal when he was still weak. Now, his strength has improved greatly. Taoist 9 Fingers didn't have much confidence in this matter, but he had to give it a try since it was a mission given to him by his superiors. From the bottom of his heart, he still hoped to shake hands and make peace. This possibility might not be high. When they arrived at the Myth City, Lin Fei personally came out to welcome them. Lin Fei pays his respects to senior brother. The current Lin Fei already had the qualifications to speak. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect all treated Lin Fei as an object of worship. Taoist Nine Fingers was very satisfied. Lin Fei was still the Lin Fei from back then, and he hadn't changed because of power. Of course he didn't dare to put on airs. Junior brother is too polite. There's no need to come out personally. Chapter 637. After the Battle of the Myth City, it rose up. Various spies snuck into the Myth City to gather information. When the Demon Sect's Demon Lord came personally and the Divine Sword sect paid a visit, the news spread out immediately. The latter was not important and was far less sensational than the former. The Demon Sect's Demon Lord came personally to the Myth City. This was big news and had great significance. It caused a huge uproar. The Myth City had already won the attention of the Demon Sect. Those who had originally planned to observe didn't dare to do so anymore. They immediately brought generous gifts and headed to the Myth City, afraid that they would fall behind and leave a good impression. However, to some people, the Demon Sect's Demon Lord coming personally wasn't a good thing. It was bad news to oppose them. The Myth City rose up after the Battle of the Myth City, and had a heaven immortal guarding it. If they formed an alliance with the Demon Sect, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on them. It would be strange if those who heard this were in a good mood. The Demon Sect's Demon Lord was talented and powerful. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to attack the Demon Lord. Everyone understood that the Myth City would be invulnerable within a short period of time. This news was naturally spread by Lin Fei. Although the Demon Sect didn't have much of an advantage on the continent, their overall strength was something that no faction dared to look down on. Anyone who did something wrong would be taught a bloody lesson. This brat Lin Fei really knows how to take advantage of others. After hearing the news that spread outside, the Demon Lord couldn't help but smile. There wasn't a hint of anger on his face. Lord Sect Leader, isn't Lin Fei too bold? One of his subordinates asked. The Demon Lord didn't think so. It's fine. Lin Fei is extraordinary. It is inevitable that the Demon Sect and the Myth City will form an alliance. Since he has this intention, we might as well help him. The alliance was inevitable. The Demon Lord had already treated Lin Fei as someone on the same level. From him, he could see the endless potential and the huge faction behind him. The benefits of forming an alliance were obvious. If a person was arrogant and complacent, the Demon Lord wouldn't take it seriously. They knew how to make use of each other. Combining force and schemes was the right path. The Prince of the Sea God Empire is here? Hearing that the Prince of the Sea Cucumber Empire had come, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that they would also be sent here. I should meet this person, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said. Currently, we have offended almost all of the super first-rate forces on the continent. We need allies. If we can cooperate with the Sea God Empire, it will be very beneficial to the Myth City. Alright, I'll go out myself. Lin Fei did not refuse. Lin Fei was aware of the current situation. The moment they found an opportunity, they would definitely make a move. There would definitely be people who would kick them while they were down. That's why Lin Fei spread the news and let everyone know that I've already worked together with the Demon Sect. Perhaps we'll form an alliance soon. This is a warning to them. Allies were necessary. The Sea God Empire is currently in internal strife. However, these are all small matters, and they are unable to shake the foundation of the Sea God Empire. That old geezer, the Sea God King, is a heavenly immortal expert. As long as he's in charge, all the small matters are destined to be in vain. When Hire saw Lin Fei coming out to greet him personally, he was also shocked. His expression flickered and then he smiled. City Lord Lin, you're really young and promising. I'm Hire from the Sea God Empire. I hope you won't mind my sudden arrival. Hire laughed heartily. Brother Hire, you've come from afar. Why would I mind? I'm more than happy. Lin Fei laughed. I've already arranged a place for you. Lin Fei personally came out to greet him, and the person who came was the Prince of the Sea God Empire. This was considered a huge matter. It meant that the Sea God Empire had also set their sights on the Myth City. This is my next gift. Also, this is for your daughter. When they arrived at their residence, Hire clapped his hands, and someone immediately sent the gift over. This is just a small gift. Please accept it. The Sea God Empire was really generous. When the gift was sent over, Lin Fei glanced at it. It was priceless. and there was no lack of rare treasures of the sea race. Shortly after, his expression returned to normal. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The person beside Lin Fei came over and accepted the gift. Hire had been observing just now, but he didn't see any changes in Lin Fei. Such a treasure, no matter who it was, would be extremely tempted. Father is right. Lin Fei has a great power behind him. Otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Fortunately, the gift was carefully prepared. Hire thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had a system shop. There were countless priceless items in it. Although the gift from Hire was expensive, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. At most he felt a little emotional. Compared to the system shop, it was obviously a notch lower. There's a banquet tonight. I hope Prince Hire can come. After some small talk, Lin Fei stood up and left. Before he left, he invited Prince Hire. I'll definitely come. Lin Fei took the initiative to express his goodwill. Hire wasn't a fool, so he agreed. He would definitely come at night. It was obviously Lin Fei's good intentions. Lin Fei is indeed extraordinary. Before he met him, Hire thought that Lin Fei was just lucky and had the support of someone behind him. Anyone could achieve such an achievement. After talking with him personally today, even though there wasn't much involved, Hire could see that Lin Fei was a person who knew the big picture. He wasn't arrogant and condescending like the rumors said. On the contrary, Lin Fei was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was a very amiable person. No wonder they chose Lin Fei. The cooperation that father mentioned, I can give it a try. The Poseidon Empire dominated the Endless Sea, but it didn't contribute much to the development of the continent. It lacked certain resources in certain aspects, which was why Prince Hire made this trip. This is an opportunity for me. I still need to continue to probe and understand Lin Fei. One by one, the powers came in person. Lin Fei didn't come out to welcome them. He was already giving them face by not restricting their entry. As for those who came to visit, Lin Fei arranged for others to receive them. A city lord had to act like a city lord. He didn't have to welcome them casually. Sect leader, isn't it too extravagant to use this for a banquet? The pot-bellied true immortal barged in from outside. This guy was holding a piece of dragon meat in his hand. If you want to eat dragon meat, just say it. Why use this excuse? Lin Fei smiled. How could he not understand the pot-bellied true immortal's meaning? Sect leader, don't accuse me wrongly, okay? The pot-bellied true immortal laughed dryly. Show me your skills. Don't worry about not having enough ingredients. Lin Fei said. After this, I'll give you some ingredients to satisfy your appetite. Lin Fei was destined to amaze the world at tonight's banquet. Dragon meat? Extravagant? Taboo topic? Chapter 638. Myth City. In the first few days, the interior was cleaned up and it seemed deserted. No one could be seen on the streets as everyone was just watching. After City Lord Lin displayed his prowess, the Myth City returned to its previous liveliness. The families that were originally destroyed were swallowed up by other forces and the benefits were divided. Since the arrival of the Demon Sect's Demon Lord, forces of all sizes came to the Myth City at the same time, trying to obtain the protection of the Myth City. After the Battle of the Myth City, its name spread across the continent. In addition, there was a demon immortal presiding over it. Who didn't want to migrate their forces and obtain protection from the foreign races? If the continent hadn't changed, they might not have such a mood. However, with the invasion of the foreign races, the continent had completely fallen. Dynasties and families were destroyed by the foreign races. Those families that didn't have anything to rely on began to panic. Perhaps the inheritance of hundreds or thousands of years would be broken in their generation. Many families began to seek protection. The Myth City's name spread across the continent. Many families' eyes lit up as if they had found an existence to rely on. Other than that, there were those forces that were trying to participate in the auction. The auction will begin in 2 days. I wonder how the quota will be chosen this time. One of them was upstairs. There was a group of people sitting and chatting. Who knows? Anyway, it shouldn't be that easy to obtain the qualification. Did you see that? The people from the celestial sect of Righteous Path are here. It seems like they are also here to participate in the auction. The Myth City is now awe-inspiring. The celestial sect of Righteous Path is a super sect. I didn't expect them to swallow their anger this time. The people in the restaurant were all well informed. What they cared about was the auction this time. The battle armor that could withstand a half-step heaven immortal. Just this final treasure alone made many people excited, not to mention the other treasures that hadn't been revealed yet. The auction of the Myth City was destined to cause a stir in the continent. Qualification. This undoubtedly became the thing that everyone cared about the most. In an inn it was booked by someone. This Lin Fei has good methods. He has suddenly formed a relationship with the demon sect and the sea god empire. He is simply despicable. In the inn, a middle-aged man was fuming. I really don't understand. Why must we participate in this auction? Now, everyone outside is saying that our celestial sect is afraid of Myth City. Another middle-aged man said. Only a middle-aged man with a white face and no facial hair stood in the middle with an expressionless face. Hungming, do you know why the sect asked you to come with me? The two of them shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Our Xianmen Orthodox sect is a super sect that surpasses first-grade sections. Why would we be afraid of a mere Myth City? The middle-aged man said calmly, right now, we're enduring our anger for the sake of putting Myth City to death. As for participating in the auction, since they didn't reject us, why should we give up? His calm words were filled with killing intent. Marshal uncle, we understand. The two nodded. There's no need to rush things. Let Demon Lin be arrogant for a few more days. The final victory will still belong to us. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Compared to the outside world, the big and small forces had complicated feelings. The interior of the city lord's mansion was brightly lit. I didn't expect that I would be qualified to attend the city lord's banquet today. Wang Jiaxing appeared in the city lord's mansion with his two subordinates. He felt as if he was in a dream. The current Wang Jiaxing had already become the young clan leader of the family, and managed the entire family. All of this came from a decision that he had made in the past. Although Wang Jiaxing thought that the Myth City would be able to obtain victory, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the heavens played a huge joke on them. City Lord Lin relied on his own strength to turn the situation around, and his name spread across the continent. Only then did Wang Jiaxing know how correct his choice was. Not only did he become the clan leader, but the power of the family had also expanded. Every time he saw the expressions of the elders, Wang Jiaxing's mood would be very good. Wang clan leader, I didn't expect you to come as well. The Zhang clan leader appeared in high spirits and appeared in the city lord's mansion. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the new clan leader. They all knew about what happened to the Wang family. The third son of the Wang family had become the clan leader with the help of the city lord's mansion. Following the great victory of the Myth City, the power of the family had expanded by several times. So it is Zhang clan leader. Wang Jiaxing turned his head and smiled. Facing this old fox, Wang Jiaxing still had to be careful. After all, the Wang family had lost many people. As for the Zhang family, because of Zhang clan leader's words, their strength wasn't affected. Let's go in together? Zhang clan leader invited. Okay. Zhang clan leader regretted it. If he had taken the initiative to surrender, he might not have to fear Wang Jiaxing now. The difference was that one chose to surrender while the other chose not to attack. After that, the benefits would be obvious. For now, Zhang clan leader didn't dare to offend Wang Jiaxing. Wang Jiaxing had the city lord's mansion behind him, and he couldn't afford to offend him. City lord's mansion hall. At this moment, many people had arrived. Those who had the qualifications to come were either on the Myth City side or had made a certain amount of contribution in that internal conflict. All of them were extremely excited to be able to attend the banquet. Such an honor wasn't something that everyone had the chance to have. Now that the Myth City was like the sun in the sky, their future would be bright. The demon lord came to the hall and instantly caused a commotion. Usually they could only look up to him. Now that they had personally witnessed it, this was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Of course, they didn't dare to go up and greet him. They were completely unqualified and could only watch from afar. I am Hyair. Greetings, demon lord. Prince Hyair smiled and walked up. In the Sea God Empire, he was a prince and had the qualifications to know the demon lord. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. The demon lord smiled and said, "How is the old sea god doing?" "Father is doing very well. Thank you for your concern, demon lord." Prince High Air sweated in his heart. Only the demon lord would dare to say such words. "If you are free, you can visit the demon gate," the demon lord said in a friendly manner. Prince High Air was overjoyed. This time he had gained a lot. After all, he was a prince and it was rare for the demon lord to take the initiative to invite him. The surrounding people were extremely envious and wished that they could be in his position. It was an invitation from the demon lord. When Lin Fei came out, those people came up to congratulate him. After all, they all knew that the city lord had a daughter. It was double happiness. "What are you guys talking about? You seem to be chatting happily." Lin Fei walked over. "They are talking about your auction. It attracted everyone. I'm curious about how they will select the qualified candidates." Nangong Qianqian also dressed up for the night. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It's a secret for now, but you will know tomorrow." "Boring." "Senior Demon Lord Prince High Air, you may take your seats. Tonight, you will have an unforgettable memory." "Is there something different about this banquet?" Prince High Air was quite curious. "It's a secret." Lin Fei smiled. As a result, everyone was curious about what this banquet would be like. For the city lord to say something like this, it should be extraordinary in theory. Everyone quickly took their seats. There were 3 seats at the head of the table. They were the demon lord, Lin Fei, and Prince High Air. They were all qualified. For this kind of banquet, everyone cared about communication. They did not care too much about eating and drinking. At their position, eating and drinking were not essential. It was nothing more than socializing. One by one, beautiful maids came up with plates and placed them in front of everyone. This surprised everyone. This banquet was a little strange. "Everyone, try it." After opening the lid, they found that there was a piece of roasted meat on the plate. It looked and smelled good, but they could not tell what kind of meat it was. When a certain someone swallowed a mouthful of meat, he was in a daze. "This is dragon meat?" A certain someone's words had frightened everyone. Dragon meat? What could be called dragon meat was not those pseudo-dragons but real dragons. Each of them was very powerful. Now there was dragon meat on the plate? This was a bit too heaven-defying. Only the demon lord, High Air, and the others ate slowly. A strange look flashed in their eyes. "City Lord Lin, you are really amazing. You can even get your hands on such pure dragon meat. I wonder which elder of the dragon race you killed?" The demon lord ate the dragon meat and was also shocked. The demon lord was not afraid of the dragon race. It was not that he had never eaten dragon meat before. However, such a pure dragon meat must have been a noble dragon. Now it had become food in his mouth? This was something that the demon lord could not do. Not to mention Prince High Air, this was the first time he ate dragon meat. Pure dragon meat represented a noble bloodline. He finally understood how terrifying the force behind Lin Fei was. This kind of pure dragon meat must have been an elder. The weakest of them was a half-step heaven immortal, and their combat power was comparable to a heaven immortal. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Dragon meat is disgusting. As long as it tastes good. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony." Everyone was overwhelmed by the favor. The flesh of a pure-blooded dragon was an unreachable existence to them. Now it had become food on their plates. They worshipped Lin Fei even more, and were even more determined to follow Lin Fei's footsteps. After a while, another bowl of soup was served. "If I am not wrong, this is a soup made with a phoenix as the ingredient?" the demon lord said casually, but he was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the force behind Lin Fei had gone to kill the members of the Phoenix clan? This was too terrifying. "Good eyesight," Lin Fei said. "Try it and see how it tastes." Everyone was stunned once again. It was fine that the powerful dragon race became food, but now there was a phoenix soup. They almost could not accept it. Extravagant, too extravagant. The powerful race had now become food. Prince High Air was even more moved. This was just the beginning. Some of the ingredients later on were things that the demon lord had never tasted before. They contained magical effects that he had never seen before. Even with his knowledge, he could not distinguish them. Chapter 639. The banquet had indeed left an indelible memory in everyone's mind. Whether it was dragon meat or something else, everyone had at most heard of it, but they had never eaten it. City Lord Lin treated them with this, which made them even more certain of their choices. Father, Lin Fei is worthy of our cooperation. After the banquet, Prince Hai Er returned to his residence and set up a formation. He contacted his father and told him what he had seen that night. He believed that his father would also be shocked. Pure dragon meat? The Sea God King was indeed shocked after hearing it. It seems that the forces behind Lin Fei have extended their reach to other worlds. On Dragon Island, there have been no deaths of elders for the time being. Prince Hai Er did not speak. His father had to decide how to deal with this matter. Subconsciously, Prince Hai Er hoped to cooperate with the Myth City. It was not a banquet that changed Prince Hai Er's opinion, but from Lin Fei's actions and some information that he understood. Cooperation at this time was undoubtedly a timely help. Cooperation after that would be icing on the cake. In fact, it would not be of much use. This was the best opportunity. There was no one else. Once the forces behind Lin Fei sent powerhouses, their only advantage would be completely lost. For some reason, the forces behind Lin Fei did not send powerhouses. There might be many conclusions that they could not guess. I will leave the cooperation to you. After a moment of silence, the Sea God King spoke. Father, rest assured. Prince Hai Er heaved a sigh of relief. You can invite Lin Fei to the Sea God Empire as a guest, the Sea God King said. Prince Hai Er did not expect that his father would also attach importance to Lin Fei, and even invite him to the Sea God Empire as a guest. After cutting off the connection, Your Highness, this is the invitation letter sent by City Lord Lin. One of his subordinates walked in and handed him an invitation. Auction. Prince Hai Er's eyes lit up. On this trip, Prince Hai Er came to the Myth City to get in touch with Lin Fei. On the other hand, he wanted to participate in the auction. He was about to speak, but he did not expect that Lin Fei would take the initiative to send the invitation. Father's decision is correct. Prince Hai Er did not know how many qualifications Lin Fei had given away, but it was definitely not a lot. The demon sect would definitely have one, but as for the others, there were probably not many. The auction was less than a day away. Many scouts had gathered in front of the mythology pavilion. They were all trying to gather information regarding the auction. Over the past 3 years, the Myth Tower's reputation had grown by quite a bit. In addition to the great actions they had taken, no one dared to underestimate the Myth City, and no one dared to underestimate this auction. This morning, a notice was pasted in front of the mythological tower, and it instantly caused a commotion. Nothing else regarding the auction qualification. In this auction, there would be 15 qualifications. The average person could still accept 15 qualifications. That was not the point. The 15 qualifications were not distributed according to the strength of the sect, but through bidding, continuing the previous method. This demon Lin is really despicable. In an inn, someone started cursing. They were from Blood Alliance. Demon Lin is looking down on us. It's fine that he didn't give us the auction qualification, but he also didn't invite us to the banquet. He is really lawless. Blood Alliance was a superpower. Everywhere they went, everyone would be respectful. Now, in order to participate in an auction, they had to fight for the qualification with others. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. They didn't treat it as anything. Anger was anger. To participate or not to participate was a complicated problem. Since we are here, we must participate in the auction. A red-robed half-step heaven immortal in the middle said. Our Blood Alliance can't fall behind others. Everyone knew that this was a way for Myth City to annoy them. For the past 3 years, their faction had always arranged for people to participate in the auction to obtain treasures. This auction was obviously different from the previous one. If they missed this opportunity, it would be a huge loss. They could temporarily put aside the death of a saint. There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge, but there was a limit to the number of treasures. If it was extremely precious and landed in the hands of others, that would be the worst thing. They had to participate in the auction. If even the superpowers couldn't participate in the auction, the entire continent would laugh at them. Immediately arrange for people to bid for it, no matter how much money we have to spend. The other factions, especially the superpowers, were cursing at the start. They wanted to give up the chance to bid for it, But when they thought of this auction, they hesitated. The moment the superpowers made their move, the price of the auction shot up. Everyone was speechless. The superpowers are indeed rich. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard his subordinates report. They are rich, but you are even blacker than them. How do you know that they will definitely take action? Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes. She thought that the demon sect was black-hearted, but compared to Lin Fei, they were much kinder. Someone, put this notice out and let everyone be excited. Nangong Qianqian took it and glanced at the information on it. Shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is your final treasure. Is there a problem? Nangong Qianqian really wanted to slap this guy to death. Don't you know how important the item you are auctioning is to them? No? So what? Lin Fei had a cunning smile. I want to make the Myth City a unique place. All the good things in the world, other than my place, there is no other place that can have them. This was the reason. You should go back and tell Senior Demon Lord that this auction will be extremely intense. If you are not prepared, perhaps. Lin Fei kindly reminded. Nangong Qianqian stood up. I will take this away. Nangong Qianqian might not be anxious when she didn't know the final treasure, but after seeing it, she immediately knew that this auction would be crazy. Sect Master, this is a good idea. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon appeared after Nangong Qianqian left. All of them are superpowers and all of them are rich. I want them to take the initiative to increase the price. When the final treasure is out, they will have to increase it even if they don't want to. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon knew that the final treasure was going to be auctioned, he was also shocked. Won't this attract the attention of those old powers? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was really worried about this. We want to establish a unique existence. Lin Fei was full of heroism. If they make a move, I don't mind letting them taste a painful lesson. Chapter 640. Nangong Qianqian went to see her father with the notice. Father, Lin Fei is really going all out this time, Yi Zichen said with a smile. She thought that there would be a limit to the number of treasures in the auction, but she didn't expect there to be so many. Each one of them was shockingly valuable. The Demon Lord didn't know what was going on at first, but when he saw the information, a weird look flashed in his eyes. It seems like Lin Fei plundered many treasures in the Tianji secret treasury. The only thing he didn't understand was why Lin Fei was willing to take them out to auction. If it was the Demon Lord, he definitely wouldn't take them out to auction. The reason was simple, he couldn't bear to. 3 words were enough. Lin Fei took out a few of them. This wasn't a question of whether he was willing to or not. He didn't care about it at all. No matter how smart the Demon Lord was, he would never have thought that Lin Fei had a system shop. As long as he had points, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy treasures. This celestial armor suits you very well. The Demon Lord's gaze landed on it. The continent war has been going on for 3 years. Sooner or later there will be a war. I will help you get this celestial armor in this auction. There weren't many of such armors in the demon sect. The Demon Lord realized its importance. Nangong Qianqian, on the other hand, thought to herself, where were you teleported to? Outside the mythological tower. Everyone was still fighting for the spots. The price was terrifyingly high. One look and one would be terrified. Such a terrifying number was enough to support many forces. Another notice? The guard of the mythological tower came out with a notice, causing quite a commotion. No one knew what was written on the notice. Once the notice was posted, it caused an uproar. This is the list of the treasures. Look at this celestial armor. There are a total of 3. They can block the attack of a half-step heaven celestial. And this heaven celestial bone spike, it contains the might of a heaven celestial. No weaker than a heaven celestial grade celestial artifact. One treasure after another caused everyone's eyes to turn red. This time they had come to the right place. Those top forces who were prepared to give up gritted their teeth and were prepared to go all out. They had to get a spot. The number of 15 places to be auctioned rose once again. This news shocked all the big and small factions. They cursed at Lin Fei's shameless actions. Wasn't he telling everyone to hurry up and participate in the auction? Just as they feared, once the news spread, some of the old fogies became restless. They had been cultivating wholeheartedly, ignoring the affairs of the world. When a high-grade spirit vein appeared, they were indifferent, and as a result, they avoided a disaster. After the news of the final treasures of the mythology city was spread out, they would undoubtedly have their eyes on some of the items. For example, immortal armors, arrays, etc. The auction this time surpassed the previous one. Old antiques stepped forward. All of them were old fogies, and none of them weren't filthy rich. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to them, and as soon as they made a move, the price shot up. The major powers that were originally within the 15th place were all cursing and swearing. In order to not give up, they had no choice but to continue raising the price. Lin Fei's move had tricked them miserably. More importantly, this was an open and aboveboard trap for them. They had no ability to resist and had to continue. Of course, they could give up the opportunity to compete, but once they gave up, the powers behind them would immediately push them down. Lin Fei was cursed by countless people. He gritted his teeth and wanted nothing more than to eat him alive. Mythology City now had a formation and also a monster celestial. It was extremely terrifying and was suppressing the two alien race god kings. They didn't dare to attack. Maybe the moment they did, the monster celestial would kill them, and they wouldn't even have a place to seek justice. While they cursed Lin Fan, they had to contact their sex and continue to increase their wealth to fight for this chance. The 15 spots turned into fat meat and no one was willing to give it up. During this period, the happiest person was none other than Lin Fei. Before the auction even started, they had earned a sum of money. Moreover, they were willing to do so. Until the moment before the auction started, the 15 spots were finally confirmed. The competition this time was really intense. Lin Fei had advertised the final treasure, which attracted some old antiques. Their wealth wasn't any weaker than others. Out of the 15 spots, they took 2 to 3. As for the others, they were taken by the top 10 powers. Only then did the auction come to an end. Unknowingly, Lin Fan attracted a lot of hatred. Along with the start of the auction, everyone's hatred shifted to the final treasure. The next morning, at the entrance of the Myth Tower, the powers that one usually couldn't see appeared one by one. They stood there and exchanged greetings. A few of them cursed Lin Fan while the rest were focused on the final treasure. The formation has appeared. Along with a streak of light appearing in the sky above Mythology City, a formation appeared. They had heard of how strong the formation was. When they looked at the structure of the formation, their divine senses were instantly blocked. Everyone was shocked. Mythology City was already terrifying enough to have a formation. Now there was another strong one. It looked like it was at least a grade 7 and above formation. All of a sudden, Mythology City was covered in a layer of mystery. Those who had obtained the qualifications to enter the mythological tower paid the auction fee and obtained a private room number. Lin Fan is really evil. Looking at the huge sum of money they paid, they couldn't help but curse. Hayes, who asked these final treasures to be so expensive? It's so tempting. They all found a reason for themselves. This reason was simple, which was to buy the final treasure. The 20 private rooms formed a circle, surrounding the auction stage in the center. For this auction, the superpowers brought resources back, afraid that they would fall behind others. The powers that didn't pay much attention to them all sent people with status to fight for the treasures. The auctioneer wasn't the one who opened the auction. Instead, it was Lin Fei himself who went up. Is he the demon Lin who killed our Life League? In one of the rooms, the people from the Life Alliance looked at the young man who was like their own son and sighed. Perfected Luo Yun died in the hands of Lin Fan. As expected, he is a ruthless person. The leader scoffed coldly. How is the investigation of the final treasure going? We sent people to investigate. Lin Fan's treasure has a mysterious origin. It seems to be from the Tianji secret treasury. Good for nothing, continue investigating, the leader said angrily. The Tianji Arcanum is filled with danger. How could he have collected so many treasures? There must be a source for his treasures. I understand. I'll send people to continue investigating. In the other rooms, everyone had the same expression towards Lin Fan. They had suffered a small loss in the hands of such a young man. Such a young man had established an immortal legendary city at such a young age. They suddenly had a feeling of old age. I'm Lin Fei, the city lord of Myth City. Everyone should be familiar with me. Lin Fei introduced himself. I'm very grateful to all of you for coming to the auction today. You will know how correct your choice today was. Nonsense. Who didn't know Lin Fan? The people in the rooms all cursed silently. Perhaps many people wouldn't recognize Lin Fei's name. However, if one were to mention Demon Lin's name, everyone on the continent would know about him. His evil name had spread far and wide. They chose to ignore Lin Fei's words. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't care about what they thought. The auction will begin next. I hope that today will be an unforgettable day for all of you. A middle-aged auctioneer walked up. He was an old auctioneer from the Myth Tower. He was quite famous and good at controlling the tempo. The auction will begin now. With auctioneer Zhou's words, tonight's auction began. Today's first auction item is a special pill called the Beauty Pill. No matter who it is, after eating it, their appearance will be fixed to their current appearance. The starting price is 1 million true essence crystals. The first auction item immediately caused quite a commotion. To be able to maintain one's appearance, where did Demon Lin get such a pill from? Even cultivators' appearances would change. Men might not care, but women would. Unless their cultivation realm reached a certain level, they would age. Once the beauty-fixing pill appeared, everyone knew that it was a good item. Their eyes lit up involuntarily. That brat Lin Fei is really not simple. His first auction item is already a special pill. The Demon Lord couldn't help but laugh. He knew the benefits of the beauty pill, and it would cause quite a commotion. It was definitely a pill that no woman could reject. Lin Fei loves to hide things. As a woman, Nangong Qianqian was naturally moved. Who didn't want to keep their appearance unchanged? The beauty pill is not bad. After today's auction, the Myth City will become very popular. No one can stop it. Once the beauty pill appears, it will definitely sweep the entire continent. The first bottle of beauty pill was quickly bought by someone for 20 million true essence crystals. The price wasn't very high, but 20 million true essence crystals was just the starting price. As the effects appeared, the price would soar. Sect leader. This move of yours is amazing. Venerable Reincarnation stood behind Lin Fei in admiration. Lin Fan had used such a method to make people's eyes light up. I said that to make the Myth City a unique existence, there must be something attractive. Lin Fei smiled. What kind of money is the easiest to earn? Do you know? The burly man shook his head. Women's money is the easiest to earn. Lin Fei said. What do women care? What they care about is their appearance. Which expert doesn't have many wives? After all, they will grow old, and their appearance will wither like blood. With the beauty pill, they will have the capital to compete. When they heard this, they had to say that sect leader's words made sense. Women's money was indeed the easiest to earn. Experts wouldn't reject anything a woman asked for. A mere tens of millions of true essence crystals was really nothing. They had lived for so long, and this was the first time they understood this logic. Chapter 641. It was just as he had said. The moment the auction started, everyone subconsciously realized something. Perhaps the mythological city would become an indispensable part of the future. After the opening speech of the beauty pill, the following items would occasionally cause people's eyes to light up. Those who originally didn't want to make a move couldn't help but fight to make a move. Divinity Breakthrough Pill and Potential Pill were originally the finale treasures, but now they had become ordinary pills. The mythological tower is too mysterious. It was impossible not to be shocked when the quality of the finale treasures was suddenly kicked out. Divinity Breakthrough Pill. After another new pill was introduced, everyone's eyes lit up again. It could directly attain an itinerant immortal body without undergoing tribulation and transforming it. Such a pill would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. They knew that the mythological tower was extremely mysterious. How could they not be shocked when they took out such a pill to auction? All along, itinerant immortals had to undergo tribulation and be reconstructed. No one had ever tried to rely on pills to change their physique. Are we behind the times? In the private rooms, many alchemy grandmasters from various factions could only stare at the endless number of pills. Alchemy grandmasters were proud of refining pills. Unfortunately, when faced with the pills from the mythological tower, they felt that their achievements were nothing compared to the mythological tower. Divinity Breakthrough Pill, Potential Pill, and Blood Replenishing Pill were all famous in the continent. They were still in the midst of researching them, but now the mythological tower no longer cared. From the finale treasures to the ordinary items, the faces of the alchemy grandmasters turned red. The mythological tower was already disdainful of using them as the finale treasures, yet they were still painstakingly researching the pill-breaking method. It was truly a tragedy. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. After the ups and downs of the auction, it was finally time for the finale treasures. Now we will begin the auction of tonight's finale treasures. The auctioneer's voice was excited. Please present the first finale treasure, Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. All the private rooms were excited. 3 identical battle armors appeared on the auction stage. It's the leather armor of a celestial immortal demonic beast. I can sense the aura of a celestial immortal. Where did the mythological tower kill the celestial immortal? The 3 battle armors radiated the might of a celestial immortal. Even though they were immortal armors, the might of a celestial immortal didn't diminish. Once again, the myth tower was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The materials for the celestial immortal battle armor are determined by the demon immortal. As everyone knows, the demon immortal has always been known for their defense. After meticulously refining them by our mythological tower, we were able to produce 3 sets of celestial immortal battle armor. Each of them can block an attack from a half-step celestial immortal. Even the top auctions in the continent rarely took out treasures of this level. The mythical pavilion's auction had reached the pinnacle in an instant. Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. The starting price will be 1 billion Zhanyuan crystals. With the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor, you will have a new life. This is a great opportunity that everyone should not miss. Let the auction begin. 10 billion Zhanyuan crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately spoke up. They were tempted by the Immortal Battle Armor. The first treasure of the finale made them extremely excited. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were just cursing Lin Fan for being vicious and killing their disciples. After a while, the price soared to 300 billion True Origin crystals. This price was just the starting price. It could block an attack from a half-step Heavenly Immortal. At a critical moment, it could even block an attack from a Heavenly Immortal. It was more than enough for them to fight for it. If it wasn't for the demonic immortal, everyone present would have come out to fight for it. Master, you humans are so stupid. They would treat a piece of leather armor as a treasure. Little Violet played with the dagger in her hand and couldn't help but laugh. Little Violet, you don't know this. There are limited demonic immortals on the continent. How could there be a demonic immortal leather armor? 3 celestial immortal battle armors are like sharks smelling blood. Do you understand? This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. The demonic immortal battle armor that Little Violet killed back then already had the aura of a demonic immortal, even though it hadn't transformed yet. Lin Fei brought it all back and made it into the celestial immortal battle armor. The only difference was that the materials used for the 3 celestial immortal battle armors weren't the best. They were scraps. A rank 5 spirit vein going once. A rank 5 spirit vein going twice. A rank 5 spirit vein going thrice. Congratulations to Room 10 for winning the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. As the auctioneer's voice fell, the first battle armor was bought. The demon sect is really rich. The first item is a middle-rank spiritual vein. We were caught off guard. The second Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. We can't miss it. Private room number 10 belonged to the demon sect's demon lord. The moment he made his move, he jumped from Zhanyuan crystals to middle-grade spirit veins. It was too ruthless. Everyone was obviously stunned, and it was precisely because of this that they missed the opportunity to obtain the first Celestial Immortal Battle Armor. A bunch of old things. Now you are all dumbfounded. In room 10, the demon lord was in a good mood. Very quickly, the door outside rang. The staff brought the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor over. At close range, the demonic immortal's power radiated. It was a genuine demonic immortal leather armor. After the demon lord paid a middle-rank spiritual vein, the Celestial Immortal Battle Armor landed on his hand. You can refine this battle armor. From now on, you can protect yourself anytime and anywhere. Senior Demon Lord, your move just now caught them off guard. Amazing. At this time, Lin Fei appeared. I thought you wouldn't come. Lin Fei chuckled. How could that be? Miss Nangong, this battle armor doesn't suit you. I have a red battle armor here that suits you very well. Lin Fei took out another battle armor. The demon lord glanced at Lin Fei. Daughter, since City Lord Lin is so polite, you can change to another one. I also feel that the red one suits you. Nangong Qianqian's brain turned and understood what was going on. When she handed the battle armor to Lin Fei, she rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. Then I won't bother you guys anymore. After changing into a new set of battle armor, Lin Fei left. This Lin Fei really knows how to put in a lot of effort. The demon lord smiled. If I didn't guess wrong, the battle armor in your hand is the real celestial immortal battle armor. Those auctioned outside are nothing more than scams. He even dares to do this. Nangong Qianqian was shocked. Don't forget what everyone calls him. P.S. King of the Heavens description. Vast galaxy, boundless universe. Countless planes, experts as numerous as the clouds. There are 33 heavens, each layer is a world. A young man obtained a book that recorded the strongest cultivation technique, the best medicine concoction technique, and the most miraculous weapon forging technique. With this book, the young man embarked on a journey to the myriad worlds. Chapter 642. Nangong Qianqian fell into deep thought. The name Demon Lin did not come from nowhere. Father's eyes are as sharp as a torch. I'm afraid those people outside are treating it like a treasure. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have when they see the results. The demon lord's eyes fell on the armor. This is the real celestial armor. With this armor, you will have to go into seclusion to break through after we return. With this armor, even if a celestial immortal attacks, I will still have time to save you. Rank 5 Spirit Vein, Middle Spirit Vein, Demon Lord did not come out of nowhere. This was tantamount to acting as a scapegoat. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei would do him a favor and replace his previous immortal battle armor. This is a huge favor. Demon Lord knew that Demon Lin wouldn't be so kind. Unknowingly, he owed him a favor. A true Heaven Immortal battle armor had endless uses. Such a Heaven Immortal battle armor was equivalent to 10 Heaven Immortal battle armors. The Demon Lord couldn't refuse the other party's kindness. A favor, since the Demon Lord had helped him out for a while, Lin Fei naturally had to do him a favor. The alliance between Myth City and the Demon Sect was inevitable. Lin Fei had this thought. Since it was like this, why not do the other party a favor? The celestial immortal battle armor that he gave out was the real battle armor, not the inferior goods that were auctioned off. On the auction stage, after the first celestial immortal battle armor was auctioned, everyone cursed at the demon lord. He had come up with such a price. He was deliberately trying to scam them. They did not care about veritable essence crystals, which superpower did not have a massive accumulation. Even if they spent a lot of veritable essence crystals, they would not suffer any losses. A demon master actually used a spirit vein. Moreover, it was a middle-rank spirit vein. This made them unhappy. They couldn't stop others from auctioning with spirit veins, unless they didn't want to obtain the immortal battle armor. Once they had that thought, they had to use spirit veins. The demon master was really a scammer. Everyone could only curse and accept reality. As expected, as soon as the second celestial battle armor was auctioned, the spirit vein immediately appeared. It seemed that the demon master had taken the celestial battle armor by surprise, and the others were afraid that the same thing would happen again. At first it was a rank 3 spirit vein, but it quickly rose to a rank 5 spirit vein. Rank 5 spirit vein seemed to be the limit. In the end, the second immortal battle armor was bought by the Xianmen Righteous Path at the price of 15. It could be said that their hearts were bleeding. A celestial immortal battle armor and 15 rank 5 spirit veins. It was a huge price. Even though it hurt his heart, a celestial immortal battle armor was still very useful. It really is the leather armor of a demonic immortal. After painfully paying 15 rank 5 spirit veins, they got the immortal battle armor as they wished. After the seal was undone, it revealed the aura of a demon immortal. An image of a demon immortal appeared on the surface of the armor, which was the remnant will of a demon immortal. Demon Lin, how many more secrets do you have? After the second heavenly immortal battle armor was bought, the third heavenly immortal battle armor undoubtedly started a bidding war. The price doubled and 40 rank 5 spirit veins were finally bought. Of course, some people would ask, was it worth it for a heavenly immortal armor? To them it was worth it. Totally worth it. On the Shantian continent, including in this world, there was a limited number of demonic immortals. Their leather armors contained supreme immortal might. After wearing the armor, it was equivalent to cultivating an invincible half-step heavenly immortal. Which sect wouldn't be tempted by an invincible half-step heavenly immortal? They felt that it was totally worth it to buy the heavenly immortal battle armor with a few dozen spirit veins. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when they would see it again. Especially if the heavenly immortal battle armor fell into the hands of an enemy, it would be a nightmare. Even if they didn't fight for it, others would. Next, let's start the auction for the second item of tonight's finale, the heavenly ancient serpent spear. A huge white bone spear was brought up. The terrifying demonic immortal chi was even stronger than the previous heavenly immortal battle armor. Above the white bone spear, a huge ancient serpent was circling with cold eyes. Good stuff. This is an immortal artifact equivalent to a heaven immortal mid-grade. A real immortal artifact. The immortal artifacts that were circulated on the continent were nothing more than pseudo-immortal artifacts. They were nothing compared to real immortal artifacts. This immortal artifact was made from the bone spear of a demonic immortal, which made it even more powerful. It contained the will of a demonic immortal. When it was used, its power was no weaker than a heaven immortal mid-grade immortal artifact. They suspected that the mythological tower didn't know the importance of such a heaven immortal mid-grade immortal artifact. 3 heavenly immortal battle armors were precious enough. The heavenly ancient serpent spear was also a precious treasure. The heavenly ancient serpent spear is made from the essence of an ancient serpent. With it, one can summon an ancient serpent and fight alongside it. Whoever buys it will own a powerful immortal artifact. The starting price is 55th grade spirit vein. The price was not a problem for them. An immortal artifact made from the body of a demonic immortal was more powerful than any other immortal artifact. Moreover, the ancient serpent was a type of venomous snake. Although the heavenly ancient serpent spear was white and flawless, it was actually more terrifying than one could imagine. The heavenly ancient serpent spear was killed by Little Violet in a swamp. It took her an entire day to kill the ancient serpent and obtain the bone spear. 60. The Life Alliance was the first to speak. The Life Alliance was determined to get this heaven immortal artifact. 70, 80, 90. In the blink of an eye, the price of the heavenly ancient serpent spear had risen to 205th grade spirit veins. The Life Alliance bids 220 spirit veins. We want this immortal artifact. The Life Alliance's voice came from the private room. Adding 20 spirit veins in one go put a lot of pressure on the others. For the various superpowers, obtaining low-grade and mid-grade spirit veins was relatively easy. However, if they obtained high-grade spirit veins, they'd feel an immense heartache. After all, they'd have one less spirit vein to use. The Blood Alliance bids 230. Someone from the Blood Alliance shouted. The others gave up. The Blood Alliance and the Life Alliance were born enemies, so the competition was between the two of them. After all, if the Blood Alliance could get the Heaven Immortal battle armor, it would mean that they had an invincible half-step Heaven Immortal. If they could get the Heavenly Ancient Serpent Spear, it would mean that they had gained an extremely powerful expert. The competition was bound to be intense. Just as expected. After the others gave up, the two of them began to compete again. The price kept rising. Haha. The Blood Alliance should admit defeat. The Life Alliance bids 300 spirit veins. As the Life Moon Alliance decided the outcome with just one sentence and placed a price, the Blood Alliance fell completely silent. This price was something they could not bear. The auctioneer on the stage was happier than anyone else. The price of a few hundred spirit veins had made him a top auctioneer. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? After the auctioneer asked 3 times, the Heavenly Ancient Serpent Spear was finally bought by the Life Alliance at a high price of 300 spirit veins. Sure enough, the super forces are all very wealthy. In another private room, Lin Fei couldn't stop smiling. That was a spirit vein. Even though it was only at the 5th rank, it was still a spirit vein. Damn it. Luckily I picked it up, or I would have lost a few hundred spirit veins. Lin Fei felt lucky. He looked at the skeleton in the divine fire space and squinted his eyes. Little Purple laughed in his mind. You humans are all idiots. Master might not have much, but he has a lot of demon immortal bones. You guys are destined to be cheated. Little Lilac still remembered that its master had said that bones were also money. Even if it couldn't be sold for money, it could still be ground into bone powder. At that time, it had thought that its master had gone crazy from wanting to get rich. Only now did it realize that it had fallen behind. If the immortal battle armor was the warm-up, and the heavenly ancient serpent spear was the excitement, then the last treasure was undoubtedly the focus of the auction. I wonder what the last treasure will be. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. It couldn't be worse than the previous two treasures. At this moment they were focused on the last treasure. Those who hadn't bid yet were undoubtedly eyeing the last treasure. Now let's auction the last treasure of the night. The auctioneer was excited. This is the last treasure that you guys can't even imagine. It's the only one on the continent. Some people expressed their disdain. The only one on the continent. Even though the immortal battle armor and the heavenly ancient serpent spear were both excellent treasures, and there were still people who would auction them. Roar! A deafening sound suddenly reverberated. The sound of a beast? The crowd couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Could it be that the last auction item was a demonic beast? The only thing that wasn't written in the notice was the final treasure, so no one knew about it. A few guards carried a huge iron cage into the hall. A ferocious and violent aura rushed in from outside. A beast! It's really a beast. The crowd saw a beast imprisoned in the black iron cage. It had a powerful aura and it looked like a sun. This is a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal beast. As soon as those words came out, many divine senses fell on the beast, and their expressions changed dramatically. No matter what, they didn't expect that the mythological tower would auction a beast with the combat strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. It was only one step away from becoming a heaven immortal, and its combat strength was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. The crowd was shocked. Is Lin Fei crazy? The Demon King couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He couldn't imagine why Lin Fei would auction a beast. A beast with the combat strength of a half-step heaven immortal was definitely a terrifying existence. It could instantly give a sect a powerful helper, and its strength would improve tremendously. Father, is there something wrong with this beast? Is it hard to tame it? Nangong Qianqian thought of something else. The Demon King shook his head. That's impossible. The auctioneer heard it just now, so this beast must be controllable. Nangong Qianqian was also confused. They weren't the only ones who were confused. The other people were also confused. Chapter 643. In every private room the elders stood up excitedly. Their faces were filled with a rare excitement. A half-step heaven immortal demon beast. No one had expected that Demon Lin would auction off a demon beast. Moreover, it was a 9th tribulation scattered immortal demon beast. Its combat power was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. In the beginning, everyone suspected that Demon Lin had done something to trick them. It was too unusual for an auction to be auctioned off. They immediately suspected that there was a trap. Everyone present was very powerful and knowledgeable. How could the superpowers be bad? If they had bad eyesight, they wouldn't be allowed to come out. After some observation, they checked the demon beast from top to bottom. They couldn't find any traces of tampering. If Demon Lin could hide it from them, the superpowers behind them all had heaven immortal patriarchs. There was no need to worry about not being able to find out. If the demon beast fell into their hands, it would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Worried? Haha, it was just a joke. Once a heaven immortal patriarch made a move, there would be no place to hide. They could wipe out everything with a wave of their hand. A half-step heaven immortal demon beast was the real deal. In their eyes, the demon beast in front of them was the real deal. There was no way it was fake. Everyone. This demon beast is called the Blazing Lizard. It has a violent temperament, and its physical defense is very strong. Half-step heaven immortals can hardly injure it. At the same time, it has boundless strength. It is invincible against opponents of the same level. Its innate flame can burn all things. The auctioneer was excited. Everyone, if anyone has a half-step heaven immortal demon beast, they will be invincible against opponents of the same level. It had to be said that the auctioneer's words had stirred up the atmosphere. Everyone was tempted. A powerful fire-type demon beast with strong defense and sharp attack power. It was really a good battle pet. Blazing Lizard. The starting bid is 1,000 fifth grade spirit veins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone immediately spoke. Our Life Alliance offers 1,500. Previously, they had won the Ancient Serpent Heavenly Spear. Now that the Life Alliance had spoken, it seemed that they were determined to win. Your Life Alliance is nothing. Our Blood Alliance offers 1,600. The Blood Alliance quickly made a bid. The Profound Sect offers 2,000. The bidding price quickly rose. Sect Master, wouldn't auctioning off a demonic beast comparable to a half-step heavenly immortal? Today's auction was of great significance. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others were all there. As for the final treasure, they really didn't know. It was added at the last moment. When they heard that the last item to be auctioned was a battle pet, their hearts started to bleed. A half-step heaven immortal. Mythology City currently lacked powerful demonic beasts the most. What's wrong with the sect leader? Everyone understood what the sect leader was thinking. Even if a half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast was still some distance away from a real half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast, coupled with the fact that demonic beasts were innately stronger than humans, they would at least be able to hold out for a moment against a real half-step heavenly immortal. You will naturally understand in the future. At that time you will all be shocked. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister smile. Could it be that the sect leader is planning to trick them? The Red Refining Heavenly Demon and the others had a thought in their minds. They were all superpowers. Using a demonic beast to trick them didn't seem too reliable, right? Even if he had tampered with the demonic beast, wouldn't everything be exposed once he brought it back and the Celestial Immortal Patriarchs made a move? They couldn't figure it out, they really couldn't figure it out. Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. Compete with all your might. Anyway, you are all fools with money. If there comes a day when you point your guns at our mythological city, you will regret it. A demonic beast that was comparable to a half-step heavenly immortal realm demonic beast. Unless they were fools, no one would sell it. It was the same in any superpower. Lin Fei was different from others. Don't forget that he had a system. The demonic beast that was being auctioned today was bought through the system. Through the system, it was equivalent to tampering. Even a heavenly immortal patriarch wouldn't be able to see through it. Lin Fei slapped his thigh. He really hoped that day would come so that they would understand the true meaning of drawing water with a bamboo basket with water. I am preparing for a rainy day. Lin Fei was the only one in the entire continent who could do such a crazy thing. 3,500. 3,600. 4,000 spiritual veins. The Blazing Lizard's price suddenly rose to 4,000 spiritual veins. If this price was spread, it would shake the entire continent. From this, one could see that the superpowers had too much money and nowhere to spend it. When the price rose to 4,000 spiritual veins, the private rooms quieted down. 4,100. The Life League made another bid. Xian Sect bid 4,200. The Blazing Lizard is ours. The Xian Sect announced domineeringly. Adding another 100 spiritual veins in one go was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Life Alliance gave up unwillingly. 4,200 going once, going twice, going thrice. Congratulations to Private Room 7 for obtaining the Blazing Lizard. The auctioneer slammed the hammer and gave the final call. Private Room 7. The Blazing Lizard is finally ours. In the private room, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had invested a lot for the Blazing Lizard. If the Life Alliance had continued to bid, it might have been the Xian Sect's turn to give up. Once we get the Blazing Lizard, we will return immediately. The leading elder said solemnly, I have already informed the experts in the sect to come and help us. We cannot afford to lose the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. 4,200 spiritual veins for the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. As for taking revenge on Demon Lin, it became a small matter in the blink of an eye. In front of the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast, it was insignificant. Today's auction has come to an end. Thank you for your participation. After the auctioneer left, Lin Fei walked up and said some meaningless words. The next auction will be held 2 months from today. There will still be some treasures that everyone is interested in. As for today's auction, Box 7 will be eligible to participate in the next auction for free. Everyone's eyes fell on the Xian Sect's private room. Demon Lin is too despicable. The leading elder's face was gloomy. His words seemed to be complimenting the Xian sect, but in fact he was reminding everyone that the Xian sect had treasures in their hands. As for whether anyone would make a move, the answer was obvious. A super faction against a super faction, who would be afraid of the other? Even though they knew that Demon Lin was up to no good, they would still make a move. Demon Lin, just you wait. Sooner or later, our sect will make you spit out everything. The elder said to himself. He decided to publicize Myth City and Demon Lin when he returned. Chapter 644. Have you heard? The mythological tower has auctioned off 3 finale treasures in a row. Especially the last one. It's totally unexpected. Isn't the last treasure a heaven-defying elixir? On the notice, there was indeed information about the 3rd treasure. They changed it at the last minute. Do you know what it is? A demonic beast that's comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. The man said proudly. The person who had been probing outside suddenly shivered in fear, and the others had almost the same expression. Damn! A demonic beast comparable to a half-step heaven immortal? Was there a need to be so scary, especially those scouts? They pricked up their ears, afraid to miss any small details. They almost suspected that the man was bragging. Would the mythological city auction off a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast? Wouldn't they treat it like a treasure? Hearing the man's words, everyone was filled with doubt. I heard that the half-step heaven immortal demonic beast was bought by the Celestial Gate. I only found out about this through my internal connections. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people from the Celestial Gate when they come out. At this moment, the people from the Celestial Gate came out of the mythological tower. The mythological tower was an immortal artifact that sealed off the void. They had to come out through the main entrance. The entire mythological city was sealed off, so they couldn't tear open the void. It was necessary to go out through the main entrance. Look, the people from the Celestial Gate are coming out. Go ask them. I heard that you guys bought a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast? Is this true or not? After that battle, the gossipers in the mythological city became bolder and dared to take the initiative to ask questions. The Celestial Gate's elder's face darkened. He cursed everyone who participated in the auction. It was obvious that they were the ones who released the news. Sorry, no comment. Covering up was the best proof. The people from the Celestial Gate walked hurriedly out of the city. It seemed that the Celestial Gate had really bought a half-step heaven immortal demonic beast. Look, the people from the Life Alliance are coming out. The people from the Blood Alliance are coming out too. They seem to be chasing after the Celestial Gate. The people from the Tianluo Gate are coming out too. Those who were doubtful immediately confirmed their suspicions. Report. They had to report it. The scouts disappeared like a wisp of smoke. They hurriedly spread the news. This matter was too important. On the roof of the mythological tower. Profound Gate. Let's see how you're going to defend against the superpowers. Lin Fei looked down from above, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I'm right to call you Demon Lin. You're really ruthless. You're the one who spread the news outside. The Celestial Sect of Wonders is going to die because of you this time. On the rooftop besides Lin Fei, the Demon Lord was also there. I'm a good person. You can't wrongly accuse me. Lin Fei said seriously. Senior Devil Lord, aren't you going to watch the show? Of course I'm going. The Demon Lord realized that he could not see through Lin Fei more and more. This move of yours is good. The Celestial Sect of Wonders must hate you to death. Did I? I don't think so. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm just an auctioneer. Other matters have nothing to do with me. The Devil Lord smiled but didn't say anything. Qianqian, you should stay in the Myth City. It's safe here. For such a good thing, the Demon Master naturally had to get involved. If he didn't, he wouldn't be the Demon Master. At the same time, in the depths of the void, 3 giants were sitting cross-legged in the void. 2 of them happened to be old acquaintances of Lin Fei, the Giant Eye Divine King and the Heavenly Wings Divine King. Back then, the 2 of them had been injured in that battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. They hated Lin Fei to the bone. Report. The scouts of the Myth City have come to report that the righteous path of Celestial Sect had just bid for a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. They are currently on their way back to Celestial Sect. A few super forces are currently chasing after Celestial Sect. A foreign race commander ran in to report the situation. Heavenly Wings God King frowned. Is the news accurate? It should be. Once Celestial Sect's auction ended, they immediately left the Myth City in a hurry. The commander nodded. The Myth City is indeed mysterious. This king regrets not taking down the Myth City back then. Giant Eye God King said angrily. As a result, I missed a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. Lin Fei is extremely hateful. Being injured in that battle had instead boosted Lin Fei's reputation. Giant Eye God King's status among the God Kings had plummeted. If it wasn't for Crimson Light God King's help at the last moment, both of them might really have suffered a great loss of vitality. Mentioning this, Heavenly Wings God King was also filled with anger. He originally wanted to split the Myth City with Giant Eye God King, but in the end he helped others. He had one of his arms chopped off by that demonic immortal, becoming a joke among the God Kings. Celestial Sect has always been known as the righteous path, which has long caused dissatisfaction. If the intelligence isn't wrong, then Celestial Sect should have a demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm. The other super forces will definitely make a move to snatch it. Why don't we go take a look? We might be able to kill one or two strong practitioners. Heavenly Wings God King suggested. Even though he was filled with resentment towards Lin Fei, Heavenly Wings God King didn't dare to kill his way in. That demonic immortal was enough to make him suffer. Not daring to kill his way in didn't mean that he couldn't kill others. I think it's possible. Crimson Light God King nodded. This demon Lin isn't simple. This move of killing with a borrowed knife is used to perfection. If we kill their experts in the end, their resentment will undoubtedly fall onto Demon Lin. If we were to snatch the demonic beast that was half a step into Heaven Immortal Realm, it would also be useless to us. Their alien race had a huge number of experts. Who didn't wish to have one more expert? A demonic beast that had the battle strength of a half step into Heaven Immortal Realm was something that the alien race, too, coveted. If you can kill the human experts, at least when the time comes, you will have a chance to make a contribution in front of the Holy Mother. Crimson Light God King said. The two words Holy Mother, Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King flashed a trace of fear. Kill them all and leave none alive. Myth City. Once the auction ended, the outside world was already in an uproar. The auction this time was far better than the previous one. Everyone was extremely looking forward to it. The auction of the finale treasure shocked everyone in Myth City. Who would have thought that the Myth Tower would auction such an important treasure? Especially the last one. This was clearly gifting the enemy with a powerful force. Of course, there were people who thought that Lin Fei didn't care about a half-step demon beast. There were all kinds of explanations, making it hard for people to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Half a day later, a piece of sensational news came back. The Mystic Gate's righteous path encountered the strongest attack, and there were countless casualties. Even the elders were almost killed. If it wasn't for the experts of the Mystic Gate coming to welcome them, the elders would probably have been killed. The climax was when the three divine kings of the alien race attacked and killed 6 half-step, Heaven Immortals and countless itinerant immortals of the human race. For a moment the entire continent was shaken. No one had expected that in the battle between the human race, the divine kings of the alien race would become the Oriole. Just killing the half-step Heaven Immortals was enough to have a huge impact on them. At the same time, it allowed the divine kings of the alien race to plunder a bunch of resources. On the side of the human race, it was equivalent to losing half-step Heaven Immortals in one go. This was the most important. Every half-step Heaven Immortal was a treasure of the human race. Now 6 half-step Heaven Immortals and countless itinerant immortals had died in one go. The losses were heavy. The appearance of the 3 divine kings was unanimously determined by everyone to vent their previous crushing defeat by killing the human race. For a moment, the Myth City was pushed into the limelight. This is really surprising. The Giant Eye God King and the others did not expect that they would make a move. After hearing the result, Lin Fei also sighed. The divine kings of the alien race were really vengeful. You can still laugh. Nangong Chanchen rolled her eyes. Your Myth City has now become the limelight. The manpower that they lost might be counted on your head. Lin Fei's original plan was for them to fight. Who would have thought that the divine kings of the alien race would become the final victor and kill half-step heaven immortals? They can count it however they want. It's not like I can stop them. Lin Fei shook his head. If they dare to come, I will dare to kill them all the same. City Lord Lin's words are the words of a man. You are a woman. What do you know? The demon lord also returned. After all, he did not have a good impression of those super forces. The death of half-step heaven immortals was death. There was nothing to make a fuss about. As the demon lord of the demon sect, of course, he hoped that some of the super forces experts would die. He did not expect that the divine kings of the alien race would attack and be invincible. Adding that they were caught off guard, it was normal for them to be killed. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Senior Demon Lord, let's form an alliance. Lin Fei went straight to the point. You are the first person to be so direct. The Demon Lord had been waiting for these words for a long time. After all, it was not appropriate for a Demon Lord like him to speak. However, I like people who are direct. We can form an alliance, but you have to support our demon sect in terms of medicinal pills. The medicinal pills of the Myth City were top-notch. The demon sect was a big family. The Demon Lord naturally had to take good care of this family. He really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei also liked people who were direct. At least he did not have to worry about being stabbed in the back. Moreover, he had shown his strength. If the demon sect was stupid enough to stab him in the back, they would be the unlucky ones. This is a must. However, I can give you a 30% discount. Lin Fei laughed. I believe that our alliance will be able to stand firm on the continent. The Demon Lord was very satisfied with a 30% discount. The effect of those medicinal pills was obvious to all. In 3 years no one had cracked it. This was the magical part. In 3 years it was because of the supply of medicinal pills that the demon sect could persist. The loss was not too big. From this, it could be seen that the demon sect could not lack medicinal pills. The alliance was also inevitable. There was an immortal in the Myth City. Of course, this was only in name. In private, the Demon Lord did not know that the Myth City already had a powerful alliance. Hong! An earth-shattering sound spread throughout the entire Myth City. Lin Fei could not help but sink his head. It seems that someone does not want us to continue communicating. Roar. There was a long roar. In the sky above the Myth City, a huge black dragon crashed into the Myth City. The movement just now came from this huge dragon. Lin Fei, come out. Chapter 645. The huge body covered the sky and Myth City was shrouded in darkness. Lin Fei, come out. A deafening voice reverberated in everyone's hearts. Those who were weaker had their spirits broken down and spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were badly injured. Giant dragon, what a huge dragon! Why is someone from the dragon race here? It seems like he has a life and death feud with the city lord. What should we do? The dragon race is extremely strong on the continent. Back then, they wiped out a huge empire for a young dragon. Many people were terrified. Giant dragons and the dragon race were not to be trifled with. To the spies, the dragon race's attack was good news. Demon Lin must have done something to offend the dragon race. Could it be because of the dragon meat? For example, the families who had eaten dragon meat felt their hearts in their throats. They were relying on the city lord now. Once the city lord was gone, they would be in trouble immediately. The anger of the big sects would also affect them. The huge dragon was a black dragon. It was Long Tianyi. Long Tianyi found out about Long Outyan's death. And he hated Long Outyan for failing to live up to his expectations. He had even imparted the true dragon transformation to Long Outyan, only to end up like this. He felt like slapping Long Outyan to death. Lin Fei, if you don't come out, I will break your turtle shell. Let's see how long you can hide. Long Tianyi's huge body slammed into the Myth City and it seemed like it was going to shake. Long Tianyi, are you going to go against the continent's agreement? So, two figures appeared in the sky outside. So it is the Demon Lord. Long Tianyi's gaze was like a knife. Who said that I am going to go against the continent's agreement? Lin Fei killed someone from the dragon race. As a deacon of the dragon race, shouldn't I do something? Long Tianyi was still a little afraid of the Demon Lord. This person was famous across the continent. Even if he wasn't afraid, if they fought, he would definitely lose. Myth City is now allied with the demon sect. Since we are close, you should leave. How could the demon lord let Long Tianyi deal with Lin Fei? Long Tianyi squinted. You want to protect Lin Fei? Are you willing to go against our dragon clan? Without waiting for the demon lord to speak, Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Four-legged bug, you came to my myth city and created trouble for no reason. Could it be that you think there's no one in my myth city? You are the Lin Fei who killed the Jiao Dragon King. Long Tianyi stared at Lin Fei, and the might of the dragon race rushed over. With Lin Fei's current strength, how could he care about this pressure? With a shake of his body, he shook off the pressure. You're talking about the four-horned bug in the sea, right? If so, I should be the one who killed him. Puny human, how dare you kill my nephew and slander the dragon race? I'll destroy your myth city today and turn you into ashes. Long Tianyi was enraged. Their dragon race was high and mighty. Now someone was calling them four-legged worms. This was blatant mockery. The demon lord found it funny. This Lin Fei really had a way of attacking others. In Lin Fei's words, the powerful dragon race of the continent had become four-legged insects. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei realized that he was right. As for the dragon clan, the demon lord also couldn't stand it. Due to the strength of the dragon clan, the demon lord wouldn't offend them. Once they were offended with his temper, he would kill them first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that after killing a worm, a giant dragon would come. However, you came at the right time. I'll take you as the bird that sticks out. If you want to destroy my myth city, I'll be the first to kill you. Lin Fei laughed heartily. I've never slain a dragon in my life. I wonder how it feels to slay a dragon. Myth City was in an uproar. City Lord Lin wanted to slaughter the dragon. How exciting! Everyone knew about the term Dragon Slayer, but no one dared to claim to be a Dragon Slayer hero. The dragon race was too strong, so strong that even the continent feared them. Long Tianyi's mood had never been so bad before. A human still wanted to slay a dragon. This was provoking the mighty dragon race. Lin Fei had to die. Now he had a legitimate reason. Even if the Dragon Island elder knew about it, he would be fine. Unfilial bastard, die. Long Tianyi spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. With his attack that was almost comparable to a Heaven Immortal's battle strength, when this dragon breath was spat out, the dragon's might shook the sky. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all living beings prostrated on the ground. Senior Demon Lord, you don't need to do anything. I'll take care of this myself. Lin Fei waved his hand. He didn't need the Demon Lord's help. The Demon Lord smiled. Actually, he also wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was. From the first glance, the Demon Lord knew that Lin Fei was very dangerous. How dangerous was Lin Fei? Even with his strength, he couldn't see it. This had always been a question in his heart. You have to be careful. The dragon race's close-range attack is very domineering. The Demon Lord reminded Lin Fei. His figure disappeared and appeared in the sky somewhere else to watch the battle. Brat, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you come. Today you will die without a burial place. Long Tianyi was secretly happy. If the Demon Lord intervened, things would be difficult. Now that the Demon Lord left, it was clear that he didn't want to intervene. Even if he just watched, as long as Long Tianyi acted quickly, the Demon Lord couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't take care of a brat? Boom! The dragon breath didn't hit the opponent. Long Tianyi wasn't surprised. The huge dragon swung its tail, and the whole world darkened. All that was left was this domineering attack. Your master is making a move. Aren't you going to help? Little Purple appeared not far away from the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord asked casually. It's just a giant dragon. Master can take care of him easily. Why do I have to do it? Little Purple said coldly. Green dragon transformation. Boom! In the face of the domineering and fierce attack, Lin Fei shouted. With a long roar, a green dragon entrenched in the sky and blocked the opponent's attack that could kill a half-step Heaven Immortal. The void shattered, and the astral wind whistled. Everyone was stunned. One black and one green, two giant dragons. It was really surprising. Is the City Lord a member of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan is indeed the strongest species on the continent. That attack just now was too fierce. The experts of the Myth City broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder they could destroy an empire in the past. You actually blocked it. Long Tianyi felt that the attack just now hit a hard boulder and couldn't move the opponent at all. When he saw the giant green dragon, he cried out, "Why do you know the true dragon transformation? You talk a lot of nonsense." Lin Fei snorted coldly and rushed up. His giant claws were like sharp knives, cutting off a piece of flesh from the opponent's body. Blood flowed. "In front of me, the Dragon Clan is just a piece of trash." After using the green dragon transformation, Lin Fei's defense reached a limit. He was no weaker than Long Tianyi. Every time he attacked, a piece of flesh was cut off, and blood splattered all over the sky. In the sky, the two giant dragons quickly stood together and used the purest close-range attack. The people watching felt their scalps go numb. If this attack landed on them, they would have died many times. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be a member of the Dragon Clan. The Demon Lord was also stunned by this change. Chapter 646. Boom! A tall mountain, accompanied by two huge figures, came crashing down. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground, and rocks flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. How can you be so strong? The two figures, one black and one green, were none other than Lin Fei and Long Tianyi, who had fought all the way here. One was a true dragon, and the other had a defense that was not inferior to that of the dragon race. They had fought all the way from the mythical city, destroying countless mountains. With their terrifying strength, any mountain or building would not be able to withstand a single collision from them. At first, Long Tianyi thought that he could kill Lin Fei with the advantage of the dragon race. But as the fight went on, he realized that this guy was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities, he couldn't keep up with the consumption of his energy. However, Lin Fei was still in peak condition from beginning to end. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above Lin Fei's head. With a stream of light, it slashed Long Tianyi's body, and half of his body was sent flying. "Didn't you want to kill me? Do you still want to kill me?" Lin Fei returned to his human form, and there was no visible injury on his body. He looked down at the battered and exhausted Long Tianyi. In the sky, the Demon Master and Little Purple were watching the development of the situation. Long Tianyi lost. The Demon Master looked at the result of the battle. Without a doubt, Long Tianyi was at a disadvantage. Lin Fei had given him too much surprise. The powerful dragon race had used their strength to defeat it. The Devil Master knew that he couldn't do this. This kind of close combat against close combat was something that only they could do. It's normal to lose. Little Purple was not surprised. He was courting death by competing with Master in defense and attack. Although Master is only a half-step Heaven Immortal, he can escape unscathed if he encounters a Heaven Immortal. The Demon Master naturally hoped that the alliance was strong. When the time came, they would help each other. The stronger Lin Fei was, the more he would applaud. Cough cough. Long Tianyi returned to his human form. He was in a sorry state, and his body was covered with wounds. He was full of resentment. "Although I don't know why you have the unique skill of the dragon race, from now on, this will be your nightmare. The dragon race will never allow you to exist." "It doesn't matter. I'll kill as many dragons as you come." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "You will die today. I will never let off anyone who threatens me." Even the dragon race's deacon dared to cause trouble for him. If Lin Fei did not make an example out of him, even more people would come to cause trouble for him. He had to deal a heavy blow to such a person. Die. Of course. Lin Fei stabbed out with the killing sword in his hand. Thousands of sword intents swept out like a rain of swords, rushing towards Long Tianyi. Lin Fei's sword intents had already reached the great accomplishment stage. "Humph, our dragon clan is not so easy to kill." Long Tianyi coldly snorted. He knew that with his strength, it would be very difficult for him to kill Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was not inferior to his. "Great Dragon God, please descend upon me." Profound words came out of Long Tianyi's mouth. A beam of intense light descended from the sky, blocking the rain of swords. "Be careful. This is the dragon race's dragon language. It summons the power of the dragon god." The demon lord could tell with one look that something was wrong. Dragon god. Killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Great millstone of sword intent. Lin Fei comprehended sword intents the earliest, especially the invincible sword intent. Thousands of sword intents gathered, forming a large millstone behind him. Traces of sword intents cut through the void. This is sword silk. Lin Fei can actually use sword silk. The demon lord revealed a look of surprise. What a genius of the sword Dao. Above the invincible sword intent was comprehending the use of sword silk. That was a terrifying killing move, because each sword silk contained a terrifying attack that was sharp and unstoppable. The huge great millstone of sword intent crushed everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, everything was razed to the ground. The void collapsed as it crushed all the way to the periphery of the light pillar. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Now that I have the protection of the dragon god and the power of the dragon god, die. Long Tianyi didn't look well, but with the help of the power of the dragon god, his injuries were healed. He gave off a powerful aura. With the help of the power of the dragon god, he wouldn't be able to use the power of the dragon god for 100 years. It was totally worth it to kill Lin Fei. It would be best if he could capture Lin Fei alive. It was a great crime for a human to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and change his voice to that of the Azure Dragon. He could atone for his crime. Bang! Long Tianyi's powerful punch landed on the millstone. The huge millstone only moved a little, and then returned to normal. It couldn't be destroyed. Storm! Crash! The huge millstone turned into a huge black storm, enveloping Long Tianyi. The sword silk killed and swept away all the power. Protection of the dragon god. A golden dragon appeared on Long Tianyi's body. It circled around and blocked the sword silk attack. The world of the dragon god. Long Tianyi was deeply frightened by the terrifying attack of the sword silk. To think that a puny little human could make him feel threatened. This was something that had never happened before. This was especially so for the proud dragon race. This was not something that could be tolerated. The golden dragon roared and the storm rippled, trying to shake off the storm. It didn't break? Suddenly Long Tianyi had a bad feeling. A storm couldn't break it. This was the power of the dragon god. Break! Long Tianyi attacked frantically, but the storm couldn't break. It was like a boulder, not moving at all. How can your sword silk attack trap me? Lin Fei laughed. This was the first time he had fought since his strength had improved. He was in a good mood, especially when he saw the dragon clan being defeated. Haha, who told you that this is a sword silk attack? Celestial power storm kill. Boom! The terrifying storm suddenly changed. Celestial might was boundless. The power of Long Tianyi's protection of the dragon god began to disappear. You actually use celestial power to attack. Long Tianyi's expression changed drastically. Why can't I? Lin Fei used celestial power to activate the sword silk attack. The protection of the dragon god was shattered. Blood immediately gushed out of Long Tianyi's body. He couldn't block the celestial power attack at all. Celestial power attacks were something only immortals could do. In this world, very few people use celestial power because once they did, it was equivalent to provoking the heavenly tribulation. This was also why sky immortals rarely use celestial power, because celestial power didn't belong to this world. It would cause the world to be dissatisfied and send down the heavenly tribulation. As for those who hadn't become sky immortals, once they used celestial power, the heavenly tribulation would descend and kill them. Apart from that, celestial power would decrease every time it was used, unless one was a sky immortal. Rumble. The sky darkened, and the roar of the heavenly Tao could be heard. Oh no, the heavenly tribulation is about to appear, the demon lord thought. If he had known that Lin Fei used celestial power to attack, he would definitely have killed Lin Fei instead of letting Lin Fei use celestial power, especially when Lin Fei's celestial power was so terrifying. Haha, you're dead. The heavenly tribulation is about to appear. Half of Long Tianyi's body was gone, and the power of the dragon god was gradually disappearing. A celestial power attack was not something a mortal could block. Don't worry. Even if you die, I won't die. The celestial power storm spun again, and the remaining half of Long Tianyi's body was completely strangled, and he died completely. Withdraw. Once the celestial power was released, it spread out in all directions. Lin Fei swallowed the essence left behind by Long Tianyi in one gulp. His entire body turned into a huge ball, as if it was about to explode. What a domineering demonic technique. It's even stronger than the demonic techniques of our demon sect. A long time ago, the demon lord had heard that the myth city had a demonic technique that could help people increase their strength, regardless of the existence of realms. He didn't expect Lin Fei to have such a powerful demonic technique. Little Purple was amused. He was just a half-step sky immortal giant dragon. Who knew how many half-step sky immortal demonic beasts he had refined in the space back then? After a while, Lin Fei returned to normal, and the demon lord was shocked again. It was indescribable. What a freak. The accumulation of the dragon clan is indeed huge. A half-step sky immortal giant dragon is equivalent to several half-step sky immortals. Lin Fei was secretly delighted, and he sneered when he saw the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. The heavenly tribulation came in a threatening manner, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. Heavenly tribulation. As the demon sect leader, the demon lord had never seen such an incredible scene, and he couldn't even guess what was going on. The heavenly tribulation released by the heavenly law wouldn't disappear unless it killed someone. However, Lin Fei had clearly used celestial power to kill Deacon Long Tianyi of the Dragon Clan. The demon lord was confused. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? This had never happened on the continent before. Normally, the use of celestial power would trigger the heavenly tribulation. Once it appeared, if you wanted to avoid the heavenly tribulation, you had to either withstand it or die. There was no other choice. Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Someone had once carried Senfu, but he was also killed by the heavenly tribulation. How could Lin Fei avoid it? The demon lord really couldn't figure it out. Little did he know that this shocking change had also shocked many people, and their expressions were almost the same as the demon lord's. The first person to know that a vengeful dragon had appeared in the myth city was the giant God King. He was in charge of this area, and after suffering a huge loss last time, he bribed human spies to report on the situation. After the dragon clan attacked, the giant God King was in a good mood. He had just killed a human half-step heaven immortal a few days ago, and now he saw his enemy being attacked by the dragon clan. He seemed to be relieved. The giant God King had been paying attention to the development of the situation, afraid to miss this exciting scene. However, he didn't expect that Lin Fei was actually a member of the dragon clan. He suppressed the dragon clan that came to him, and finally used celestial power to attack and kill the dragon. The giant God King thought that Lin Fei was dead for sure, and that he would turn into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Even if he became an itinerant immortal, he could kill him when he was weak and kill him. But in the end, the damned heavenly tribulation disappeared just like that. The giant God King felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. No matter how he thought, he couldn't come up with a conclusion. How could the heavenly tribulation disappear? Chapter 647. The ferocious black dragon was slaughtered by Demon Lin instead. This news shocked the entire continent. Be it the 10 super factions or the alien races, they all chose to remain silent. He even dared to slaughter the dragon race. Demon Lin was really bold and reckless. If the dragon race came in the future, he would be in big trouble. Apart from that, there was another reason why everyone feared Lin Fei. It was because of the heaven tribulation that had mysteriously disappeared. The fluctuations of the heaven tribulation had appeared in the myth city. It was easy for experts to sense it and find out about the situation. Lin Fei easily avoided the heaven tribulation. This was undoubtedly the biggest question in everyone's mind. They wanted to find out what was going on. This matter was too important and they had to take it seriously. There was a lot of discussion outside. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Even if the sky collapsed, he could use it as a blanket. What was there to worry about? After sending off the Demon Lord and Prince High Air, Lin Fei's life returned to normal. As the auction soared, everyone in the myth city knew about it, and it became a unique faction. That morning, everyone realized that there was a notice at the city gate. Once the myth city made any move, it would be known at the first instant. There would usually be many people at the notice office. When the notice was posted, it would be filled with people in both the outer and inner circles. Stop squeezing. I will kill whoever squeezes. The one in front. Tell us what it says so that we know. The people at the back shouted. After all, every notice was a huge matter. Moreover, it was posted at the city gate. Even if it wasn't a huge matter, it would become a huge one. That's great, our benefits are here. When the person at the back saw the contents of the notice, his face was covered in tears. The guy in front, tell us what benefits it is. This action made the people at the back even more anxious. City Lord Lin said that in a few days, he will create a Hunters Guild. Hunters Guild? Everyone was stunned. What was this Hunters Guild? Tell us in detail. The originally lively scene suddenly quietened down. They could hear something different from the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild specializes in killing alien races. Every alien race killed will give you points. Once the points reach a certain level, you can exchange for pills unique to the Myth City, and even legendary demonic techniques and celestial artifacts. Ah, there's such a good thing. I'm going to be a hunter. Me too. When this news came out, it was great news for those who had been looking for someone to rely on. 3 years ago, following the rise of alchemical pills, everyone knew the benefits of alchemical pills. It was a pity that many alchemical pills could only be obtained through auctions. Even if it wasn't auctioned, it would still fetch an astonishing price. Killing outsiders and gaining points would allow them to obtain medicinal pills, and even the legendary demonic arts. They were all excited. There's also the city lord who's calling for a new batch of consecrators, and they'll be treated well. On this day, the entire Myth City was in an uproar. This news spread out like the wind. Regardless of whether it was the Empire or the Empire, they were unable to stop the news from spreading. The Myth City wanted to establish a Hunters Association and obtain points to obtain alchemical pills and other things. Many people's eyes lit up at that moment. This was especially so for those who had a deep hatred for the alien races. They seemed to have found an organization, and there was an endless stream of people heading toward the Myth City. Sect leader, this move of yours is amazing. When Lin Fei announced this news, all of the loose immortals were filled with excitement. Undefeatable True Immortal carefully asked, Sect leader, we brothers have quite a number of friends regarding the recruitment of consecrators. I wonder if it's possible? Ever since that day, when Lin Fei encountered the heavenly tribulation and left calmly, they became even more respectful. No problem, the stronger the better. The Myth City needed to increase its strength. Only then would Lin Fei announce the recruitment of consecrators. At this time, the Myth City already had the qualifications to recruit consecrators. Sage Reincarnation, you and Big Brother Qilian will be in charge of the recruitment. Lin Fei continued. As for the Hunters Association, I have already listed out the key points. You guys just need to go and arrange it. Sect leader, rest assured. We will definitely investigate everyone. Sage Reincarnation was very excited to be able to hand this task to them. He had followed the right person. Lin Fei was very assured towards these few elders. After settling the matters, Lin Fei went to the backyard and stayed with his daughter, little Lele, to enjoy the happiness before the storm. 5 days later, the Hunters Association appeared in the Myth City. The encampment was originally a clan's place. Later on, it was destroyed and the place was razed to the ground. A magnificent building was built. For powerful words were emitting celestial might. From the day the news spread, many people surged into the Myth City. Many of them came for the Hunters Association. On the day the Hunters Association opened to the public, the outside was filled with people. These people were very honest. Outside the Myth City, one could casually make a move, but in the Myth City, one would be killed without mercy regardless of who it was. Inside the Myth City, it was strangely peaceful. City Lord Lin's array killed so many people. Later on, he slaughtered a dragon. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would definitely not break the rules. As usual, the Hunters Association first gave an exciting speech, which undoubtedly stirred up everyone's emotions. There were also some explanations about the system. Countless people surged into the spacious Hunters Association hall. Quickly look, this is the bounty hunter level. It was unknown who suddenly shouted, but in an instant that place was filled with people. Bounty hunter, such an awesome name. So there are a total of 10 stars for bounty hunters. 1-star hunter is the lowest, 10-star hunter is the highest. From 5-star hunters onwards, they can enjoy the care of the association. They were most concerned about the benefits of being a bounty hunter. After seeing it, they were shocked. After seeing it, they finally understood the significance of the Hunters Association. Haha. We came to the right place this time. Quickly look here, points can be exchanged for elixirs, arrays, weapons. The entire Hunters Association hall was filled with exclamations from time to time. Those were the items that were exchanged for points. Sect leader is a genius to think of such a method. The Hunters Association will become a powerful force under their sect leader. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said in admiration. Once those super forces know about this, they will probably vomit blood. Venerable Reincarnation smiled. With sect leader's advantage, even if those super forces are helpless, they won't be so generous. The two of them didn't see the significance of the Hunters Association at the start, but as the rules and regulations were perfected and various benefits were provided, they immediately realized its importance. They believed that once they joined the Hunters Association, it would be impossible for them to withdraw, because there were many targets waiting for them to attack. Even those experts would find it hard to resist such temptation. They were destined to join the Hunters Association. I want to sign up. Profound Ancestor Late Stage. Chapter 648. On the first day there were a few thousand people who registered. This was just the beginning. Every day, no less than a few thousand people would register as bounty hunters. In just a few days there were more than 100,000 people who registered as bounty hunters. This number was still increasing. News of points exchanging for items spread like wildfire in the Hunters Guild. This time there were many pills for different realms. For many people who couldn't raise their realm, they saw hope and a future in the Hunters Guild. You could bring back the dead or capture them alive. The latter would give you more points. Apart from that, you didn't have to exchange points for true essence crystals. The slogan of the Hunters Guild quickly spread across the continent. As such, the alien races started to be unlucky. At night, a group of people appeared in a valley. We have to end this quickly. If we take too long, the alien races will come to support us. We don't need to fight them to the death. We need them. These people all had badges on their chests. They were the hunter badges of the Hunters Guild. At this moment their badges were only 1 star, which meant that they were the lowest 1-star hunters. There weren't any special benefits. It's best if we can capture them alive and exchange them for points. Did you hear? A few days ago, a 1-star hunter was the first to become a 2-star hunter. In the end he obtained a realm-breaking pill and increased his realm right away. Damn, I'm really jealous. The Hunters Guild hadn't been established for long, and all the bounty hunters went crazy. The first hunter to break through to star level would receive a reward of that level. All sorts of firsts would receive rewards. This undoubtedly made everyone go all out, and they wished for nothing more than to create new records. Tonight they were going to ambush a base of an alien race. They had bought this base from other bounty hunters. Of course you could also buy it from the staff in the hall. We can't fail this time. To buy information we have to pay a tip fee. As long as we succeed tonight, I'll treat all of you to drinks when we return. We'll drink to our heart's content. As the number of bounty hunters increased, all sorts of hunter adventure teams appeared. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and worked together. Thus, hunter adventure teams quickly appeared in the Hunters Guild. This made them even more excited. Attack! Along with the order, a few people shot out like ghosts and charged towards the alien race at the base. The popularity of the Hunters Guild. No one was able to react in time. The superpowers looked down on such a guild. They felt that Demon Lin had worked for nothing. However, who would have thought that the result would be unimaginable to them? They felt like they had been slapped in the face. The Hunters Guild grew rapidly, and the number of registrations quickly exceeded 100,000. At that moment, they realized that the Hunters Guild would be a great help to Demon Lin. As the spies investigated, they were angered to the point of vomiting blood. Medicinal pills of all levels were like cabbages that could be exchanged for with points. This undoubtedly caused them to curse the wastage. Demon Lin became even more mysterious. With so many medicinal pills, they were able to establish a guild. As a result, many of the independent players in the powers under their jurisdiction left one after another, leaving them helpless. Demon Lin had created the Hunters Guild. He was poaching their members. Many small factions left in a single night. The same thing happened in almost every faction's jurisdiction. They hated Demon Lin to death, but there was nothing they could do. The identity of the dragon race caused them to be extremely fearful. Unless the dragon race made a move, they wouldn't dare to make a move on their own. They could only give the order to forbid anyone from heading to the Myth City. It would have been fine if this kind of obstruction didn't appear. Once it did, they would have even more thoughts about it. Especially after the martial artists who became bounty hunters returned and described the benefits of becoming bounty hunters. Who knew how many people were fooled? It was really hard to guard against. The various factions tried to stop them, but it incited their dissatisfaction. This was something they hadn't expected. The news of the Hunters Guild spread out, causing all the factions to grit their teeth. If they could, they really wanted to kill Demon Lin. This wasn't the way to poach people. Sect leader. There are tens of thousands of people registering as hunters every day. Many factions have started to restrict them from heading to our Myth City, but they still can't stop those people. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon really admired Lin Fei. Back then, he had suggested letting the bounty hunters go back to spread the news, which had directly brought them trouble. Now they didn't know whether to let it go or not. It was a very difficult situation. I am openly poaching their members. What can they do? Lin Fei smiled. How many experts have you recruited recently? Not many. Maybe they are still observing. Venerable Reincarnation was a little embarrassed. They really know how to think. Lin Fei thought about it. Let them be. When the time comes, they will regret it. Lin Fei actually hated this kind of people who were observing. They were like grass on the fence. However, he couldn't do anything to them. The Hunters Guild was developing rapidly. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. This situation couldn't be replicated in the continent. It could be said that it was hard for any sect to imitate it because they lacked the main thing. This was what Lin Fei was least worried about. I will definitely arrange the matters of the Hunters Guild well. The current Hunters Guild was of great use to Lin Fei. He couldn't afford to lose it. As the number of people increased, he would be able to earn back the points he had lost. Sect leader, something happened. A guard ran in. Venerable Reincarnation said, "Why are you panicking?" The guard's face was pale. It was obvious that he was frightened. What happened? Lin Fei asked. Normally, as long as it wasn't a big matter, Lin Fei would get them to send it to a specialized place. Only big matters would be sent to the City Lord's mansion. An empire under the Celestial Sect has controlled the hunter members who went to spread the news. The guard said carefully. The one who went to spread the news is the first hunter to become a 2-star hunter. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Lin Fei didn't have any change in his expression. This scene was already within reason. The only thing he didn't expect was that it was much faster than he expected. It's this Celestial Sect again. They are clearly going against us. Qilian Heavenly Demon was furious. Sect leader, this should be a test. They are specifically testing if we will make a move for a 2-star hunter. Once we choose to remain silent, it will have a huge impact on the Hunters Guild. Venerable Reincarnation frowned and said, "Maybe this is the Celestial Sect's intention. They don't want our Hunters Guild to grow." Lin Fei laughed coldly. Test? I want them to know the consequences of testing. I will make them regret it. When Qilian Heavenly Demon and Venerable Reincarnation heard this, it was obvious that they were going to make a move personally. Now that the Myth City's foundation was established, they didn't want Lin Fei to take the risk. The core of the Myth City was Lin Fei. Losing Lin Fei was equivalent to losing everything. Sect leader, why don't you let Little Purple go? Little Purple will teach them a lesson. Lin Fei didn't think so. The Celestial Sect provoked me first. They thought that I wouldn't dare to make a move. I will make a move for them to see. Otherwise, they will forget how the name Demon Lin came about. The Hunters Guild was still a small guild. It needed a period of growth. Lin Fei didn't wish for any changes. You guys don't need to say anymore. Lin Fei had already decided. I will arrange for Little Purple to oversee the Myth City. You guys will be in charge of the matters in the city. I will personally bring the person back. If it was in the past, they might have said a few words. Sect leader, be careful. That group of people from Celestial Sect seem to be open and aboveboard. In reality, they are narrow-minded. During the last auction they lost 2 half-step heaven immortals. It's hard to guarantee that they won't set up an ambush. Venerable Reincarnation reminded. Last time the foreign race's god kings made a move. 3 of them killed 6 half-step heaven immortals. Celestial sect had 2 of them. I hope they have half-step heaven immortals. Ziyun Empire. One of the empires controlled by Celestial sect. In the past 3 years, with the protection of Celestial sect, Ziyun didn't have much influence. Instead, it expanded its territory. Demon Lin probably won't dare to come. This is Celestial sect's territory. In the magnificent palace, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing a crown. He was the Ziyun Emperor. He spoke politely because in front of him sat an expressionless old man. It's best if Demon Lin doesn't come. If he does, I don't mind bringing him back to Celestial sect. This trip to probe was the idea of Celestial sect. The Hunters Guild showed signs of rising up. Of course they were unwilling. Hence, they took advantage of the return of the 2-star hunters to control them and send the news back. Deacon Wu Hen, if Demon Lin doesn't come, will they still kill him? The Ziyun Emperor asked carefully. Kill, of course they will. Perfected Wu Hen said. If we don't kill them, how can we let others know that Demon Lin is a coward? I want to spread his weakness to the entire continent. A 2-star hunter died just like that. I think the Hunters Guild will definitely be greatly affected and collapse on its own. This Hunters Guild is indeed an eyesore. When the Violet Cloud Emperor mentioned the Hunters Guild, he was filled with anger. This was because the hunter had returned from being a 2-star hunter and had bewitched quite a number of people to head to the Myth City. This caused him to be at a loss whether to kill them or not. He was very conflicted. Fortunately, Perfected Wu Hen came and brought the decree of Celestial sect. Both Perfected Wu Hen and the Ziyun Emperor didn't really believe that Demon Lin would come. After all, this was Celestial sect's territory. They had the advantage. Recently, Celestial sect had lost 2 half-step heaven immortals and more than 10 itinerant immortals. Celestial sect hated Demon Lin to the core. Why would Demon Lin appear and put himself in danger? Rumble. Just as the 2 of them were thinking this, the huge imperial palace shook violently. The exquisite decorations fell from the ceiling and shattered into pieces. Chapter 649. Walala Walala. Many buildings in the Ziyun capital collapsed. A huge figure swept past. Be it big or small buildings, they were all smashed into pieces. The capital was in a mess. The warriors of the capital fled in terror. They didn't care where they were going and their faces were pale. Why is the dragon race here? What the hell is going on? Run! The capital was filled with all sorts of voices. Without exception, they were all frightened by this scene. In the sky above the Ziyun Empire, an azure dragon swept past the buildings. At this moment it was crashing into the palace. Many buildings were destroyed and the smell of war filled the air. Ziyun old thing, come out. The giant dragon spoke in human language. Every time it spoke, a building in the majestic palace would collapse. You dragon race are so bold. A few high-level unaffiliated celestials flew out and tried to suppress the giant dragon to prevent it from continuing to cause trouble. Who would have thought that with a sweep of the dragon's might, the high-level cultivators would be swept away one by one and lose their ability to fight? The array of the palace was forcefully broken. The giant dragon rushed into the palace and wherever it passed, it destroyed all the buildings. The Ziyun Imperial Palace was in trouble. The experts in the Imperial Palace all paled when they heard this. They were scared stiff by the enormous dragon. There were a few loyal to the Imperial Palace who tried to stop it, but their enormous bodies were swept away and turned into a bloody mist. Demon Lin, how dare you? How dare you come to our Ziyun Empire and cause trouble? The Purple Cloud Emperor was furious. He looked at the destroyed palace and the capital. He recognized it right away and wanted to kill Lin Fan. He had lost all his face. This giant dragon was Lin Fei. He didn't stop and continued to destroy the palace. Haha, I have always been bold. Whoever offended me, I will regret it. The Ziyun Emperor was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would attack and break into the capital to cause such destruction. If such a scene were to spread, he would die of embarrassment. The warriors of the capital all heard it clearly. He is Demon Lin. What is going on? Why is Demon Lin here? There was no one who didn't know the name of Demon Lin. They had never thought that Demon Lin would attack them in such a manner. It seemed like the Ziyun Empire had done something to let them down. Demon Lin, you dare to destroy my palace. You don't have to go back today. After the Purple Cloud Emperor recovered from his rage, he was excited. He had made a huge contribution. People from the Celestial Sect of Wonders, come out. There's no need to hide anymore. Don't tell me you still want to sneak up on me. Lin Fei swept his gaze across and forced out a figure from the void. Perfected Wuhan walked out of the void and stared at Demon Lin. Your divine sense has already reached the level of a celestial immortal. No wonder you could see through my position. The moment Demon Lin appeared, Venerable Hentian asked the Purple Cloud Emperor to attract his attention while he secretly attacked and took down Demon Lin in one fell swoop. When the time came, the credit would be split equally between the two of them. In the end, Demon Lin saw through him with one look. Your mystic sect is so shameless. How dare you detain people from our Hunters Guild? Do you really think that Myth City doesn't dare to make a move? Lin Fei's gaze was ice cold. Oh no. The two of them had always wanted to capture Demon Lin, but they had neglected an important matter. As a result, Lin Fan had the upper hand. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Imperial Palace, they were watching in shock, especially one of them, whose face was covered in tears. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, a city lord would make a move for me. This person was the first 2-star hunter, Su Bai. He would never have thought that his detention would lead to City Lord Lin personally taking action. The people next to him muttered to themselves, Brother Bai, is that City Lord Lin? He's so impressive. I want to join the Hunters Guild. With such a city lord, I'd rather leave the Purple Cloud Empire. These people had all intended to go to Myth City, but they had been stopped by the Purple Cloud Empire and temporarily detained. They had thought that their lives would be lost this time. But when they were in despair, City Lord Lin had appeared and brought them hope. Demon Lin's words spread throughout the Purple Cloud Empire. Many people secretly despised the Purple Cloud Emperor. As a dignified emperor, he deserved to do such a shameless thing. Of course, there were people who objected to Demon Lin's violent behavior. Demon Lin, don't talk nonsense. The Purple Cloud Emperor snorted coldly. The Empire disdains doing such things. You broke into the imperial capital, so just surrender. Suppress. The Purple Cloud Emperor suddenly became extremely sacred. A huge crown flew up and the Jingguang shone. Turned out to be an immortal weapon, and it covered Demon Lin. Above the crown, a dragon appeared. That's the Purple Cloud Emperor's unrivaled crown. Someone exclaimed. Unrivaled crown was the Purple Cloud Emperor's crown. It contained the Empire's destiny and suppressed thousands. It was a terrifying immortal weapon. Spiritual Master Wuhan followed suit and took out a long golden rope. The Jingguang shone. It was also an immortal weapon, and it turned into a Jingguang that wrapped around Lin Fei's huge body. Ha ha ha, unrivaled crown suppressed Lin Fei. And the Jingguang wrapped Lin Fei tightly. Demon Lin, you have lost this time. The Purple Cloud Emperor laughed, activating unrivaled crown to suppress him. I want to see how you will resist. Spiritual Master Wuhan paid attention to his every move. Even though there were rumors that Demon Lin was strong, and that he had killed a giant dragon of the dragon race, it seemed like it was just a rumor. He had worried for nothing. If that was the case, he could have suppressed Demon Lin just now. Why did he need to take credit? Lin Fei smiled. This crown is not bad, it contains destiny. This golden rope is also not bad. It should be a low-grade celestial artifact. I can sell it for a bit. What? Sell it for money? The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan suspected that they had heard wrongly. I lost control of my crown. Mine is the same. Lin Fei's huge body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was back to normal. The crown and golden rope had disappeared. Great slicing technique. A bright moon appeared above his head, and the sharp aura seemed like it was about to cut open the entire space. The Purple Cloud Emperor and Spiritual Master Wuhan were shocked, and they each took out their celestial artifacts. Lin Fei's attack was even faster, and when it landed on their bodies, one of their arms flew off. Lin Fei moved forward and appeared in front of the Purple Cloud Emperor. He looked at his pale face and said, I don't like you, Emperor. He punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head. No! A tragic voice spread throughout the entire capital. Everyone was stunned. The Purple Cloud Emperor was dead. The Emperor of the Empire was dead. Demon Lin killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. Lin Fei punched the Purple Cloud Emperor's head and body, and a bit of celestial power wiped out his primordial spirit. Spiritual Master Wuhan spat out blood. Seeing the Purple Cloud Emperor die, he instinctively wanted to escape. Lin Fei looked over and his heart shook. His entire mind went blank. Divine Sense attack. Another bright moon came, and Spiritual Master Hate Heaven was split into two. His primordial spirit also suffered, and a half-step Heaven Celestial died just like that. Chapter 650. After Lin Fei killed the Emperor of Ziyun and a half-step Immortal in front of everyone, the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. Domineering and audacious, the Emperor of Ziyun had the backing of the Xianmen, but Demon Lin still killed him. After killing them, Lin Fei scanned the area with his divine sense and found Su Bai and the others. After getting their permission, he waved his hand and took them away, swaggering out of the Ziyun imperial capital. In the Ziyun Empire, the top experts were all half-step immortals. Coupled with the Xuanmen's support, even the strongest half-step immortals did not dare to make a move. The Xuanmen's support was the greatest power. Daring to attack the Ziyun Empire was disrespectful to the Xianmen. Unless that person was willing to be hunted by the Xianmen. No one had ever survived being hunted by the Xianmen. It was a pity that they had met Demon Lin, who was not afraid of anything. He came to visit them for a small matter. In their eyes, this was indeed a small matter. He killed the Emperor of Ziyun on the spot and swaggered away. None of the masters of the palace or the group of officials dared to make a move. Even a half-step immortal was dead. Would they make a move? No matter how many went, they would all die. More importantly, the death of the Emperor of Ziyun had a great impact on the Ziyun Empire. There might even be a good show of princes fighting for the throne. After half an hour, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Ziyun imperial capital. They were all dressed in Xianmen attire. Seeing half of the palace ruins, their expressions were not good. Deacon Wu Hen is dead, and so is the Emperor of Ziyun. They both died at the hands of Demon Lin. An itinerant immortal went down to check the situation. When he came up again, his expression was very ugly. He knew that the Ziyun Empire was backed by the Xianmen, but Demon Lin still dared to kill them. D***it. When they heard that Demon Lin had broken into the Ziyun imperial capital, they rushed over immediately but were too late. Not only did he leave, but the Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen were also dead. Chase? They naturally did not dare. Let's go. The leader snorted coldly. There was no need to stay here any longer. The name Demon Lin once again filled them with fear. He didn't treat their Xianmen sect as anything at all. For the sake of the bounty hunters, Fiend Lin had attacked the Purple Cloud Empire in a fit of rage. He had killed the Purple Cloud Emperor and Deacon Wu Hen, who was a half-step heaven immortal. This news spread like the wind. This news was like a blow to the head, forcing them to stop and prepare to detain the bounty hunters. It was especially so for the emperors of the empires. They gnashed their teeth in hatred at the subordinates who had proposed to detain the bounty hunters. They were almost killed. The Emperor of Purple Cloud was already dead. They did not think that Demon Lin would show mercy. He would definitely kill them on the spot, and in front of everyone the entire royal family would be humiliated because of this. Very soon, the superpowers backing the empire passed down orders not to make things difficult for the bounty hunters for the time being. The bounty hunters were free to do whatever they wanted. It could be considered as turning a blind eye to the bounty hunters. This was equivalent to sending a signal to Demon Lin. We won't target your bounty hunters. Don't be rash and kill your way over. Let's talk nicely. Because of this matter, the Hunters Association was once again known by people. As bounty hunters, they were able to receive the city lord's attention. The people who had been observing immediately packed up and headed to the Myth City to prepare to join the Hunters Guild. The number of people registering at the Hunters Guild quickly exceeded 1 million, then 2 million, 3 million. With City Lord Lin who valued them so much, they were satisfied. At least they didn't have to worry about anything happening in the future, and that the Myth City wouldn't do anything. The Purple Cloud Empire was looked down upon by numerous powers. Because of their ignorance, The Hunters Guild was unstoppable. They could only look on and didn't dare to stop them. Demon Lin's overbearingness was already imprinted in their hearts. They didn't want to become the next tragic emperor. Didn't they see that the Purple Cloud Empire's emperor had died, and they were about to fight for the throne? As for revenge, they would think about it when they became the emperor, otherwise everything would be for naught. Okay, the Purple Cloud Empire didn't have any thoughts of revenge. The righteous path behind the scenes was once again slapped in the face by the Myth City, and they even lost a half-step Heaven Celestial. In a month, the Xian sect lost a few half-step Heaven Celestials. Even in 100 years, they might not have lost as much as they did in a month. Who could they find to talk about this? Within the Xian sect, it was forbidden to discuss the Myth City and Demon Lin. They knew that the Myth City was just a lone power, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as the other party continued to roam freely. To the Xian sect disciples, this was the most tragic thing. Demon Lin, it's that Demon Lin again. Meeting hall. A bunch of core elders were there, and they weren't in a good mood. They had lost another half-step Heaven Celestial and their expressions weren't too good. It affected the Xian sect. One of the elders was expressionless. He lowered his head and the corner of his eyes twitched. He looked really uncomfortable. Sage Hongtian, since you went against the will of the sect, you will be punished to face the wall for 30 days. Go and accept your punishment. In the middle, a middle-aged man in his prime said calmly as if he had sentenced the other party to death. Thank you, sect leader. Sage Hongtian turned around and left to accept his punishment. The other elders sighed. Sage Hongtian was too anxious and lost a half-step Heaven Celestial. To the Xian sect's righteous path, any half-step Heaven Celestial was extremely precious. Sage Hongtian had caused such a mess and punishment was necessary. Facing the wall for 30 days wasn't a light punishment, but it was much lighter than stripping the position of an elder. He just wanted to take revenge for his disciple. Before the dragon race takes action, whoever dares to provoke Lin Fei will be punished severely. The cold words shocked everyone and they knew that the sect leader was angry. Within a month, losing a few half-step Heaven Celestials would have a huge impact on the overall strength of the Xian sect. Understood. Understood. The sect leader's figure disappeared from the hall. The remaining elders finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were under too much pressure facing the sect leader. Demon Lin is really despicable. A half-step Heaven Celestial is so arrogant. Sooner or later our Xian sect will destroy the Myth City. If not, how will they look at us? All of them are looking at us as a joke. They are really despicable. Sage Hongtian is really unlucky to be involved in such a thing. These elders shook their heads and left. They went back to instruct their subordinates and disciples not to provoke Demon Lin. If they were to suffer, they would be helpless. Disciple requests to see the old ancestor. In a space, the sect leader stood in front of a door respectfully. He didn't have any of the dignity he had before. What's the matter? Speak. An emotionless voice came from the door. The surroundings suddenly fell into a void, boundless and nowhere to be found. Disciple wants to know about the situation of that demonic beast. Did someone do anything to it? The door opened and a demonic beast was sent out. This fire elemental giant lizard is pretty good. I helped it advance. Now it is a half-step Heaven Celestial demonic beast. Recently the sect has been affected. The elders have already expressed their opinions. Don't let me down. The middle-aged sect leader was shocked. He could hear a trace of anger in his voice. Rest assured, old ancestor. Disciple already has a comprehensive plan. I will definitely not let you down. Go down. A force came. The middle-aged sect leader's body was as light as a swallow. He left the void and appeared on a tall mountain. The establishment of the alliance will be the destruction of the Myth City. The middle-aged sect leader kept the half-step Heaven Celestial demonic beast and left. Ziyun Empire Xian sect kept their silence. This undoubtedly caused the various forces to keep their silence. The Myth City continued to do things their own way. The number of registrations at the Hunters Association kept breaking. A month later, the number of registrations exceeded 30 million. As the beneficiaries kept hiding, the influence of the Hunters Association kept increasing. No one knew why the Myth City collected these foreign race corpses. This became a mysterious mystery. However, to the martial artists who yearned for the Myth City, this was not what they were concerned about. On the other hand, the foreign races started to pour in a large amount of their forces from the tug-of-war. They launched another attack and conquered many imperial cities and empires. In an instant, the continent's situation changed. The foreign races no longer attacked in all directions. Instead, they chose to surround and attack. The godly kings, who had always been in seclusion, started to appear frequently, leading their armies to conquer the empire's sections. In 2 months, the continent was in a mess. More than half of the continent had fallen into the control of the foreign races. This was clearly out of everyone's expectations. The first great sect, Yellow Mountain Sect, was conquered by the foreign race's godly kings last night. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After returning from Ziyun Empire, Lin Fei did not go out. He was either cultivating or accompanying his daughter. His days were very leisurely. I really didn't expect that the first great sect, Yellow Mountain Sect, would also be conquered. Even though he was enjoying the happiness of being a father, Lin Fei had always been paying attention to the continent's situation. All sorts of spies were spread across the continent, forming an intelligence department. The first great sect, Yellow Mountain Sect, had been conquered by the godly kings. The Myth City received the news immediately. So it was the transformation king of the foreign race's godly kings. He transformed into an elder of the Yellow Mountain Sect and destroyed their formation, catching them off guard. Lin Fei had an impression of this sect. This sect was very proficient in formations. The foreign race's army had attacked them several times in the past, but they were unable to conquer it. Seems like we have to be careful. Imperceptibly, Lin Fei felt a wave of pressure. The Tianji secret vault had ended. The foreign race's army had started to move. Perhaps a great war would break out soon. They would conquer one sect after another, swallow up territory after territory, and completely dominate the continent. Sooner or later, the Myth City would be surrounded and attacked. Lin Fei had to start preparing for a rainy day. He didn't want to be caught off guard when the time came. From the destruction of the Yellow Mountain Sect, it could be seen that the foreign race's army was no longer satisfied with small skirmishes. They were prepared to speed up the pace of conquering. Savage World. In this savage world, there was a black mass of killing intent. In the center of the savage world, there was a huge golden palace that was incomparably dazzling. Chapter 651. The Golden Palace. The God Kings sat in the innermost area. Outside them were aliens with the power of half-step sky immortals and ninth tribulation loose immortals. There were countless of them. If the human experts were here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The alien army was more than 10 times stronger than they had expected. The alien army on the continent was just the tip of the iceberg. It was nothing. They sat in the center, surrounded by a giant golden alien statue. All the experts had solemn expressions. The entire place was silent. Whoosh, a wave of power descended from the sky and landed on the golden statue. An ugly spherical thing appeared in the sky above them. It was 3,000 meters long. Holy Mother! Holy Mother! All the aliens prostrated on the ground. Only the 10 God Kings in front of them had respectful expressions. They lowered their heads and occasionally showed fear on their faces. Your child greets the Holy Mother. Your child greets the Holy Mother. The 10 God Kings said in unison. So this ugly thing that looked like an insect queen was the Holy Mother of the alien races, the powerful existence that had nurtured thousands of races. You all disappoint me. The Holy Mother's first words caused everyone in the Golden Palace to turn pale. Their bodies began to tremble. Even the God Kings couldn't hide their fear. If the human race knew that the awe-inspiring 10 great divine kings would feel fear because of a sentence, it was unknown what kind of change in expression they would have. Holy Mother, please calm down. We have already sped up our attack on the continent. In less than 5 years, we will definitely conquer the continent. We will use the continent as a springboard to radiate to the entire galaxy and unify it. The alien God King on the left said carefully. He was no longer as mighty and domineering as before. The Holy Mother looked around. Everyone lowered their noble heads. No one dared to look her in the eye. We must conquer the Xiantian continent within a year. The Holy Mother said in a tone that brooked no refusal. If you haven't conquered the continent by the time we come out of seclusion, you can forget about living. Trash doesn't have the right. Holy Mother, we will do our best. Don't worry, Holy Mother. We will conquer the continent within a year. The 10 God Kings had solemn expressions filled with madness. If the Holy Mother said 1 year, it would be 1 year. They didn't dare to disobey. They didn't know that they were born from the Holy Mother. Their lives were in her hands. In order for you to successfully conquer the Xintian continent, I will allow you to use the astral beast to conquer it in advance. Don't disappoint me. The eyes of the godly monarchs lit up. If they had to go crazy within a year, then using the giant star beasts in advance would increase their success rate to more than 80%. The huge figure in the void began to disappear, and the huge statue returned to normal, becoming an ordinary object. With the Holy Mother disappearing, the 10 great divine kings heaved a sigh of relief. The rest were the same. Everyone is already aware of the Holy Mother's orders. Within a year, the Xintian continent must be conquered. There is nothing that can be changed. Starting tomorrow, use the astral beasts. Those who submit shall prosper. Those who resist shall perish. The 10 godly kings shall remain. The rest of you shall leave. A God King stood up. He was the most influential God King among the 10 great God Kings, God King Hao Tian. When the Holy Mother wasn't around, Divine King Hao Tian was in charge of everything for the alien army. The outsider loose immortals and half-step heavenly immortals had all left. Only the 10 godly kings remained in the Golden Palace, representing the highest authority of the outsider race. The Holy Mother is very unhappy. Everyone should understand. God King Hao Tian said, recently God King Giant Eye, God King Heavenly Wings, God King Crimson Light, and God King Transformation have all done well, slaying human half-step heaven immortals. However, next, I want all of you to launch a fierce offensive and cooperate with the space behemoths to sweep through the various sects. Divine King Hao Tian was the Divine Mother's representative. They didn't dare to have any complaints. Godly King Hao Tian, since the Holy Mother has given the order, we will naturally do our best to complete it. With the astral beast in our hands, the human sex will no longer be a problem. The strength of the human race lies in their spell formations. If we use the star behemoths, our spell formations will become a thing of the past. We'll definitely accomplish the Holy Mother's task within a year. They all knew how powerful the star behemoths were. As long as the star behemoths made a move, they would definitely be able to wipe out the human sex and solve the problem of the human race. Follow me. Godly King Hao Tian opened a door and walked in. The projection of the Holy Mother in the savage world was of great significance. The tug-of-war had turned into a full-scale attack. The outsiders' army had launched an all-out attack. The human army defended themselves, trying to break the non-humankind army. Who would have thought that in the next half a month? The tables had turned. The second grade dragon sect was destroyed by the Heavenly Wings Godly King. The first grade Black Dragon sect was destroyed by the Transformation King. The second grade Heaven sect was destroyed by the Mermaid King. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed by the Giant Eye Godly King. The outsiders launched an all-out attack. In less than half a month, they destroyed dozens of sects and empires. The battle became one-sided. The originally unconquerable first-grade sects fell one after another in the face of the outsiders' Godly King's army. No one knew what trump card the outsiders had used to turn the tide of the battle. A month later, the human race was at a disadvantage. The entire continent was dominated by the outsiders. It seemed like they were going to unify the continent. Only the 10 major factions and some other old factions were not affected. According to the situation, a full-scale battle was about to begin. If the human race lost, they would completely lose their right to rule over the Xintian continent. If the human race won, they would obtain the right to continue living and flourishing. At the same time, the investigation of the outsiders' army was carried out in full swing. If the outsiders didn't reveal their trump card, they would be a huge potential threat to the human race. Myth City. In 2 months, the continent was in a state of panic. The Myth City was still a land of warmth and gentleness. Bounty hunters were still hunting outsiders and demonic beasts. With tens of millions of registered members, the number of bounty hunters every day was still quite impressive. The situation isn't good. Lin Fei frowned. Based on his calculations, the outsiders shouldn't have attacked so quickly. The outsiders seemed to have gone crazy after destroying the first-grade sects and other large sections. The outsiders must have a trump card. That's why they were able to destroy so many sects in one blow. That's why so many sects voluntarily surrendered and joined the outsiders. Lin Jiqing looked through the information and frowned as well. Hard to understand. Truly hard to understand. Lin Fei suspected that the outsiders had sent out their experts. But the first-grade sects had set up their formations, and the outsiders had attacked them multiple times but were unable to break through. How could they break through in such a short period of time? Lin Fei couldn't understand. Husband, don't think too much about it. Since the outsiders have used their trump card, it might be exposed soon. Lin Jiqing could only comfort him like this. Lin Fei sighed. The situation of the continent was changing too quickly. Even he was beginning to worry. I hope so. Suddenly a ripple appeared in the space. City Lord Lin, don't attack. I mean no harm. A half-step heaven immortal walked out from the void and said politely. Facing the coldness in his throat, his heart tightened. Demon Lin was indeed as rumored. His strength was unfathomable. Chapter 652. The moment he appeared, Lin Fei attacked. If not for him opening his mouth quickly, he would have died. I am an alliance envoy. Don't kill me, I have no ill intentions. The person said and tried to explain himself. Lin Fei retracted his power and the dangerous aura disappeared. His cold voice followed. If you do anything, I will kill you right away. Don't doubt my words, even if you are some *T alliance envoy. Only a fool would doubt him. Who didn't know his personality? For a guild, he killed the Purple Cloud Emperor. The person cursed in his heart. A half-step heaven celestial appeared and was dealt a blow. He was terrified. The outside world said that Demon Lin was really strong. Rumors were just rumors, but some people didn't believe it and were suspicious. The person in front of him was. Especially since he was an alliance envoy, Demon Lin wouldn't dare to not give him face, right? Who knew that Demon Lin wanted to kill him right away and didn't give him any face? Not afraid. Fake. Everyone was afraid of death. My husband doesn't know any alliance. If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for killing you. Of course, Lin Jiqing wouldn't believe a half-step heaven celestial who barged in. Who knew what his goal was? I have proof, don't attack. Demon Lin was already so fierce. Even his woman was fierce too. They came from the same mold. The alliance envoy took out the item carefully, afraid that he would be killed if he did anything extreme. If he knew that Demon Lin was so heartless, he would have entered from the main gate. Regret. Who didn't know that Demon Lin wasn't afraid of anything? Alliance envoy? What was this? All of a sudden, the alliance envoy understood everything. He deserved to fall into their hands. The Xian sect had given up, so what was he? He was too arrogant. In truth, he was nothing at all. Lin Jiqing took it and saw that it was an invitation. Husband, look. Lin Jiqing's expression changed. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. If he entered from the main gate politely, then that wouldn't have happened. He could only blame himself for asking to be beaten up. He was lucky that he didn't kill him on the spot. Continent Alliance? On the invitation, Lin Fei was invited to join the Continent Alliance to discuss how to fight against the alien race and unite all the powers in the continent. Resist the outsiders. Not interested. Lin Fei shook his head. You can scram now. Continental Alliance? It had nothing to do with him, so it was nothing. Husband, this matter is beneficial to our myth city. Lin Jiqing transmitted her voice. What do you mean? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Continental Alliance. It was nothing more than a power struggle, so he wasn't too interested in it. The continent is currently in danger. If my husband can obtain your own voice in the Continent's alliance, the people who are preparing to target the myth city will be completely restrained. At the very least, they won't dare to make any moves before the army of the outsiders ends. Lin Jiqing thought further than Lin Fei. The significance of the mainland alliance was unimaginable to Myth City, which was filled with powerful enemies. If that's the case, it makes sense. Lin Fei had to admit that this reason wasn't bad. You know that I'm a person who isn't restrained. If I didn't guess wrongly, They are looking for me to join the Continent Alliance because of our Myth City's elixirs. In terms of scheming, Lin Fei wasn't good at it. It was easy for him to think it through. The possibility of this is quite high. Lin Jiqing also understood. However, if husband handles it well, the Continent Alliance will be very beneficial to our Myth City. From the bottom of her heart, Lin Jiqing hoped that Lin Fei would join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei thought about the details. Just like what she said, the Continent Alliance seemed to be a chance to improve Myth City. The alien race army was wreaking havoc on the continent, and the humans were scheming behind the scenes. It was very disadvantageous to Myth City. If they joined the Continent Alliance, the situation would be completely improved. There were still benefits to joining. The Alliance envoy didn't dare to boast. Demon Lin's character was unpredictable. Who knew whether or not he would leave a deep impression on him? Go back and tell them that I will come on the day of the Alliance. I'll take my leave first. The Alliance envoy felt as if he had been pardoned. He couldn't even speak fluently. He had never felt so dangerous before. Without saying anything, he prepared to leave. Go back and tell your people from the Alliance that if they want to see me in the future, they must come through the main door. Otherwise, they won't be so lucky next time. Lin Fei said coldly. I understand. I'll definitely tell them. The Alliance envoy staggered and quickly walked out of the door. He didn't dare to leave directly from the city lord's mansion. Husband, look, you scared him again. Lin Jiqing covered her mouth and laughed. This was really interesting. A half-step heaven immortal was scared away in the blink of an eye. He's already lucky that I didn't kill him. Lin Fei snorted. Looks like from now on, the city lord's mansion will have to set up a formation to prevent anyone from running in. Lin Jiqing rolled her eyes. Who asked you to be lazy? You asked for it. Continent Alliance. To think that they could think of something like this. I was wondering why the people from the dragon race didn't come looking for trouble. Looks like they went to join the Continent Alliance. Lin Fei pondered. Ever since he slaughtered the dragon, the people from the dragon race didn't appear. He was puzzled. According to the dragon race's temperament, they would definitely come looking for trouble since he killed their people. Yet, he couldn't find any traces of them. Now that he thought about it, the dragon race should have been restricted by someone. Myth City is in front? In the depths of the void, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. God King Giant Eye, you were the one who suffered a loss from the human race? God King Mermaid, who had become one with the mermaid, mocked. God King Giant, I was unhappy. I suggest you go and try it yourself. When the time comes, you will understand. Stop arguing. Another God King, Heavenly King Crimson Light, stopped the two from arguing. This time we are here to destroy the Myth Tower. If you have such thoughts, you might as well kill that human demon Lin. In 2 months, the foreign races destroyed the major sects and reversed the situation. They practically occupied the entire Mystic Sky continent. God King, is there a need for us to use the giant beast of space for a mere Myth City? A half-step heaven immortal of a foreign race asked. The Myth City was very famous. They sent out 3 God Kings, over a dozen half-step heaven immortals, a few hundred rogue immortals, and even a giant beast of space. This was the only thing they couldn't understand. Was it appropriate to make such a big move? Crimson Light God King said indifferently. Our spies that have snuck into the human race have spread the news that Devil Lin will be heading to the Continent Alliance in a few days' time. The people of the Alliance want to purchase large amounts of strategic resources through Myth City to fight against our army of the foreign race. We suspect that there is a huge power behind Devil Lin, and he is the agent. If we destroy Myth City and capture Devil Lin alive, the power behind might be used by us. The Myth City's pills and other things were famous. The foreign races also knew about it and realized the severity of the matter when they heard it. The continent was left with the toughest power. If they were destroyed, the continent would be completely controlled. They wouldn't allow any unforeseen events to happen. The Myth City was one of the unforeseen events. After going against the foreign races time and time again, Crimson Light God King decided to destroy the Myth City. It would be best if they could capture Lin Fei alive. If they couldn't join, they had to kill him in one strike. They couldn't let the Myth City affect the upcoming war. For the past 3 years, the Myth City was obvious to all. Other than that, the most recent auction had shocked the continent. Putting aside the endless pills, just the flame lizard alone was worth their attention. Crimson Light God King and the rest tried to snatch the flame lizard and almost succeeded. In the end, the experts of Mystic Sect arrived. After a massacre, they killed their half-step heaven immortals and missed their last chance. Set up the formation, seal the void. A few million miles away, Crimson Light God King worked together to set up a super formation, yin and yang reversal. In order to completely destroy the Myth City, they had put in a lot of effort. Especially the trump card of the giant beast of space, they definitely couldn't expose it. Open the formation. After the formation was set up, Crimson Light God King activated it. Why is the sky dark? What's going on? Once the yin and yang reversal formation was activated, the few million miles around the Myth City instantly became a chaotic place. In order to deal with the Myth City this time, they had put in a lot of effort to prevent any information from leaking out. Furthermore, once this formation was activated, the people outside couldn't barge in. The people inside seemed to be exiled to the depths of the universe. Everyone in the Myth City was astonished, but they didn't panic. Back then, all sorts of people and experts had gathered, but they still ended up in such a miserable state. The memory was still fresh in their minds, and they were full of confidence in City Lord Lin. This is really a case of another wave rising before the previous one subsides. City Lord Manor. Lin Fei frowned. The other party had actually set up a formation outside the range of heaven immortals. This was something he didn't expect. Yin and yang reversal, sealing the void. This formation has put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei could see the changes in space with one glance. The only thing he didn't know was which power was attacking the Myth City this time. Once they made a move, they wanted to cut off all the exits. Even though the formation covered the entire Myth City, Lin Fei didn't show any panic from start to finish. Big Brother Qilian, you guys guard the Myth City. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. With the existence of the formation in the Myth City, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Little Purple then appeared. When there was nothing, Little Purple would appear and disappear mysteriously. Once something happened, she would appear at the first instant. Qin Mu didn't know what she was busy with. Little Purple, let's go. Let's see who is so daring to set up a formation on the Myth City. Even though he knew that a storm was coming to the Myth City, he didn't expect it to appear so quickly. Lin Fei, you are quite daring, you still dare to come out. Not far away from the Myth City, a familiar and hateful voice appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Giant Eye God King, so it's you the loser. Chapter 653. The foreign races attacked again, and Lin Fei was rather surprised. Was it not enough that they had suffered a loss? Yin-yang reversal formation, he really didn't take it to heart. There must be something fishy about the enemy setting up such a formation. Lin Fei couldn't help becoming alert. Devil Lin, I admit defeat when you ambushed me last time, but you won't be so lucky today. Giant Eye God King appeared from the void, and his eyes were filled with resentment. It was Devil Lin who made him suffer a huge loss and lost his elite army. When he saw the other party, he wanted to slap him to death. Invite your people out, you alone aren't enough for me to deal with. Lin Fei said to Giant Eye God King. He chose to ignore the resentment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 great divine kings, a dozen half-step heaven immortals, and a few hundred wandering immortals appeared one after another. As expected of the famous Devil Lin, Lin Fei looked towards the voice. If I'm not wrong, you were the one who saved Giant Eye God King and Heavenly Wings God King. Good memory, I'm Crimson Light God King. Lin Fei was shocked, and his expression returned to normal. So it's Crimson Light God King. Are you guys trying to recruit me again by putting up such a formation? If that's the case, you guys are wasting your efforts. I'm never interested in things like recruiting people to surrender. Even though 3 great divine kings appeared, and one of them was Crimson Light God King, Lin Fei wasn't worried. However, there was a sense of danger lurking in the unseen world, and the heart of his brows twitched continuously. Little Purple, let's work together to deal with this Crimson Light God King later. Lin Fei transmitted his consciousness. This person has secrets and great danger. Crimson Light God King is very dangerous. For Little Purple to mention danger, Crimson Light God King definitely had secrets on him. Lin Fei cut off their path of retreat, and Giant Eye God King was undoubtedly the happiest one. You can just reject, I'll let you die today. If Lin Fei agreed to surrender, Giant Eye God King would feel terrible for the rest of his life. He would feel as disgusted as eating a fly, and he couldn't kill it. There was nothing worse than vomiting blood. Do it. Crimson Light God King saw Lin Fei's decision and didn't waste any more words. This time around they had gone into battle with light equipment because they wanted to end the battle quickly. If the power behind Myth City took action, there would be a change to their plan, and this was not something they wanted. Destroying Myth City and killing Demon Lin was of great significance. Without a doubt, it would crush the confidence of the human race once more and create an advantage for their next attack. Punishment Spear. Lin Fei's movements were even faster than them. With the pitch-black long spear in his hand, he stabbed at Crimson Light God King with his divine art. Little Violet was similarly unwilling to fall behind. A mouthful of violet flames transformed into an enormous fireball, which smashed towards the Crimson Bright God King. The scorching aura forced the half-step celestial immortals and loose immortals to retreat. Good timing. Crimson Light God King gave a loud roar and appeared in front of the long spear out of nowhere. With a punch, the long spear broke inch by inch. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, and a circular disc appeared in front of him, blocking the fireball attack completely. For the first time, Crimson Light God King's strength far surpassed Giant Eye God King's. The other party easily blocked the attack, and Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Among the 10 great divine kings, Crimson Light God King could be ranked in the top 5, and his battle power was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the formation and save the people back then. Crimson Light God King broke the attack, and Lin Fei was mentally prepared. Giant Eye God King, Mermaid God King, go and break the formation. This king is going to leave no one alive in Myth City. Crimson Light God King struck out with a punch, and fist shadows filled the sky, forcing the two of them to not have time to spare. We've been tricked. Lin Fei thought to himself that this was bad. Previously, he thought that Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King would deal with him together, but who would have expected them to break the formation instead, leaving him and Little Violet to be held back by Crimson Light God King. Little Violet, go stop them. Even though Crimson Light God King gave off a sense of danger, Lin Fei knew that this aura didn't come from the other party himself, but from an external force. All right. Little Violet returned to her original body, which was several thousand yards in size. Her abilities had increased drastically, and after breaking Crimson Light God King's attack, she chased after Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King. Fighting 1 against 2, her chances of winning weren't small. Crimson Light God King didn't stop them, and he said calmly, "It's useless. Myth City will definitely be breached today." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crimson Light God King was a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm, and his fist skill was incomparably tyrannical. Especially in terms of speed, he had the advantage. In an instant, Lin Fei was injured. In front of a true Heaven Immortal, Lin Fei's abilities were slightly lacking. Lin Fei blocked Crimson Light God King's attack while paying attention to Little Violet's actions. The situation was still alright for now. As expected of Devil Lin, you are the strongest among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Crimson Light God King injured Lin Fei with 1 punch, but he stopped instead. Such a deep accumulation, no one can compare to you among the half-step Heaven Immortals. Even if a strong practitioner of Heaven Immortal Realm wants to kill you, it will be hard. Lin Fei had indeed relied on his defense and powerful recovery ability to cause Crimson Light God King's attacks to be futile. At most, he could only exhaust Lin Fei's true essence. Since you know you can't kill me, why did you still come? The heart of Lin Fei's eyebrows were still twitching. You want to kill me, but it's destined to be futile. Why don't you leave quickly? If Giant Eye God King was in the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, then Crimson Light God King was in the middle stage of Heaven Immortal Realm. Even though Lin Fei said that, he was constantly mobilizing his strength, and he didn't dare to let his guard down. Crimson Light God King shook his head. I admit you are very powerful, but in front of me you are still not enough. Just now was just a warm-up exercise. This is my true strength. Whoosh! Crimson Light God King took a step out and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. A ray of white light flashed past his hand, and a heavy blow swept Lin Fei away on the spot. Boom! A tall mountain was smashed by Lin Fei, and half of it was broken. Rocks flew everywhere, and the surrounding area was a mess. Cough cough, Lin Fei flew out from below, and there was a huge wound on his chest. He took a deep breath and the wound recovered rapidly. Heaven-raising finger. Mobilizing his true essence, Lin Fei pointed out with a finger. That knife just now made him realize the difference. This Crimson Light God King was a strong enemy, especially with a knife skill that could actually break his defense with a divine weapon. Lin Fei realized that this Crimson Light God King was very hard to deal with. Little did he know that Crimson Light God King was also shocked. Lin Fei, this person must be killed. Half-step Heaven Immortal has already accumulated so much, and that knife just now would have definitely killed a half-step Heaven Immortal. Instead, he recovered quickly, and when he becomes a Heaven Immortal in the future, he would probably have the strength of a late-stage Heaven Immortal. With his own accumulation, he could even sweep all Heaven Immortal strong practitioners. Crimson Light God King slashed out with his knife, and he tried to break this finger. The knife light landed on it, and it was blown away instead. He was greatly astonished. What kind of power was this? Crimson Light God King felt something was wrong, and he quickly dodged. However, he still took a hit and half of his body exploded. The injury wasn't heavy, and it wasn't even considered anything. He was actually injured. Ever since conquering the continent, Crimson Light God King had never been injured before. Die. Chapter 654. Crimson Light God King was very strong. Lin Fei had accumulated a lot of strength and the attack he unleashed was no weaker than a Sky Immortal's attack. That was how he managed to barely block the attack. The Tempest's attack lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Crimson Light God King's knife skills were impressive, but it was a pity that he encountered a Lin Fei who had accumulated a lot of experience. He couldn't severely injure the other party, and he was also very bewildered. Meteor Fire Rain. Lin Fei dodged the knife and he formed hand seals to execute a Celestial Immortal level immortal art. Crimson Light God King was very strong, but he was suppressed from start to finish. His true vitality was greatly exhausted, so he had no choice but to execute his immortal art. Walala! Heaven and earth changed color, and a rain of fire descended. Everyone's expression changed. True essence was mobilized and fiery rain surged. Every single drop of the fiery rain survived and fell upon the ground, instantly creating a massive crater. Every drop of the fiery rain was in no way inferior to an attack from a heavenly immortal. Protective art. Crimson Light God King's expression changed, and a giant appeared above his head. His hands supported the sky. While resisting the rain of fire, he was also surrounded by the rain of fire. Lin Fei instantly withdrew and charged towards the giant Divine King. A half-step Heavenly Immortal flew forward in an attempt to stop Lin Fei. Not even God King Crimson Bright could kill off Lin Fei, let alone a half-step Heavenly Immortal. With a palm strike, primary energy surged out and the half-step Heavenly Immortal was blown up. Lin Fei had accumulated a great deal of power. A casual palm strike from him contained a peerless power. How could a half-step Heavenly Immortal stop it? 5 Thunders Strike. The divine ability summoned all the half-step Heavenly Immortals and loose immortals inside. Giant Eye God King, take my fist. He threw a punch at God King Giant Eye. The Giant Eye God King was focused on dealing with Little Violet. When the dangerous aura approached, he hurriedly chose to retreat, not daring to take it head-on. After suffering the previous time, he also knew that Lin Fei's attacks were incomparably tyrannical. Lin Fei and Little Z would be together. Meteor Fire Rain. Once again he unleashed his celestial technique and placed them in the middle of the attack. Giant Eye God King was the first to flee. When the rain of fire landed on his body, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His main body was also severely injured. Seeing how miserable Giant Eye God King was, the Mermaid God King also chose to retreat. Celestial Art. Celestial Art. They knew how terrifying it was. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei could use it twice in a row. Damn it, isn't his accumulation a little too deep? As for the others, they were not as lucky. Loose immortals were crushed to death by the rain of fire. Their bodies burned into nothingness, and the half-step Heaven Immortals were severely injured. Lin Fei walked in the rain of fire, devouring the heavily injured loose immortals and half-step Heaven Immortals, replenishing his energy. The colossal Eye Divine King had wounds all over his body. He managed to control his injuries with great difficulty. He was clearly much more apprehensive when looking at Lin Fei. "Do you believe me now?" Giant Eye God King said. Actually, there was something he didn't say. Demon Lin was much stronger than the last time. A heaven immortal art was enough to injure him. The Mermaid God King nodded. A very terrifying person. Crimson Light God King was in a slightly sorry state. Celestial immortal art wasn't an ordinary attack. It was an attack of an immortal. In the blink of an eye, the experts they brought were all lost. They were either killed or devoured, leaving behind human skin that floated everywhere. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were too embarrassed to face Crimson Light God King. Crimson Light God King was too conceited. He didn't expect Lin Fei to know celestial immortal art. He didn't use it before, so he was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The remaining half-step heaven immortals finally understood why they had to bring their secret trump card. This Lin Fei was too strong. An immortal art could be used twice, who knew if it could be used thrice? There weren't many people who could accumulate this much. Crimson Light God King was even more apprehensive. Crimson Light God King, if you have any other tricks, just take them out. Otherwise, you will be greatly disappointed today. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Using celestial immortal art, Lin Fei was trying to force Crimson Light God King to use his final trump card. That was the existence that Lin Fei was truly apprehensive of. If they couldn't kill him, they would definitely use their final trump card. He also wanted to know what this secret trump card was. Why would it give him a dangerous aura and keep reminding him? "I have to admit that you are very powerful. You have even successfully cultivated celestial immortal art and executed it twice in one breath. However, just like what I said before, Myth City will disappear from the continent today, so it will definitely disappear." Crimson Light God King was confident that he could kill Lin Fei, but that would require a very long time. He would still need to exhaust the other party to death, but it was already too late now. Giant Beast of the Galaxy, use your divine might and destroy everything in this world. Crimson Light God King was incomparably sacred. He opened a door, and a long howl came from it. Heaven and earth changed color. At least, with an yin and yang reversal, everyone's spirit collapsed. Those with weaker abilities were immediately shocked to death. Inside the door, a shadow appeared. It was a giant that was 300 yards long. He held a huge blade in his hand and stepped out from the door. This giant was very ugly, and he had a humanoid shape. His entire body was golden, and he was a dazzling existence. Giant Beast of the Galaxy? Lin Fei was astonished. This was a giant beast of the galaxy. Could it be that it came from the galaxy? Little Purple rushed into the sky and opened its mouth to spit out purple flames, trapping the giant in an instant. The flame blade whizzed over and slashed on the other party's body. Little Purple also sensed the danger of the other party, and he immediately made the first move, trying to severely injure the other party. Little Purple quickly dodged. "There's danger!" Lin Fei cried out in alarm, and in a hurry, he slashed at the other party. Bang! Little Purple's huge body couldn't react in time, and the blade that contained the might of the galaxy slashed on its body. Fresh blood splattered, and its huge body was sent flying. It crashed into a tall mountain, and that tall mountain was razed to the ground. Lin Fei, this is a giant beast of the galaxy. We like to call him the Wanderer of the Galaxy. Your pet is strong, but in front of the Wanderer of the Galaxy, it is destined to lose miserably. Crimson Light God King finally revealed a smile. In this world, the Wanderer of the Galaxy can sweep across the world. Bang! The Wanderer of the Galaxy attacked again, and Lin Fei felt a figure swaying in front of his eyes. His entire body flew out, and an intense pain came from his body. Wanderer of the Galaxy, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Lin Fei crawled up from the ground, and the heart of his brows twitched when the Wanderer of the Galaxy attacked again. Great slicing art. The attack that was effective against others landed on the Wanderer of the Galaxy. Instantly, a universe of stars appeared, and it was incomparably vast. It actually blocked the attack. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed, and he dodged this attack. A ravine appeared on the ground, and that was the masterpiece of the Wanderer of the Galaxy. This fellow is too strong. Little Purple and I are actually not his match. How can there be such an existence in the foreign races? While feeling astonished, Lin Fei immediately opened up the system and searched for information about the Wanderer of the Galaxy. After a moment, he found out about the Wanderer of the Galaxy. F***ck. This is asking for my life. After looking at the introduction, Lin Fei almost vomited blood. It turned out that the Wanderers of the Galaxy were a powerful race in the universe. They wandered in the galaxy, and that was why they were called Wanderers of the Galaxy. This kind of Wanderer of the Galaxy didn't cultivate any power, and they only used the strength of their corporeal body. Every giant beast of the galaxy wandered in the galaxy, traversing tens of thousands of galaxies, and their strength was exceptionally strong. They ignored all formations and all great formations of the mountain gate, and they came and went directly. Lin Fei finally understood why the foreign races were able to show off their might and conquer so many sections. The reason was probably because of the Wanderers of the Galaxy. They were born in the universe and they walked in the galaxy. They cultivated their corporeal body, and as time passed, they gained the characteristics of the galaxy. The formation of the mountain gate automatically ignored this power. Lin Fei's heart sank. The Wanderers of the Galaxy were the bane of the sections. They had fused with the characteristics of the galaxy, so they were naturally unobstructed by the formation. Once they entered, it would be a massacre. The formation would lose control and the outside would attack. Every Wanderer of the Galaxy had the strength of a celestial immortal, and they were superior in attack and speed. Crimson Light God King and the rest finally relaxed. With the Wanderers of the Galaxy making a move, Lin Fei should have no hope, said Giant Eye God King. He looked at Lin Fei with the gaze of a victor. The Wanderers of the Galaxy were one of the guards of Saint Mother. They didn't cultivate any power, and just their battle power could reach that of a celestial immortal. Arranging for the Wanderers of the Galaxy showed how important this war was to Saint Mother. It was because of the appearance of the Wanderers of the Galaxy that they could launch continuous attacks and ignore the formation of the sect. They were simply successful in every endeavor, and there was a reason why the sect wouldn't lose. It's a pity that Lin Fei isn't joining our foreign races. Mermaid God King shook his head. With his strength, if he joins the foreign races, he will become a celestial immortal, and become an overlord among celestial immortals. Even though he said so, in reality Mermaid God King still didn't want Lin Fei to join. A human that was stronger than them didn't feel good. Get ready. Once Lin Fei and that pet die, we will attack Myth City and leave no one alive. Right now, only Lin Fei and Little Purple were trouble for them. The rest were nothing. Especially when this area had formations set up, no matter how intense the battle was, the outside wouldn't be able to sense it. Crimson Light God King could attack to his heart's content, and didn't have to worry about exposing the Wanderers of the Galaxy. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had been injured. The Wanderers' attacks were overbearing and fast, so he was always at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the attacks contained the power of the galaxy, so his injuries weren't easy to recover from. I have to find a way. If this goes on, I won't be insta-killed. After being injured again, Lin Fei knew that his attacks couldn't do anything to the other party. Even if he used the Art of Fate, it might not be effective. The power of the galaxy was too mysterious. Even though it was touched by the Wanderers of the Galaxy, it had already become an existence that was hard to defend against. Lin Fei opened up the system again and searched. Mother Empress? When he saw the introduction, Lin Fei couldn't help frowning. It was because of this frown that half of his body exploded, and he was heavily injured again. Damn! Could it be that the real existence of the foreign races is the Mother Empress, a terrifying species in the galaxy? Lin Fei was shocked by his own guess. Just now, he saw the information that Wanderers were usually the guards of the Mother Empress, and they never left. And this species couldn't be tamed by ordinary people. Only the Mother Empress could tame them and make them her guards. Chapter 655. Lin Fei and Little Purple together were always at a disadvantage. The Starry Sky Wanderer was incredibly powerful. He used an unknown saber to attack in a straightforward manner. It was simple, violent, and fast. No one could match its sharpness, and it suppressed the two of them. If it were not for the fact that the two of them were different from ordinary people, any other Heaven Immortal or half-step Heaven Immortal would have died with regret. Demon Lin's accumulation is too deep. He was able to last until now. While the giant-eyed divine king was shocked, he finally vented his anger. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei's strength was engraved in their hearts. Every time the Starry Sky Wanderers attacked, they were always successful, killing people like scything flax, leaving corpses strewn all over the place. They were famous for their prowess. However, they were still unable to kill Lin Fei. This was truly rare. Demon Lin is indeed very powerful. However, no matter how deep his accumulation is, he will definitely run out of true essence in less than an hour when facing a Star Wanderer. The Mermaid Deity King's eyes never moved. He could see Demon Lin's weakness at a glance. The Mermaid Deity King is right. Demon Lin's accumulation has indeed exceeded our expectations. Crimson Light God King had no choice but to admit how powerful Devil Lin was. Wanderers in the starry sky don't need to expend their true vitality, and their attacks are purely simple. Devil Lin, on the other hand, isn't the same. No matter if it's immortal arts or other attacks, they can't deal any damage to Holy Mother's guard. No matter how deep the accumulation is, there will still be a moment when it's exhausted. At this moment, Lin Fei looked very miserable. He was like a small boat in the wind, rising and falling with the wind, and could capsize at any time. Everyone who saw him was terrified. Myth City. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the others watched with trepidation. In their eyes, the sect master had always been a powerful figure. Now that he was in such a dangerous situation, they wanted nothing more than to fly out and help him. However, they knew that if they went out, it would be the same as falling into a trap. They could only pray. Inside the array, Lin Fei dodged left and right, pushing his speed to the limit. However, he was still unable to dodge the Starry Sky Wanderer's attacks. Wounds covered his body, and it was a ghastly sight. Crimson Light God King flew up. Lin Fei, give up resisting and surrender. I can represent the foreign race and give you another chance. Crimson Light God King really didn't want to miss a person who had accumulated so much. Talents were hard to come by. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you mutated races. Lin Fei dodged the attack. The reason why Crimson Light God King could put down his pride and recruit Lin Fei again was to give him a chance. He snorted coldly in his heart. This Lin Fei really refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. He completely gave up on the idea. Stubborn. I think your true vitality is about to be exhausted. When that time comes, let's see how you will lose your powerful recovery ability. You might as well block the attacks. Crimson Light God King said coldly. The Starry Sky Wanderer sent Lin Fei flying with a slash, leaving a long and narrow wound on his body. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. The Queen Mother's guards are nothing more than this. When he heard this, Crimson Light God King didn't have time to think and cried out. How do you know about the existence of Holy Mother? After he said this, he immediately realized something was wrong. The Holy Mother had always been the greatest mystery of their race. Even though the upper echelons of the human race knew of the existence of the Holy Mother, they didn't know of her other name, Mother Empress. This name had never appeared on the continent before. Their race was tight-lipped, and if they weren't divine kings, they might not know about this secret. How in the world did a human know? Haha. It's the Queen Mother indeed. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the doubts in his heart were solved. Crimson Light God King knew he had been tricked, even though he didn't know how Devil Lin knew. Holy Mother is the Queen Mother, so what if you know? I've changed my mind now. I will bring you back personally and search your memories to see who leaked the news. There was a human spy in their midst. Crimson Light God King and the other two all had the same guess. This had become a huge matter, and they had to investigate it thoroughly. No human spy was allowed to appear in the midst of the foreign race. God kill! Lin Fei roared, and Akela flew out to suppress the void. He was as immovable as a mountain, and his enormous consciousness rushed straight at the Starry Sky Wanderer. Whoosh! The Starry Sky Wanderer's body froze, and his speed clearly slowed down. Lin Fei's consciousness attack had shaken the Starry Sky Wanderer. Akela, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, produced strange runes that produced a strange power. He struck a palm into the body of the Starry Sky Wanderer. Not good, go and stop him. Crimson Light God King was affected by the God kill. Even though the effect wasn't huge, he was still affected. His mind returned, and he realized the situation wasn't good. Devil Lin was using some secret technique, and he was instantly agitated. Little Purple gave a long howl, and purple flames spread out to form a sea of fire, delaying them. He, have a taste of the power of my heavenly fire. Crimson Light Emperor, Fist of the Great Emperor. Crimson Light God King went crazy. The descent of the Emperor, the fist of the Great Emperor, and the tyrannical aura of the king suppressed everything. He included Lin Fei in the range of his battle, and a fist of the Great Emperor struck through the air. This fist skill was obtained by Crimson Light God King in a secret realm. He communicated with an ancient existence, Crimson Light Emperor. Crimson Light God King's name came from this. Bam! The fist of the Great Emperor was incomparably tyrannical. Aquila trembled and he was in a state of collapse. Lin Fei's body was even half blown up and he was actually heavily injured. Lowly ant, submitting is the only way out for you. In the space of his consciousness, a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. The voice of the Great Emperor rushed towards Lin Fei, and he was engulfed in a devilish voice. F***ck, this is the will of the Great Emperor. He actually wants to hypnotize me and make me one of his clones that walks through time. Lin Fei summoned Aquila, and he recovered from his daze. He was secretly astonished. A Crimson Light God King actually communicated with Crimson Light Heavenly Emperor. A will, and you want to hypnotize me, Aquila, crush me. Rumble. Aquila was unmoving like a mountain, and he blocked the voice of the Great Emperor, crushing it. The figure of the Great Emperor was just like what Lin Fei had said. There was nothing to fear. Of course, Lin Fei had the consciousness of a celestial immortal, and it was incomparably powerful. Only after breaking the figure of the Great Emperor did Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He had almost been hypnotized and it was really dangerous. This battle happened in the blink of an eye. He actually blocked the hypnosis of the Great Emperor's will. Seeing that Lin Fei had recovered, Crimson Light God King trembled again. He was clear about the power of the Great Emperor's will. Even a half-step celestial immortal was about to be hypnotized, and yet Devil Lin had blocked it. Amidst his astonishment, he came through the air. Every punch of the Great Emperor was a Great Emperor. In my name, summon the Wanderer of the Universe. Lin Fei formed a complicated imprint, and he gave a loud roar that was incomparably sacred. Summon the Wanderer of the Universe? Crimson Light God King was astonished, and a bad feeling rose from his heart. Swoosh! The heart of his brows jumped, and a dangerous aura came from behind him. He escaped through the air, and even so there was still a wound on his body. When he saw the person who attacked him clearly, his face turned pale. Chapter 656. P.S. On account of your hard work in updating every day, if you think it's okay, please give me a few monthly tickets. Crimson Light God King was stunned. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King, who were still fighting, were also stunned. F***ck, what was going on? How did Holy Mother's Guard get summoned? They had never heard that Holy Mother's Guard could be summoned. It didn't make sense for it to attack them after being summoned. Isn't it just summoning? I'm the best at this. Lin Fei finally let out a hearty laugh. After suffering so much, it was finally time for him to explode. Go teach them a lesson. The Wanderer didn't say a word and attacked them with his long knife. The three great divine kings cursed and their scalps turned numb. They knew better than anyone how powerful Holy Mother's Guard was. It was simply a war machine that didn't stop. It was like a madman. You did something, you must have done something. Crimson Light God King shouted and pointed at Devil Lin. If he had a beard, he would definitely have blown it. That's right, I did something. So what? Kill me if you can. Lin Fei walked leisurely. I'm not trying to nag you guys, but little star is enough to give you a headache. How can you hope to kill me? Just as he said, once the Wanderer attacked, the three great divine kings were injured, especially Giant Eye God King. He was injured before and now he was injured again. How unlucky could he be? Crimson Light God King was filled with hatred. He finally realized that he didn't ask that question for nothing. The other party was confirming if this was Holy Mother's Guard, and he said it stupidly, giving the other party a chance to attack and summon the Wanderer. You've really tricked me. Retreat. The situation turned around, and Crimson Light God King didn't have the heart to fight anymore. Crimson Light God King didn't know how he was going to explain to Holy Mother, after losing a giant beast of space and Holy Mother's guard. He had a well-thought-out plan, yet in the end, he had failed miserably in his hands. Crimson Light God King wanted to slap himself to death. Look at what he had done. He had clearly given Devil Lin his strength. Why is my life so bitter? Crimson Light God King felt bitter. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were in a sorry state. They had been waiting for Crimson Light God King to say this, and they had no intention to continue fighting. Yuan Qi Saber. Lin Fei made his move, and a long white knife slashed towards Crimson Light God King. Little Purple also made her move, and her heavenly fire formed a wall of fire to block their path. Fist of the Great Emperor. Crimson Light God King was furious. He was the one being hunted instead. In his rage he punched out, and a Great Emperor appeared. Lin Fei's long knife slashed down. With the strongest fist skill, the apparition of the Great Emperor was cleaved apart with a single knife. This gave Crimson Light God King a fright, and a battle armor appeared on his body. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on his armor, and a strange energy surged into his body, tearing it apart. With a loud bang, his body exploded. Lin Fei caught up and opened his mouth, sucking in a large amount of gray energy into his body. All of the quintessence that he had lost was restored, and his strength had increased significantly. So cool. After absorbing the gray stream, Lin Fei was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were scared out of their wits. Crimson Light God King actually exploded, and this was killing them. Devil Lin, this king won't let you off. At the end of the horizon, Crimson Light God King's figure appeared again, and he was in a sorry state. His eyes flashed with fear, and he tunneled into the void without any care. He didn't even want the formation flags. The pitiful Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King couldn't break free from the Wanderer's attack at all, and they felt sullen in their hearts. F***ck, what was going on? Both of you should leave something behind too. Lin Fei caught up, and his vital chi saber slashed down on the two of them. The strange energy that was everywhere transformed into knife light that entered their bodies, and they followed in Crimson Light God King's footsteps. We won't let you off. How could a God King of a foreign race be killed so easily? Lin Fei didn't continue to give chase, and he made the Wanderer stop. He flew back and stood beside him. Master, how did you tame this fellow? Little Purple was furious, and he had quite a bit of resentment towards this blockhead fellow. He had suffered quite a bit in the other party's hands, and now it looked like they were going to become partners. Can't you see it's a summon? Lin Fei said casually, and he said to Giant Eye God King and the rest, you are welcome to come again next time. Giant Eye God King and Mermaid God King were so frightened that they almost fell from the sky. They thought Devil Lin had caught up again. Until they truly left, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Collect. His enormous consciousness swept out, and he found the formation eyes of the formation. He collected all the formation flags, and the inversion of yin and yang vanished, and the sun returned to its original state. I really hope they can come a few more times. Every time they come, they give me a huge gift. What should I do? Lin Fei thought happily. If Crimson Light God King heard this, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood and curse. Who was willing to come? They didn't even come when given a chance. Giant Eye God King wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He had finally recovered, and now he was back to the past. Who was more unlucky than him? Once the formation was retracted, Lin Fei collected the Wanderer to prevent him from being exposed. City Lord Lin is mighty. City Lord Lin is mighty. Once the formation vanished, the Myth City returned to normal, and the sun shone down again. Cheers came from the entire Myth City, and they were even more determined to stay in the Myth City. Even though they didn't see it clearly, they all knew that it was the Divine King who had made a move. Outside the Myth City, all kinds of scouts were also confused. What exactly had happened and who could tell them? Back at the City Lord's manor, Lin Jiqing and Jin Feng were very worried, and they only let out a sigh of relief when Lin Fei returned. What are you worried about? The man in your family isn't as weak as you think. Lin Fei said to them with a smile. The divine kings of the foreign races are really shameless. Jin Feng said directly. Lin Fei said instead. The divine kings of the foreign races are indeed a little shameless, but they are all my money-giving boys. It's not easy to find such good people. Lin Jiqing smiled lightly. Husband, you tricked them again? Lin Fei was rather pleased. They are good people, so of course I have to trick them, in case they think that the identity of divine king is very impressive. The rest of the people laughed along. In the entire continent, probably only Lin Fei dared to trick the divine kings of the foreign races like this. No one else had the guts to do it. Inside the divine fire space, the wanderer of the space was standing inside, and he had returned to his original form. He was a huge ugly thing and his body was full of holes. He gave off the power of the starry sky. Luckily I have the system and points, or else I would really be in big trouble today. The wanderer of the space was too mighty. He didn't use any power to force him to this place. Lin Fei had never encountered such a thing before. At that time, Lin Fei suspected it was the Mother Empress, which was why he asked. He found a way to successfully subdue the wanderer of the space, and it became his summoned beast. Danger is danger, Crimson Light God King, and the rest are probably vomiting blood from anger to give me such a strong helper. The wanderer of the space looked ugly, but Lin Fei was rather satisfied. He was simply a human-shaped robot. He wasn't in the Heaven Immortal realm, but his strength was enough to give a Heaven Immortal a headache. The divine kings of the foreign races were despicable and shameless, so Lin Fei decided to forgive them. They were good people, giving him a wanderer of the space and absorbing a portion of their power. For the final vital chi knife, Lin Fei used the vital chi of the system to see if it was effective against the foreign races. The result was even more surprising than he had imagined. Vital chi had extraordinary destructive power, and it caused the bodies of the three divine kings of the foreign races to explode. This was of great significance. When he attacked, Lin Fei was satisfied with leaving something on their bodies. As for anything else, he really didn't think about it. In the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. The gains were too great. Just the loss of the power of the three divine kings of the foreign races made Lin Fei's strength take a step forward. He had accumulated more. And this didn't include the terrifying existence of the wanderer of the space. It's best to use vital chi attacks against the divine kings of the foreign races in the future. After coming down from the Heaven's secret vault, in addition to the people he killed recently, Lin Fei had accumulated a large amount of vital chi points that he hadn't used. Back then he had used it once and its power was extraordinary. At that time he had too few points, so the power was only SOSO. Lin Fei almost neglected it. Only when the vital chi saber killed the three divine kings of the foreign races did Lin Fei realize that he had nearly neglected a powerful killer move. Before the Continental Alliance begins, I have to study this vital chi. Lin Fei hadn't studied much about vital chi. He only knew that it was a power different from quintessential essence. In terms of quality, it was even stronger than immortal power. After opening the system and searching, Lin Fei was shocked as his eyes widened. There are specialized vital chi martial arts here? The system immediately found martial arts related to vital chi, such as the vital chi saber, Heaven Shocking Finger, etc. No wonder I couldn't see it before. So I didn't have enough points. Lin Fei came to a realization. He had nearly missed out on something good. Damn, after learning the vital chi saber, I can use vital chi to execute it. Compared to directly consuming vital chi, I can save 2/3. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse the system. It was too black-hearted. This was equivalent to using the vital chi saber once. He could use it twice more here. Vital chi points weren't easy to come by. Thankfully, Lin Fei didn't use any ultimate moves. Otherwise, he would have regretted it. Vital chi points weren't easy to earn. Vital energy protection. Vital energy Vajra shield. Vital energy finger. All sorts of vital chi skills appeared in front of Lin Fei. When he saw the price below, Lin Fei couldn't help but vomit blood again. Wasn't the price too expensive? He still needed to use vital chi to buy it. As for the points that couldn't be used, he felt helpless. This was a scam. Even though he had to spend a large sum of vital chi to buy it, Lin Fei was willing. His performance today was very impressive. Chapter 657. This was a fiery red place. The fiery red rocks, fiery red lava, and blazing aura turned into a huge storm that swept through everything. Everywhere it passed, the rocks exploded and the lava evaporated. The Red Rock World. A small world within the mortal world. The Xintian continent was a major world, while the Redstone world was a minor world. A world with very few people. At this moment, there was a group of black-clothed people standing on the gigantic red boulder. Their gazes were cast towards the sky. There was a person standing there, an arrogant young man. Rumble. The color of the sky changed, and the Red Rock world instantly fell silent. A large dark cloud enveloped the area, and within the perimeter, a destructive aura spread out. The heavenly tribulation is here. One of the black-robed men below said. The rest of the people also had solemn expressions. Someone was undergoing a tribulation to become a celestial immortal. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize the person in the sky as none other than the Taoist master, who was currently undergoing his tribulation. The metal tribulation is coming. The heavenly tribulation was divided into 6 great tribulations. After overcoming 6 great tribulations, one would become a celestial immortal. There were the metal tribulation, the wood tribulation, the water tribulation, the fire tribulation, the earth tribulation, and the heart demon tribulation. Taoist gentleman was currently undergoing the metal tribulation. Rumble. A heavenly thunder as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. Come, heavenly tribulation. Taoist master gentleman's long hair fluttered in the wind. No one can stop me today. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down, but Taoist gentleman blasted them all away. His powerful aura courageously advanced without fear. He had passed the metal tribulation. They had passed the wood tribulation. He had passed the water tribulation. The fire tribulation was over. Until the last inner demon tribulation, Taoist gentleman sat cross-legged in the sky. Sect master, looks like our celestial gate is going to have another heavenly immortal expert, said a middle-aged man with a smile. He was Taoist nobleman's master, Taoist regretless. The person in the lead was the sect leader of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. He had a smile on his face. Junior brother, you've taught your disciples well. You've added another heaven immortal to our mystic gate. The sect master was in a good mood. Now that Taoist gentleman has become a heaven immortal, our mystic gate will definitely obtain the position of alliance leader in the Continental Alliance. The others revealed excited smiles. Success! The dark clouds dispersed, and a white light shone down from the sky. The Taoist master, who had been severely injured, was completely healed. Ha ha ha! I have finally become a heavenly immortal. The white light lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The Taoist master's body had also turned into an immortal's body. He looked like a transcendent being, and his immortal might was fully displayed. Greetings, sect master. Taoist gentleman descended from the sky and appeared in front of the sect master. The sect master said, "You are already an immortal. From now on, you will be the gentleman immortal. You can call me senior brother." Senior martial brother. Reverend gentleman said. Good, good, our celestial sect of wonders has another expert. The sect leader laughed. How long do you have before you ascend? 3 months. After 3 months I will ascend to the heaven realm. Taoist gentleman said. I will take care of the matters of the sect before ascending. As for Lin Fei, I will definitely kill him. 3 months is enough. Let's go back. Adept gentleman successfully overcame his tribulation and became a celestial immortal. At the same time, in many unknown small worlds, there were also young elites who were trying to break through the threshold of heaven immortal. They were not the least bit inferior to enlightened gentlemen. In a small world where not even a blade of grass grew, the yellow sand that filled the sky formed a huge pit. A young man flew out from below and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! I have finally become a heaven immortal. What 10 prodigies! This time I will trample all of you to the ground. I will let you know that I am the true prodigy. This person flew up, changed into a set of black clothes, and quickly left, disappearing from this world. Such a scene happened in several worlds in a row. Divine Sword Sect. In the depths of the void, a huge palace. A group of elders was sitting cross-legged. They were not ordinary elders, but members of the Divine Sword Sect's Elder Pavilion. Previously, when the Elder Pavilion had a problem with the Sword God, it was this group of elders. No one in the Divine Sword sect dared to go against their decision, not even the Sword God. Rumble, the palace shook. A figure broke through the hall and entered, appearing in the palace. Sword God, how dare you? Who allowed you to come in? An elder stood up and glared at the newcomer. Why are you still not kneeling and accepting your punishment? Punishment? Ha ha ha, with just you? The newcomer laughed loudly. A huge aura soared into the sky. With the point of his finger, it turned into a stream of light. Before the elder could make a move, his body exploded. Sword God, you have become a heaven immortal. Heaven immortal, he has become a heaven immortal. The group of elders' expressions changed dramatically. Staring at the Sword God above the palace, they felt a sense of powerlessness. When the Sword God was not a heaven immortal, he could fight with them. After becoming a heaven immortal, his body transformed into a heaven immortal's body. They were no longer a match for him. It's good that you know. The Sword God snorted coldly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Now pass down the order. This young master wants to be the sect master of the Divine Sword sect. Only in my hands, the Divine Sword sect will flourish and dominate the continent. The elders of the Elder Pavilion collectively fell silent. Let him go. The last elder with the highest seniority sighed. No one in the sect is a match for the Sword God's strength. Even I admit that I am inferior. What about Lin Fei? Another elder said. The group of elders fell silent again. Then they shook their heads. Previously, Lin Fei and the Sword God were both monstrous geniuses of the Divine Sword sect. Before the two of them became heaven immortals, their Elder Pavilion adopted a fair countermeasure. That was why there was a warning to the Sword God later. Who would have thought that the Sword God would become a heaven immortal? The remaining choice was naturally clear. With the Sword God's aptitude, he would be a top-notch expert among heaven immortals once he advanced to become a celestial immortal. 3 months' time would be enough to change the situation of the continent, and the Divine Sword School would also be able to take an important step forward, advancing from a first-grade sect to a supreme sect. Lin Fei was given up just like that. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. How many times have I told you that the City Lord does not see guests? Outside the City Lord Mansion, a young man was extremely anxious. There were 2 guards at the door with sharp eyes, trying to drive the person away. I am the junior brother of the City Lord. I really have an urgent matter. The person begged bitterly. One of the guards laughed. Kid, I have encountered this reason more than 10 times this month. Do you think we will believe it? Scram! If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. As the guards of the City Lord Mansion, their duty was to drive people away. For example, driving the person in front of them away. Greetings first, madam. A young woman walked out of the City Lord's mansion, and the 2 guards immediately became respectful. Madam Lin, I am Yunxiang. At this moment the person outside shouted. The expressions of the 2 guards changed greatly. If the madam knew that they did not fulfill their duties, it would be terrible. They regretted not driving the person out just now. It was too late to make a move now. Yunxiang, why are you here? Lin Jiqing was stunned at first. Then she recalled that this young man was a friend of her husband. They were even from the same sect. The 2 guards' faces were like pig liver. They were terrified. Madam Lin, where is senior brother Lin Fei? I have something important to tell him. Chapter 658. On the vast sea region, the raging waves were crashing against the reefs one after another, as though displaying their mighty and brave side. F***CK, Sword God became the sect master. This doesn't make sense. On a reef, Lin Fei stood there with a gloomy expression. He even cursed. After snatching the benefits from the foreign race's godly king, Lin Fei quietly left after resting for a day. He was preparing to participate in the continent's alliance. Just as he reached the sea, he received a notification from the communication talisman. Thus he found out about this matter. Sword God became the sect master. Lin Fei was very shocked by this news. It was no different from running into a beggar, only to find out that the beggar had won 5 million the next day. Senior brother, you have to be careful. He is now in power and will definitely make a move against you. Senior brother, you better be prepared. Yunxiang's voice came from the communication talisman. It turned out that when Lin Jiqing heard about the change in the Sword God sect, she realized that something had happened. Sword God was Lin Fei's enemy. She was very clear about this. The Sword God becoming the sect master was, of course, a bad thing. Zhao Fu quickly contacted Lin Fei and told him about this so that he could be prepared and not be caught off guard. You said that Sword God becoming the sect master was personally announced by the elder? Lin Fei frowned and asked. Yes, the elder personally announced it. I have never seen that elder before, but the sect master is very respectful to him. Yes, it's like this. After that, Sword God became the sect master of the Sword God sect. Yunxiang said after some thought. I understand. Lin Fei said. You be careful. Forget it, you better stay in the Myth City. The Sword God sect is controlled by Sword God and the atmosphere is foul. His Sword God guild will definitely be unbridled. It's not a good thing to return. After closing the communication talisman, Lin Fei didn't make a move. Sword God becoming the sect master. This is equivalent to me being abandoned. Lin Fei's heart was clear. Let me guess, why did the elder agree to Sword God becoming the sect master? Prestige. Impossible. He handed over the treasures? That's impossible. The only possibility is that Sword God broke through and became a celestial immortal. That must be it. Lin Fei understood. Sword God broke through to become a celestial immortal, forced the Council of Elders, and made him the sect leader. Apart from this explanation, Lin Fei didn't think any other explanation would work. He is indeed an overbearing fellow. After successfully advancing to the celestial immortal stage, he starts seizing power. Lin Fei thought, Sword God must have obtained a great fortune in the Tianji treasury. Since he has advanced, I'm afraid the other elites will also succeed. The continent is going to be lively. After successfully becoming a heaven immortal, he would ascend to the heaven realm 3 months later. Lin Fei knew that the next 3 months would be very exciting. The long war between the alien races would definitely speed up because of the appearance of a heaven immortal. Interesting. Lin Fei smiled. Furball, hurry up and scram. I'm leaving. Leaving these behind, Lin Fei roared. Under the water, a black shadow flew up and landed on his shoulder, dripping wet. You glutton! Lin Fei flicked Furball, and the fellow protested in displeasure, causing Lin Fei to burst into laughter. Continent Alliance. In the end, he was placed in a place that no one expected. Endless Sea Domain, Dragon Island. No one expected it. On the continent there were alien race spies everywhere. Dragon Island was the only safe place. Lin Fei was quite unhappy about leaving it on Dragon Island. He didn't need to guess to know that it would cause a lot of trouble. Since the place was confirmed, he could only stare. Isn't it just Dragon Island? What's there to worry about? Along the way, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to rush to Dragon Island. He hunted some powerful sea beasts to exchange for vitality. Just like that, he strolled to the end of Endless Sea Domain. Ahead is the Dragon Clan's barrier. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in front of him. There was a terrifying aura of danger. This was the first time Lin Fei was so close to Dragon Island. When Lin Fei arrived, there were quite a lot of people outside. Here he saw a familiar person. It was Prince High Air who came here before. Originally, he didn't want to disturb him. Prince High Air's eyes lit up and he directly flew over. City Lord Lin, I didn't expect you to come too. During the previous auction, Prince High Air exchanged a lot of things and was praised by his father. This time he was qualified to go to the Continent Alliance to take a look. When he saw Lin Fei just now, he immediately flew over. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm the same as you. Isn't it for the Continent Alliance? The continent is so big. It's really, Prince High Air laughed. Dragon Island is known as the safest place. It's very difficult for alien race people to sneak in. Everyone, don't worry about Dragon Island. After saying this, his expression changed. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't angry. He knew that not long ago, Lin Fei slayed a dragon. How could he not be worried? Then you guys continue. I'll leave first. However, just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a group of people flew over. All of them were about the same age as Prince High Air. They were arrogant and domineering. High Air, when did you get to know a human? Why didn't you introduce him to us? That's right. I heard that you went to the Myth Cities auction and got to know a human. Aren't you embarrassed not to introduce him to us? The young man teased Prince High Air the moment he came over. They were all members of the marine race. They were the sons of various kings and big shots. They were most unwilling to make friends with humans. Of course, they teased Prince High Air because they were jealous that he went to the Myth City. Prince High Air really wanted to slap them. You guys know City Lord Lin too. My name is Lin Fei. Prince High Air didn't say anything. Lin Fei said it himself. He knew that Prince High Air didn't have the guts to say it. Good name. The young man smiled and didn't think much of it. Prince High Air really wanted to tell them that Lin Fei was the famous demon Lin. They would definitely be shocked. His only hope was that Lin Fei wouldn't be angry. Demon Lin's name was also very famous in the Endless Sea region. If he offended him, Prince High Air would have a headache. Prince High Air was thinking too much. How could Lin Fei be angry with them? They weren't on the same level at all. If he was really angry, he wouldn't be Lin Fei. Okay, I'm leaving. Lin Fei turned around and was about to leave. The marine race person who spoke first stood in front of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for us to get to know each other. Why are you leaving so quickly? Quite like your pet. Give it to me. Asking for the pet was just a cover. In reality, he just wanted to humiliate the humans. All along, the human race and the marine race didn't have a good relationship. In the past, there had been a war. The human race rarely went to the marine race, and the marine race also rarely went to the human race's territory. They minded their own business. Mont, what are you doing? He's my friend. Prince High Air couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him. Mont laughed. High Air, look at what you're saying. I just like Lin Fei's pet. I really don't have any other intentions. He was laughing in his heart. What can you do to me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You want to buy my pet? I'm very interested in your pet. Mont laughed. Is 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals enough? I'm a very generous person, especially when it comes to things I like. There were marine race people everywhere, so Mont wasn't worried that the other party would agree. It doesn't matter if I sell it to you. Anyway, this guy is a foodie. Lin Fei chuckled. Oh right, do you have a mount? Like a powerful pet? Mont was proud in his heart. You're a human, so you still have to be obedient. Of course I do. My mount is a two-headed shark. To show off, Mont released his mount. A 300-jong long two-headed shark appeared in the sea, emitting a terrifying aura. This was actually an emperor sea beast. How is it? Not bad, right? Mont was very proud. He had spent a lot of effort to get this mount. At the same time, it had become his combat assistant. Not bad, not bad. Give me 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals. I'll sell this foodie to you. Lin Fei laughed. I forgot to tell you. This guy has a huge appetite. You have to be mentally prepared. Mont looked at this guy. Huge appetite. How big could it be? Here you go. Mont was in a good mood. He threw out 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals. Lin Fei pulled Hairball down from his shoulder. Foodie, you have a master now. Take your time to be a foodie. 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals could humiliate the other party. It couldn't be better. At the same time, he could embarrass High Air. Why not? High Air, I'll be leaving first. Come over when you're free. Lin Fei flew towards the dragon race's barrier. Damn. This guy wants to fly over with his physical body? Mont and the others laughed. What a suicidal guy. Could it be that he was too angry just now? With nowhere to vent his anger, he ran to the dragon race's barrier? They were very clear how powerful the dragon race's barrier was. Even loose immortals would die if they entered. Even powerful sea beasts would die if they entered with their physical bodies. A human? How powerful could he be? Prince High Air sneered in his heart. City Lord Lin, the Lord is magnanimous. He won't bicker with you. Damn, he really went in. He's dead. The oceanic race disciples didn't even think about it. This human was too interesting. They went in just like that. Little guy, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, the little guy in his hand flew up and charged towards the two-headed shark. Mont frowned. He slashed out with his palm, wanting to kill the little guy. Hairball flew over and instantly turned into a huge existence. It opened its mouth and swallowed the two-headed shark. After letting out a satisfied burp, it flew towards the dragon race's barrier. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? My two-headed shark. He ate my two-headed shark. Mont spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to faint. His two-headed shark had been eaten. He couldn't imagine how an imperial sea beast could be eaten. High-Air, who is he? Prince High-Air couldn't stop laughing. Didn't you always say that you wanted to meet him? He is the demon Lin that you speak of. Damn. Mont spat out another mouthful of blood and fell into the sea. Chapter 659. When that happened, all the ocean race people sucked in a deep cold breath. That terrifying swallow made them feel like they had become a two-headed shark that fell into a bottomless abyss. Even now they still felt fear. Demon Lin is too terrifying. Someone's body trembled and he shivered. A two-headed shark, an emperor beast. Even unorthodox celestials didn't dare to underestimate it. In the end, it was eaten by a pet. Not scary. To hell with it. They were from the ocean race and their original bodies were ocean beasts. Naturally, they could feel how terrifying that scene was. An emperor beast was so precious that even they wanted it. Now it was eaten just like that. More importantly, they seemed to have mocked Demon Lin before. After Prince High-Air said that, the ocean race young masters all disappeared one by one. They were afraid that Demon Lin would take revenge on them. As for Mont, he was fished out of the water and brought back by his subordinates. When he woke up, one could imagine what kind of expression he would have. He definitely wouldn't feel good. Hairball, that feels good, right? Hairball was really quick. How could she not be quick when she sped through space? Hairball, who landed on his shoulder, burped. Who would have thought that Hairball would be so ferocious? An emperor beast was eaten just like that. If Mont hadn't revealed his emperor beast, Lin Fei wouldn't have tricked him. If it was someone with status, he might have taught him a lesson. Lin Fei felt that it was pointless. Furball had eaten an emperor sea beast, which was a completely different story. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Lesson. That was a deep lesson. Lin Fei was magnanimous, but he had to be taught a lesson. No one could say anything about such a lesson. Lin Fei was indeed magnanimous and didn't care about anything. But Hairball ate the emperor beast and Hairball was sold. Lin Fei also took the money. One could say that no matter who heard it, they wouldn't be able to find a reason. Bullying the weak? That was impossible. His mount had been eaten by his pet. The Mont family was probably going to become a joke. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lin Fei left the Dragon Clan's barrier. Lin Fei didn't feel any danger that others couldn't resist. It was just like scratching an itch. What a great place. The atmosphere is rich, as expected of the Dragon Island. As soon as the Dragon Clan's barrier came out, there was not a single cloud in sight, and the weather was beautiful. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Lin Fei quickly sensed the auras of the dragons. Hairball on his shoulder bounced up and down happily. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that this fellow wanted to eat a giant dragon. Behave yourself. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Hairball would steal a bite. Giant dragon? It was just a four-legged reptile, nothing much. It was best not to make a move for now. Once the Continental Alliance was over, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei flew towards the base of the Dragon Island. Everywhere he went, he could see giant dragons foraging for food. They had huge bodies and explosive strength, but they were all sub-dragons. Sub-dragons couldn't transform and couldn't become true giant dragons. On the Dragon Island, they were just cannon fodder. Even if they were cannon fodder, each of them had the strength of a lone celestial. Along with their strong defense, they were one of the nightmares of a lone celestial. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Very soon he saw a giant island with a strong aura. That had to be Dragon Island. Even though he had never been here before, Lin Fei could still recognize it right away. Such a huge island, the many powers were like lights under the night sky. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the auras they gave off were true giant dragons. This was indeed Dragon Island. Lin Fei flew down from the sky and landed on the island. Demon Lin is here. It was unknown who shouted this, but it was unknown how many gazes were focused on him. I can't take such a huge welcome. Lin Fei smiled. Those people couldn't bring themselves to smile. Welcome? Who would welcome you? You murdering demon. The ones with the most grievances were the guys. Their gazes could kill. How could Lin Fei not see that their bodies gave off giant dragon auras? They were giant dragons that had transformed. Long Tianyi died to Demon Lin. The entire dragon race was shocked. They wanted to take revenge for the death of a giant dragon, much less the death of a deacon. It was difficult for the dragon race to give birth, so the death of one was a loss. Furthermore, a deacon giant dragon had died. When they heard that Demon Lin was here, they wanted to kill him to avenge Deacon Long Tian. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of anything, so why would he be afraid of the gaze of the giant dragons? The angrier they were, the happier they were. Who asked their happiness to be built on the pain of others? Stop looking. If you want to kill me, then attack. Why are you wasting time? Lin Fei didn't care. If you don't want to kill me, then scram to the side. Don't embarrass yourselves. Veins popped up on the giant dragon's hands. They had never seen such a provocative person, and he even provoked their dragon race. Wasn't he asking to die? But they didn't dare to attack. The chief ordered that no matter what, they couldn't attack Lin Fei unless Lin Fei attacked first. But now, with just a few words from Demon Lin, they wanted to attack. What was going on? Scoff. Helplessly, they could only scoff coldly, turn around and leave. They reported the news to the elders. They were afraid that if this continued, they wouldn't be able to control themselves and attack. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei's current appearance was extremely shocking. Demon Lin is really scheming. He wants the dragon race to attack and slap their faces. It's best if we stay further away. Seeing that Demon Lin had angered the dragon race with just a few words, the others didn't dare to stay any longer in case they couldn't control themselves and attacked. A bunch of cowards. Seeing them leave, Lin Fei scoffed. If the dragon race didn't attack, then it was really pointless. If not, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Lin Fei came to participate in the Continent Alliance, but he didn't want to behave himself. He didn't have such thoughts. What did the Continent Alliance have to do with him? Oi, all of you are dead. Aren't you going to arrange a place for me to rest? Lin Fei was trying to anger the dragon race. The elders quickly passed down orders to not attack, and to treat him according to the rank of the others. Since the higher-ups gave the order, even if the dragon race members were unhappy, they could only arrange a room for Demon Lin. After all, this meeting wouldn't end in a day or two. He had to stay in the dragon race for a few days. Dragon Island has quite a nice scenery. Pushing open the window, Lin Fei saw the calm ocean outside. This dragon really knew how to find a place. He stood aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, he was a little arrogant. Even though there wasn't much interaction, Lin Fei wasn't a fool. He could tell with one look, especially towards the human race. They all had the same expression. Chapter 660. He was annoyed by the four-legged bug, but he was the only power on the continent. No one could deny that. Even Lin Fei himself. Even the most powerful foreign clans wouldn't dare to attack the Dragon Clan. They would only target the Dragon Clan after they had conquered the continent and swept away all the other forces. Not long after Lin Fei moved in, Prince High Air came. At the same time, another person came. An expert ocean god emperor. City Lord Lin, I have always hoped to meet you. One look and I know that you are a dragon amongst men. Your aura is really extraordinary. Ocean god emperor smiled. You won't blame me for visiting without permission. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Why would I? I have admired you for a long time. Come in and take a seat. Lin Fei felt that there was a need to be on good terms with Ocean God Emperor. Especially when he came personally, he placed him on the same level. On the continent, apart from a limited number of experts, no one else had the right to make Ocean God Emperor do that. More importantly, he had just arrived on Dragon Island and Ocean God Emperor came. If he wasn't here for him, who would believe it? Lin Fei understood why. It should be something outside. In truth, that was the case. After Montilan offended Lin Fei, Prince High Air didn't dare to stay and told the news to his father. Lin Fei was a famous person on the continent and had exceeded a genius. He had to report this matter. Prince High Air was worried that Lin Fei would have a problem with the ocean race and cause unhappiness. After the ocean race used the pill from Myth City, they knew how important it was. So, after this matter, Ocean God Emperor really wanted to wipe out those blind people. If it was before, he might not have been moved. But it was different now. Myth City was a place where miracles were easily created. Especially recently, Myth City was covered by a formation and no one knew what happened. But Ocean God Emperor knew through his connections that the alien race God King attacked and was defeated. No matter what happened, it was enough that the alien race God King was defeated. Other than that, Lin Fei came to the Dragon Island alone. It could be seen that he was a person who would achieve great things. The Sea God Emperor should be on good terms with him. When he heard that the Sea Tribe had captured that brat, he immediately rushed over to resolve his dissatisfaction. The two of them chatted about some simple topics, looking like old friends catching up. I heard that City Lord Lin has a daughter. This is a kind of sacred medicine of our Sea God Empire. Take it as a token of my sincerity. Before leaving, the Sea God Emperor took out a box of sacred medicine. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it. Half a month later, there will be an auction in the Myth City. Among the final treasures, there will be a treasure of your Sea clan. The Sea God Emperor laughed. Many thanks. The Sea Deity Emperor had already achieved the objective of this trip. Even though he had given away a portion of saintly medicine in exchange for this piece of information, it was already enough. This old thing is really generous. Lin Fei looked at the sage medicine and knew that it was extraordinary. However, he did not know its specific uses. He had to go back and find out more about it. Brother Lin, this is good stuff. The demon lord appeared out of thin air. Looking at the thing in front of him, his eyes lit up. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Damn, you are a big shot. Don't you know how to knock before entering? You are too uncultured. The demon lord laughed. Do you think I would do that? But this sage medicine of yours is very good. Name a price and sell it to me. Lin Fei kept the sage medicine. In your dreams. The sea god, that old thing, is rarely so generous. The demon lord sighed. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei gave him a mysterious aura again. Lin Fei was curious. What is this sage medicine? Tell me. The demon lord sat down and said in a bad tone. Beg me now. Maybe I will tell you. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I will raise the price by 30%. How about it? Lin Fei laughed. I am not afraid that you won't tell me. You are ruthless. The demon lord laughed bitterly. The sea god old thing gave you first origin true water. After refining it, you can transform your body of water. Now you know. Damn, this is good stuff. Lin Fei was also surprised. When he saw the pained look on the sea god emperor's face, he thought it was something good. He was shocked when he heard it. It can actually transform a body of water. Lin Fei knew that different physiques would have different effects on cultivation in the future. For example, if one had a body of water, it would be easy to cultivate water techniques in the future. The power that one could display would be stronger than ordinary attacks. For the sea god emperor to give such a gift, it could be seen how serious his intentions were. The demon lord really didn't know how this guy cultivated. He didn't even know such a good thing. Now you know the benefits of the sage medicine. And at this moment in another room. Father, is it worth it for us to give away first origin true water? Prince High Air knew that this was a treasure of the sea god empire. It would only condense 1 drop every 5,000 years. Giving away 3 drops at once meant that it would take 15,000 years. The sea god emperor said. You are not far-sighted enough. You have to look far ahead. For example, you did well today. It almost affected our cooperation with the Myth City. Prince High Air was flattered. This is what I should do. The sea god emperor seemed to be recalling something. First origin true water is very important. 3 drops can form a body of water. City Lord Lin is worthy of our cooperation. Once his daughter forms a body of water, we will have a connection. In the continent, who can compare to our empire in terms of water techniques? Father is wise. However, the sea god emperor didn't say anything. Lin Fei was very strong. Even though he was only a half-step heaven immortal, there was a dangerous aura hidden in his body. You have to be careful this time. Still in Lin Fei's room. Be careful of the dragon race attacking me? Lin Fei smiled. The Fiend Lord truly didn't know how Lin Fei could smile. Most people would probably be covered in dark clouds and wouldn't be able to smile like this. 10 of the 10 prodigies have all become celestial immortals. Your old enemies. Reverend Gentleman and Reverend Sword Divinity have all become celestial immortals. What do you think? I told you. Sword God is so amazing. He must have become a heaven immortal, otherwise why would he have such power? Lin Fei knew that this would happen. Aren't you worried? Worried about what? That they will kill me? Lin Fei scoffed. Since I am here, why should I be afraid of them? They are just heaven immortals. If they get angry, I will just kill one of them. The Demon Lord really had nothing to say. Demon Lord Lin was indeed Demon Lord Lin. If it was anyone else, the Demon Lord would have left right away. But towards Lin Fei, he really wasn't confident. This fellow was always able to surprise him. The Demon Lord decided not to say this as it would hurt their relationship. Demon Lord Lin could do whatever he wanted, and it had nothing to do with him. Right, I heard that the God King of the alien race attacked you. The Demon Lord asked. You even know that? Lin Fei was surprised. The Demon Lord said gleefully, our demon sex intelligence covers the entire continent. Your myth city is also the focus, so how could I not pay attention to it? Lin Fei sighed. It seems like I have to go back and clean myself up. Maybe one day, you will find out that I slept with that woman. The Demon Lord was nearly angered by those words. Lin Fei looked at the Demon Lord's defeated expression and felt delighted. Seeing that you are being kind, I will tell you one thing. But, you have to hand over the spy from Myth City. Didn't you say that you were kind enough to tell me? The Demon Lord stared and really wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. I am being kind. Normally I would have to pay a fee. But on account of Nangong Qianqian, I am giving you a discount. Lin Fei smiled cheekily. You win. The God King of the alien race has a giant starry sky beast that can ignore the array. Do you know that? The Demon Lord was shocked. Giant starry sky beast? You met it? He was no longer calm. Of course I met it, but I chased it away. Lin Fei said. Of course, believe it or not, it is up to you. Anyway, I said that you can hand over the spy from Myth City. Don't leave. The Demon Lord left in a flash, causing Lin Fei to be extremely resentful. Damn, he is a big shot, but he ran away in a flash. He is too lacking in quality. Lin Fei shook his head. Hairball, you hairball, where did you go? In the blink of an eye, Hairball disappeared. You glutton, come back and I will lock you up. Lin Fei really couldn't do anything to Hairball. He couldn't afford to hurt Hairball, who could travel through the void. Just as he finished speaking, Hairball came back and stood on his shoulder. Lin Fei stared. You are still willing to come back? Hairball had a wronged expression. She opened her mouth and spat out a medicinal herb. The giant dragon flew into the fog and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly set up the array and looked at the medicinal herb. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You glutton, where did you go to cause trouble again? Hairball was proud of herself again. She jumped up and down and pointed at a place. You glutton, this is dragon grass. Lin Fei opened the system and recognized it. He immediately found a jade box and put the cage grass in it. So the dragon race really has this thing called dragon grass. Dragon grass grew after the death of a giant dragon. It contained the essence of the dragon race and could be said to be a heaven-defying sacred medicine. Lin Fei knew a little about dragon grass, but he didn't know that the dragon race really had it. After all, this had always been a legend because when the giant dragon's lifespan was exhausted, it would go to the dragon tomb and release all its energy. Dragon grass was built on this foundation. Hairball, quickly take me there. How can we let others take advantage of such a good thing? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Hairball showed a look of disdain. Just now you said that I am a glutton and now you are begging me. Lin Fei really cared about the cage grass. What he lacked the most was undoubtedly dragon grass. As long as he could get some dragon grass, his strength would greatly improve. Even if he couldn't use it, it would be helpful to Jiqing and Jin Feng. Lin Fei would definitely plunder the dragon grass. If he didn't plunder it, he would be letting himself down and not living up to his identity as Demon Lin. After the matter is done, I can give you 2. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers. Furball raised 3 of his fingers. Chapter 661. There were no clouds in the sky and the sun was shining brightly on Dragon Island. Various factions arrived one after another. On the mountain closest to the resting area, there were 2 men who stared at a certain spot and didn't move at all. I really don't understand. Since when did our dragon race fear a human? One of them said unhappily. What is so amazing about the human race? A Big Six Alliance conference still needs to rely on Dragon Island. They are just a bunch of cowards. The other man's face was filled with disdain. To the dragon race, humans were cowardly and weak. Even the Big Six Alliance conference had to be held in Dragon Island. What are the two of you muttering about? A black shadow descended from the sky and appeared right in front of them. The two of them wanted to say something, but they swallowed it back down. Deacon. The person who came was a deacon of the dragon race. In the dragon race, deacons had a higher status than others. Within the dragon race, their status wasn't low. Demon Lin is still inside? Although the higher-ups of the dragon race wouldn't do anything to him, they had to arrange for people to monitor him. Deacon, Demon Lin has always been inside and hasn't gone out. It seems like he is afraid. The dragon race deacon asked. Since he entered, who came to find him? For now there are only two people. One is the demon sex demon lord and the other is the ocean god emperor. As for the others, there isn't anyone else. Continue to monitor him and don't be careless. Once he does anything, inform me immediately. The dragon race deacon frowned. The two people who came were both big shots. As expected, Demon Lin hit himself deeply. I have to report this to the higher-ups. Don't worry, as long as we are here. Demon Lin will always be within our monitoring range. Okay, as long as you monitor him, you will have made a huge contribution. After the dragon race deacon said this, he turned around and left. Those two fools must still be monitoring me. With them as evidence, the dragon grass will all belong to me and no one will suspect me. In the pitch-black world, Lin Fei waited casually. He thought about how the dragon race would react when they found out that the cage grass had been stolen. Lin Fei had long known that the dragon clan had arranged for two people outside. It was precisely because of their presence that Lin Fei dared to venture into the dragon's tomb and steal the dragon grass to increase his strength. Fortunately, Hairball knows the Heaven-Earth Devourer technique and can use it to deceive everyone. Should I shift the blame to someone else? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He began to plot against others. The darkness in front of him opened up, and Lin Fei jumped out. They had arrived at the dragon tomb. This was a world of darkness, and it looked like a wasteland. This is the dragon tomb. Hairball, you didn't come to the wrong place, did you? Lin Fei frowned. It was obvious that the place was different from what he had expected. At the very least, the dragon's tomb should be imposing. Hairball reached out with her claws. He pointed to the front and flew away. Lin Fei followed him calmly. A giant white skeleton gave off the aura of a dragon. It appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the white bones there were a few stalks of dragon grass. A few giant dragons danced in the mist, giving off a domineering aura. Lin Fei looked over and knew that this was a heaven-defying saint grass that had absorbed a body's essence. It contained the essence of a giant dragon. Hairball flew over, and the giant dragon pounced over, knocking her away. She landed unwillingly on his shoulder and complained to Lin Fei in a pitiful manner. You deserve to eat it alone. Lin Fei already knew that the dragon grass contained the will of a giant dragon. If he wanted to collect it, he had to suppress the will. Hairball suffered a lot in order to eat the dragon grass. Four-legged bug, haven't you always wanted to deal with me? I will steal all your dragon grass first. Lin Fei didn't know where the dragon tomb was, but there was one thing that couldn't be changed. The dragon tomb was definitely in the void. Apart from the dragon race, no one else could find it. Lin Fei was very assured that the giant dragons wouldn't barge in. Moreover, the dragon tomb was a forbidden area in their eyes. No giant dragons could enter unless they went against the will of the dragon god. Hairball, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of benefits for you. Seeing Hairball drooling, Lin Fei wanted to laugh. A foodie was a foodie. She could even find the dragon tomb. Divine Whip. A divine whip appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It gave off a scorching aura, and the surroundings seemed to be burning. He lashed at the giant dragon will. Pa! Pa! The divine flame containing divine might struck the giant dragon will. The domineering giant dragon will shattered on the spot, and the giant dragon will return to the dragon grass. Even though the wills of these dragons were very powerful and Lin Fei's divine flame contained divine might, how could a single dragon's will compare to divine might? Pa! 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 Lin Fei lashed out with another breath, shattering the dragon's will. Hairball flew up and dug out the dragon grass. She ate 3 of them on the spot. Lin Fei was speechless. My little ancestor, this is dragon grass, not cabbage. You are like a pig eating ginseng fruit. You don't know what it tastes like. Lin Fei put the remaining 2 dragon grass in a jade box. He didn't absorb and refine the dragon grass on the spot. He felt that it was not the right time. Continue forward. After a few steps, Lin Fei stopped. Celestial Immortal Giant Bone. With a little refining, it can become a celestial immortal grade celestial artifact. I can't miss such a good material. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and put away the giant dragon skeleton. It was rare to come to the dragon tomb. Lin Fei naturally had to plunder it. He couldn't let others take advantage of it. Moreover, Lin Fei didn't have any feelings for the dragon race. If he didn't plunder it now, when would he? This time the dragon tomb was in trouble. Golden skeleton. This is awesome. It can be forged into a celestial immortal grade celestial artifact. The dragon race really doesn't know how to make use of it. Yang Jian shattered the will, took the dragon grass and put away the skeleton. Then he fearlessly ventured deeper. At the beginning, the dragon grass that grew from the skeleton didn't have a very strong will. But as he ventured deeper, the dragon will grew stronger. It was extraordinary, and the giant dragon skeleton was also stronger. What a powerful force! Just as Lin Fei collected the 3 stalks of dragon grass, a huge dragon flew out. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath. The dragon's might shook the sky and turned into countless huge dragons that attacked Lin Fei. F***ck. Yang Jian cursed. He swung his whip and fire dragons surrounded him. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Who are you? Come out. Lin Fei roared. He didn't expect to meet an expert in there. Human, how dare you steal the dragon grass and giant dragon skeleton? What crime do you deserve? Chapter 662. An expert appearing in the dragon tomb surprised Lin Fei. He thought that it was an expert, but when he saw the illusory figure, he immediately understood that it was formed by intent and wasn't a threat. Why? You have a problem with that? Lin Fei didn't take the other party seriously. The illusory figure was stunned. It was obvious that it was infuriated by Lin Fei's reply. He actually dared to speak to it like that. It roared, "Cowardly human, you are courting death." The illusory figure chopped out with a golden saber light. This attack wasn't any weaker than a Heaven Immortal's attack, and it contained a strong dragon might. Just a mere intent. Open. The whip in Lin Fei's hand turned into a red spear. A flame spun at the tip of the spear as it clashed with the other party's saber light. The saber light fell into the whirlpool and shattered like a mirror. It was incredibly fast. Lin Fei wasn't worried about anything formed by intent. One mustn't forget that Lin Fei had consumed God's spirit grass before, and his body contained divine might. The dragon might didn't affect him at all. It retreated. The illusory figure's attack failed and it dissipated, returning to the darkness. Interesting. An intent took the initiative to attack. Lin Fei immediately realized that there were aged dragon grass in the depths of the dragon tomb. He was a bold person by nature, and he had an adventurous spirit in his bones. Lin Fei decided to head into the depths. Although the dragon grass outside was good, it probably couldn't compare to the amount in the depths. Lin Fei flew in, and everywhere he passed, the amount of dragon grass started to decrease. There were even some that didn't have any dragon bones. For it to still have dragon might after such a long time, it must have been a strong giant dragon when it was alive. An hour later, Lin Fei reached the depths of the dragon tomb. From afar he saw a huge dark golden skeleton. The Jingguang shone brightly like a dark golden sun. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and Lin Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck. He subconsciously cursed. It was too long and it was like a mountain range. In the darkness it flickered, and it gave off a strong aura. Why would the dragon clan have a dark golden skeleton? Could it be that this dragon was the clan leader of the dragon clan when it was alive? Lin Fei was no fool. One look at the huge body and he knew that its combat power was extraordinary. It was definitely not as simple as a heaven immortal. Dragon grass. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the skeleton. It was a stalk of dragon grass that was about 1/2 meter tall. It was incomparably eye-catching and dark gold, causing Lin Fei to drool. A resolute thought appeared in his mind. Snatch it, we must snatch it. There was a demon in Lin Fei's heart that kept urging him. On the way here, the draconic grass had all been black, looking very ordinary. However, the dark golden draconic grass gave off a boundless life force. Most importantly, it was 1/2 meter tall and contained a terrifying amount of essence. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that all the dragon grasses he had harvested could not even compare to 1/3 of the other parties. No, it could not even be counted as 1/10 of the other parties. He could not help but feel envious. As long as I have this draconic grass, I can definitely become a heaven immortal. Lin Fei could guess that this dragon skeleton must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. After it died, it devoured the essence of the dragon tomb and gave birth to the dark golden draconic grass. Later on, the dragon clan became weaker with each generation and did not dare to approach the depths of the dragon tomb. Thus, the draconic grass continued to grow. Draconic grass, come to my bowl. Lin Fei's body turned into a huge hand that grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass. He was secretly on guard against the attack of the will just now. Boom! The dark golden draconic grass released its power and actually blocked the attack. You still dare to resist? Lin Fei grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass again. This time it seemed like a huge hole would be torn out of the space. Crack! The dark golden draconic grass only resisted for a moment before it shattered. The dark golden draconic grass fell into Lin Fei's hand. I got it so easily? Feeling the surging power, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The existence that he was worried about did not appear as he had expected. His divine sense swept across the dragon tomb but could not find the existence of the will. Lin Fei felt strange. Could it be that the will was released by another draconic grass? Looking at the dark golden skeleton in front of him, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Such a strong dark golden draconic grass must have a strong will. But wasn't it too easy for him? Human, you've been tricked. A cold voice came from the draconic grass in Lin Fei's hand. Before Lin Fei could react, swoosh, without any hesitation, a dark golden light rushed into the middle of his eyebrows and went into the depths of his sea of consciousness. F***ck. It's trying to take over my body. Lin Fei cursed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes with a sullen face. Not far away, a figure appeared with a victorious smile. Human, I didn't expect you to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and refine the Azure Dragon divine blood. Moreover, your body is so strong. It's the best body to take over. How could you become a draconic grass? Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He had been careless and allowed the other party to enter his sea of consciousness. You even deceived my divine sense. Hehehe, my divine sense can't find out. That means I am a draconic grass. Surprised. Long Xiao laughed. He had waited for this day for a long time and finally found a carrier. No wonder you can deceive my divine sense. Lin Fei was shocked. I'm really curious. Your dragon clan died in the dragon tomb. How could you survive? Not only did you retain your will, but you also turned yourself into a draconic grass. When Long Xiao entered the carrier, he knew that this carrier was quite strong. More importantly, it had refined the Azure Dragon divine blood, which was an incomparable advantage. At this time, he was not worried that a little human would resist him. The other party's spirit was too weak to affect him. I haven't talked for a long time. For the sake of you becoming my carrier, I don't mind talking to you a little more. Dragon Xiao said, because I am the first dragon king of the dragon tribe, and my skills are as powerful as the sky. At that time I met a powerful opponent and had to die. But he never thought that I would fake my death to escape and absorb the essence of the dragon tomb. When you become my carrier, I will find a place to cultivate and refine it. In less than 100 years, I will be able to reach the golden immortal realm and kill the powerful enemy of that year. Lin Fei gasped. This dragon king was crazy. He even thought of this method. No wonder when I saw the draconic grass just now I sensed the huge power inside it. Are you scared? Long Xiao was in high spirits. Even I am proud of my means. Dying in meditation in exchange for entering the golden immortal realm. I am too smart. This kind of crazy behavior Lin Fei knew that ordinary people could not do. If there was an accident in the middle, everything would be ruined. Cut the crap. I am going to eat your spirit. But you can rest assured that I will make your name spread throughout the 3 realms. You will not be my carrier in vain. Long Xiao laughed and turned into a golden dragon. With a long roar he rushed down and wanted to eat Lin Fei. For this day Long Xiao had waited for 1,000,000 years. Now, 1,000,000 years in exchange for the golden immortal realm in 100 years was completely worth it. Moreover, after this carrier refined the blood of the divine beast and promoted to the golden immortal realm, he would also be the best among the golden immortals. He could even fight against Zenith Heaven golden immortals. In the eyes of Long Xiao, Lin Fei was a fish on the chopping board. At first, he tried to attract the other party because he was worried that the other party would see through him. In the face of the fierce golden dragon, Lin Fei's serious look turned into a smile. You want to eat me? In your dreams. Hua hua hua, the flame was like a sea of water, wave after wave, appearing out of thin air in the depths of the sea of consciousness. It quickly turned the sea of consciousness into a sea of fire. In front of Lin Fei a wall of fire also appeared, protecting his spirit. Open! Long Xiao tried to break the wall of fire. When the attack fell on it, the flame fell on his body and he felt pain. He was shocked on the spot. What kind of fire is this? And how can there be a flame in your sea of consciousness? Long Xiao was shocked. He knew that he had been fooled and was delayed by the other party. How dare you lie to me? It was rare for a flame to appear in the sea of consciousness, unless it was virtual fire. Lin Fei's was not virtual fire, but the real divine fire. It was specialized in dealing with energy bodies and had extraordinary effects. You lied to me once, why can't I lie to you once? Lin Fei laughed. Now you have fallen into my sea of fire. Let's see what you can do. Just now Lin Fei was really delaying. The Dragon King had a well-thought-out plan, but he ignored the mystery of Lin Fei. At this time, Long Xiao regretted not paying attention to this carrier. A carrier that could refine the blood of the divine beast, how could it not fight back? Now he was trapped in it. Do you think you can kill me with this flame? Although Long Xiao perceived the danger of the flame, he could not kill him. In order to take possession of the carrier, Long Xiao had no way out. The only thing he could do now was to find the flaws of the other party and take possession of the carrier in one fell swoop. It was either you die or I live. You have a good eye. I really can't kill you. Lin Fei really couldn't kill the other party. The other party's energy body was too overbearing. If your body is in the fairy immortal realm, I may be afraid. At this time you have not become a fairy immortal, and are in the sea of consciousness. You can't guard it day and night. Why don't you help me? Long Xiao was determined to kill the other party. Lin Fei looked hesitant. Give up? Why should I give up? Anyway, you can't do anything to me. Who said I can't do anything to you? If it weren't for this damn flame, I would have taken possession of you, swallowed your primordial spirit, and occupied the carrier. How about this, we each take a step back? Long Xiao said. You give up your body, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and then I will give you compensation. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Lin Fei said coldly. Don't worry, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and I will naturally compensate you for your loss. Long Xiao laughed. I am the first Dragon King. If you agree to leave, I can make you the Dragon King and control the whole Dragon Clan. What do you think? Chapter 663. Dragon King. Lin Fei was moved. This old thing was really willing to spend a lot of money. Long Xiao had been observing. It was natural for a young man to be shocked. This was exactly what he had planned. How about it? As long as you leave with your spirit and give up your body, I will teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. You will be a big shot on the continent. In order to avoid being hunted down, you chose to fake your death and secretly plan to seize the essence of the dragon tribe. Do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei pointed to his head. I'm afraid you will kill me as soon as my spirit leaves. After all, if this matter is spread out, the dignified first-generation Dragon King will definitely become a joke in the mortal world. You are right. However, I can become the Dragon King, so I will naturally keep my word. Long Xiao laughed. I can teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. This is enough to represent my intention. It had to be said that Dragon King's words were very tempting. The dragon tribe was a big force on the continent. Even the alliance meeting was held on Dragon Island. Is the position of Dragon King so easy to sit on? After Lin Fei asked, Dragon King Long Xiao laughed. I am not afraid that you won't ask. It's good that you asked. I am afraid that the position of Dragon King has been empty for a long time. I think there is only one chief on Dragon Island and no Dragon King. Long Xiao said proudly. Lin Fei said, now that you mention it, it seems that there really is no Dragon King on Dragon Island. There is also no mention of the deeds of Dragon King on the continent. Dragon Island was so powerful. Lin Fei had heard of the chief at most, but there seemed to be no mention of Dragon King. Long Xiao laughed heartily. It's not that easy to be a Dragon King. For them, it's already very good to be able to be a patriarch. A Dragon King can't be a Dragon King because it's arranged by the upper realm, the immortal world. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this secret. If Dragon King really came down from the immortal world, it seemed normal that there was no Dragon King on Dragon Island. The dragon tribe was not qualified to be Dragon King. To be exact, it should be the dragon realm. Long Xiao seemed to be recalling something. If you get my token and seize another dragon body, the position of Dragon King will be yours. Dragon roar increased the temptation. Lin Fei looked doubtful. Why do I still feel that it's not very reliable? Is the position of Dragon King really that easy to sit on? If the patriarch is dissatisfied and kills me in private, wouldn't I be in big trouble? The Dragon King Long Xiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What a waste of my saliva. I'll endure. When the time comes, you'll be in for a treat. The Dragon King Long Xiao knew that this young man must have been tempted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this matter and attacked him instead. Humph, when you hear the secrets of the Dragon King, you will know why I let you be the Dragon King. Dragon King Long Xiao decided to give the other party a taste of the sweetness and occupy the carrier as soon as possible. This vessel was no weaker than his physical body back then. Furthermore, there was also the blood of a divine beast. No matter what, he had to obtain it. I'm all ears. Lin Fei said, but in his heart he thought, let's see who is tricking who. Sooner or later you will suffer. You still want to occupy my body. Only a fool will be fooled. Both of them were scheming against each other. To tell you the truth, I'm just a doppelganger now. Long Xiao said. I have another body in the dragon realm, which has now cultivated to the late stage of Xian Immortal. I'm afraid that you entered the dragon tomb and faked your death, so that your doppelganger could break through to Golden Immortal. At that time, the doppelganger and your body will be united. Lin Fei sneered. Long Xiao did not deny it. In the mortal realm, doppelganger was awesome, but in the dragon realm, its status was not high. Later, he figured out this method and became the Dragon King. In the dragon tomb, there is the treasure of the dragon clan buried by me. I can guide you to take it out now. When you see the treasure, you will know that I didn't lie to you. This guy deliberately did not want the dragon clan to have a Dragon King. If the treasure, he said, has this effect, then I don't mind controlling the Dragon Island and becoming their master. Treasure? You must be bragging. Humph, the treasure is under the skeleton of the Holy Dragon. If it wasn't for the suppression of the skeleton, it would have been discovered long ago. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see for yourself. Let's see. Outside, Lin Fei opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the dark golden skeleton. So this dark golden skeleton is called the Holy Dragon. It is indeed sacred. If it was alive, I don't know how powerful it would be. It must be the strongest of the dragon clan. Lin Fei did not know that the entire dragon clan had only given birth to one holy dragon. The holy dragon played an indispensable role in the dragon clan's dominance on the continent. Back then, the holy dragon relied on its powerful strength to defeat all the experts on the continent. Because of this, the dragon clan became famous. Even after death, the skeleton still exuded powerful power. It should be below here. Lin Fei struck out with his palm, shaking the dragon skeleton. The huge holy dragon skeleton was forcibly moved away. Whoosh! A jingguang flew out like a golden thread, undulating up and down, flying toward Lin Fei and entangling his body. It was so fast that he had no time to react. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. He urged his true essence and tried to shake off the golden thread. Unexpectedly, the golden thread seemed to take root and did not move. How dare you trick me? In the depths of the sea of consciousness, Lin Fei looked angry. I forgot to tell you that this treasure has an automatic function, which is to suppress the Dragon Clan. Anyone with the blood of the Dragon Clan can be suppressed, and this is just the first function. Long Xiao said proudly. Lin Fei said bitterly, you are really insidious. I'm afraid your real purpose is to keep me in the dragon tomb and not let me leave this place, right? Smart, you are my carrier. How can I let you leave? Long Xiao did not hide. This is the dragon taming rope, one of the treasures of the dragon realm. As long as you refine the dragon taming rope, none of the Dragon Clan will be your opponent. This is the privilege of the Dragon King. If the Dragon Clan is not convinced, you can beat them and suppress them until they surrender. But now, let me swallow your spirit and obediently become my carrier. Long Xiao said all that to lure the other party to move the skeleton. The dragon taming rope had his mark. Although it could not attack, it could trap the other party. Boom boom. The huge energy body turned into a huge golden dragon, constantly hitting the spirit. You're going to lose. Only when the other party's body was trapped, Long Xiao could really rest assured. The more the dragon taming rope struggled, the more the other party would be entangled, and thus the power would be stimulated. After absorbing the essence of the dragon tomb, Long Xiao's energy body was extremely huge. Every time it hit, the sea of fire was suppressed, and the spirit became unstable. It was unimaginable that the spirit would be shattered alive. Chapter 664. Confidence. Of course, Long Xiao was confident. He had calculated everything in his heart. Apart from the unknown mystical flame that emerged from his opponent's sea of consciousness, which gave him a headache, everything else was normal. How could he not be confident? Long Xiao was determined to completely occupy this carrier. With this carrier, he could save at least a few hundred years of cultivation. It didn't matter if he lost a primordial spirit. Primordial spirits had to be devoured anyway. The original body outside was also entangled by the dragon taming rope. Don't try to scare me. Long Xiao sneered. I won't fall for it. Let's see how long your primordial spirit can last. Boom. A red furnace flew down from the top of Long Xiao's head, suppressing him inside on the spot. It formed an area with a radius of about 100 feet, trapping him inside. Lin Fei shook his head with a kind face. Sai, I just reminded you that there's something up there. Damn it, you just didn't listen. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You bastard. Long Xiao was furious. He didn't expect that this guy would do the same to him right after he tricked him. You think you can trap me with this? Try, I'll be waiting. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You tricked me just now and now it's my turn. Life really has its ups and downs. Long Xiao turned into a giant dragon and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Every attack was shocking, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth furnace. Once, twice, until 10 times later Long Xiao was shocked. With his strength there was nothing that couldn't be broken. Even if it was the opponent's primordial spirit, Long Xiao could break it. Again. Long Xiao used all his strength and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Dragon King, continue. Dragon King, don't be discouraged. You can do it. Outside, Lin Fei was smiling. Every word was like a cut on his body and sprinkling a handful of salt. He was so sinister that he wanted to slap that guy to death. After dozens of hits, Long Xiao roared. You bastard, what the hell is this? With his attack, even if it was the primordial spirit, it would still collapse after dozens of hits. But this furnace was like a natural one and was not affected at all. Instead, the energy on its body gradually disappeared. Nothing. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now it seems that you are very suitable to live in there. From the very beginning, when Long Xiao tried to take over the body, Lin Fei had come up with a plan. That was why he said those words just now, in order to delay Long Xiao. Now it seemed that it was quite successful. At such a young age you are so scheming. You must have done everything on purpose. Long Xiao had never thought that he would be schemed against. Previously, he had wanted to trick the other party, thinking that a young man would fall for it. Unexpectedly, he had been tricked first. You're a dignified dragon king. Why bother with me? Lin Fei said. You absorbed the dragon tomb's essence and gathered all the energy in your body. If I didn't deliberately reveal my greed, how could I have deceived you? The heaven and earth smelt was something that Lin Fei could use anytime he wanted. If the other party were to dodge it once, he could forget about succeeding the second time around. That was the reason why he decided to take the bait intentionally. Impressive. I've misjudged you. Long Xiao sighed, then regained his confidence. However, you missed one thing. If I don't remove the dragon taming chain from you personally, you know the consequences. Is this what you're talking about? In the hands of the primordial spirit Lin Fei there was a long whip, a golden whip. I still have to thank you for giving me an immortal weapon that is specially made to subdue the dragon clan. How did you subdue it? It's impossible. Long Zhao's only hope collapsed. There's nothing impossible in this world. Lin Fei shook his head. Just like you can fake your death and plunder the dragon tomb's essence. Why can't I break your dragon taming chain? I have to say the dragon taming chain is really powerful. You're really shameless. Long Xiao roared and attacked the heaven and earth smelt, but he couldn't break it. How could he know that the heaven and earth smelt was condensed from a miraculous cultivation method? If it had trapped the original body or a physical body, Lin Fei wouldn't have had it so easy. Since it was an energy body, it was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. If he hadn't cultivated the essence skill, he would have been trapped in the dragon tomb with the dragon taming chain. At that time, he would be in big trouble. It's boring to be too righteous and shameless. Lin Fei smiled. Thank you for giving me the item that gave me the opportunity to become the Dragon King. If Long Xiao could vomit blood, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. If someone else said this, Long Xiao would definitely scoff. How could you be the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan so easily? However, Lin Fei was different. He was different from everyone else. His body contained the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Just this alone made him an honorable person in front of the Dragon Clan. No one could doubt him. Long Xiao was angry. In the end, he was helping the other party instead. Let me go. I don't want you as a host anymore. I will even give you compensation. Lin Fei believed that this guy must be scheming something. Naturally, he wouldn't agree unless he was a fool. There's no need to think about it. You are very useful to me. My advancement to Celestial Immortal depends on you. Dream on. Long Xiao roared. If you want to refine me, prepare to explode. I won't let anyone refine me. Just wait patiently. I believe that you will know the results soon. Lin Fei closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He didn't care about anything. Don't go. Come back. Come back. Long Xiao watched helplessly. He was completely furious. I don't care what treasure this is. No one can trap me. Boom boom, Lin Fei opened his eyes again and heaved a long sigh of relief. This Dragon King is really scheming. I almost fell for it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Continue attacking. When you realize that you are providing me with primordial essence, you will regret it. Lin Fei no longer paid attention to it. Let's refine the dragon taming rope first. This was a treasure. It was equally useful against others. The focus was on the giant dragon, which was their nemesis. Lin Fei's huge divine sense rushed into the dragon taming rope and completely erased the imprint entrenched in it. Perhaps because of the time, the imprint was very thin and was about to collapse. After leaving his own divine sense, the dragon taming rope was controlled. After controlling the dragon taming rope, the corresponding usage came to him. This dragon taming rope could be used as a rope or a whip. The whip contained a special power that specifically targeted the strong defense of the Dragon Clan. This was really an advantage for Lin Fei. The strength of the Dragon Clan was well known. Even he himself was afraid. Lin Fei tried whipping himself, and an intense pain spread from the inside out. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Lin Fei grumbled. He was just asking for it. How did the Dragon Realm refine such an immortal artifact? It's really too torturous. Lin Fei asked himself if he could bear it a few more times. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What a good thing. It can be used to bind people, and can also be used as a punishment immortal artifact. Hairball, you have done a great service this time. Hairball flew out from the corner and raised a claw. You glutton, you only know how to eat and eat. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? If not for Hairball, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to come to the dragon tomb. Not to mention collecting the dragon taming rope. Not to mention suppressing the Dragon King. Lin Fei gave Hairball 2 stalks of dragon grass. Let's go out. If not for suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely swept through the place. Now there was no need. The most important thing now was to refine it. Hairball was unhappy. Seemed like it wasn't full yet. Lin Fei glared at it. What's the rush? We have plenty of time next time. Remember, don't come and eat. The dragon tomb is our territory. Looking back at the dark golden skeleton, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If not for the fact that the heaven and earth smelt was suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely taken the skeletal remains away. Every single one of them could be crafted into a heavenly immortal bone spear. It could definitely be used as a terrifying trump card. Lin Fei returned to the house. Those 2 are still spying on me. After keeping the clone, Lin Fei opened the window. He didn't need to look to know that someone was spying on him. I was prepared to use the dragon grass to scheme against someone. It seems like I don't need to anymore. Lin Fei thought. Using the dragon grass to scheme against someone is too boring. I still need their help. After Lin Fei thought about it, he didn't leave the house. He laid on the bed and went to sleep. Since the giant dragons on the Dragon Island were pushing him aside, the others were probably the same. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to go out. Anyways, the Continent Alliance conference hadn't started yet. Lin Fei decided to sleep. He went to learn crafting. With so many dark golden skeletons, he could definitely craft a heavenly immortal grade 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 immortal. At the same time as he slept on the Dragon Island, one power after another arrived. Those who could attend the Continent Alliance conference this time were all big shots of the continent. They were existences that no one dared to ignore. Even though most of the continent had been occupied by the foreign races, the big powers and sects had yet to be breached. If it wasn't for the sects being breached, the Continent Alliance conference wouldn't have started in advance. If it continued, the continent would really fall into the hands of the foreign races. The conference had to be held. They had to unite all the powers that could be united. Is this the Dragon Island? At the exit of the Dragon Island's barrier, a group of people came out without using a battleship. The Taoist who spoke had the demeanor of an immortal. He immediately became the center of attention. Look, Taoist gentleman of the 10 prodigies is here. It seems like he has advanced to the Heaven Immortal stage. I didn't expect the Celestial sect to send Taoist gentlemen here. It seems like they are determined to win the position of Alliance leader. Taoist gentleman's appearance attracted a lot of attention. A Heaven Immortal couldn't help but be moved. Taoist gentleman, I didn't expect you to advance as well. I thought you died under the heavenly tribulation. An eccentric voice suddenly appeared from the other side. It turned out that another person had arrived. The person in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from the other party. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Another Heaven Immortal expert. Chapter 665. You're courting death. Taoist Master Gentleman shouted and thrust his sword towards his opponent's face. The sound of Sanskrit descended as if a gentleman in white was chanting. This strike was filled with the elegance of a gentleman, shocking everyone. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. That person snorted and punched. The sky changed color and dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was shocked. One strike, one punch. Boom! Shockwaves surged out in all directions, showing how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. I didn't expect Taoist Master Gentleman to be so elegant after becoming a Heaven Immortal. If it was someone else, that strike would have killed him. A half-step Heaven Immortal said. The gentleman's sword pays attention to the way of the gentleman. A gentleman is full of righteousness. Taoist Master Gentleman's swordsmanship has reached great success. It makes people want to worship him. That black Heaven Immortal is also powerful. Didn't you see him block Taoist Master Gentleman's attack? Day turned into night. They can't do anything to each other. This alliance conference is really going to be interesting. Although the two Heaven Immortals did not use their celestial powers, it still caused a huge commotion. After all, if two heaven immortals fought, it would not be a good thing. A great battle was unavoidable, and no one wanted to see that. You two, this is Dragon Island. Please take a step back. A flying dragon flew out and stood between the two. I'll give face to the dragon race. Taoist Master Gentleman withdrew his aura. I wonder if they will give me face. Haha, if you give face to the dragon race, I, Black Heaven, will do the same. Black Heaven laughed. I thought you were strong, but it seems like you are only SOSO. Taoist Master Gentleman said indifferently. You are not qualified for me to use my full strength. Is that so? A cold voice was heard. A cold light shot out from the sky and turned into a black ray. Taoist Master Gentleman's face darkened. He unsheathed his flying sword and slashed at the ray, trying to change its direction. The ray did not move. It deflected the sword light and went straight for Taoist Master Gentleman's face. This is Tai's godly archery. Someone could not help but exclaim. Taoist Master Gentleman was caught unprepared. He blocked the arrow by a hair's breadth. He did not look good, and at the same time he was afraid. Tai! At the end of the Dragon Clan's barrier, a silhouette flew out. He was still clad in beast armor. He looked at Taoist nobleman from afar. We meet again. It's a pity that I didn't kill you with a single arrow. The black dragon, who was trying to stop the fight, felt a headache coming on. He was the most powerful genius of the fiend race, as well as one of the 10 outstanding elites. His godly archery was unparalleled under the heavens. That arrow just now had caused even him to feel a terrifying sense of danger. Tai, to think that you would also become a heavenly immortal. A hint of fury flashed across Adept Gentleman's eyes. If you can become a sky immortal, why can't I? Tai laughed. Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me back then? But don't worry, I will kill you early in the evening and make a name for myself. No one had expected that the genius of the demon clan, Tai, would try to kill the Taoist master. Tai, I like your personality. Why don't we join forces and kill Taoist Master Gentleman? Taoist Haitian narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to speak. I hate Taoist Gentleman the most. He's a smiling tiger. Tai glanced at him coldly. I have no interest in joining forces with others. Taoist Master Gentleman was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He was a sky immortal, but now he seemed to have become prey. Anyone could take a bite out of him. How could a sky immortal like him feel? Seeing that Tai had become a sky immortal, the crowd sighed. Fortunately, they had passed their tribulations and would ascend to the heavenly realm in 3 months. Otherwise, they would have to go into seclusion. Tai, you fiends are quite bold. Fight me if you can. Boom! An immortal sword flew over. Another sky immortal flew over. Sword chi surged as if no one could block his attack. Who the hell are you? Tai raised his giant bow and aimed it at the immortal sword. He used 3 stars chasing the moon and charged straight at his opponent. Tai, you're too arrogant. Tai, I, the sword god, have always wanted to experience your godly archery. Let's see what's so special about you. The immortal sword laughed loudly. 2 golden jingguang beams shot out of his eyes. The crowd below was shocked again. That mysterious sword expert, the sword god? I didn't expect the sword god to become a sky immortal. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 jingguang beams transformed into 2 giant golden swords. They slashed left and right. His strength and timing were perfect, and he blocked all of Tai's 3 stars chasing the moon. Take one of my swords as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tai's face darkened. He drew his bow and shot 7 arrows. Only then did he manage to block his opponent's attack, but he was forced back. Everyone could see that the sword god was slightly stronger. He managed to force Tai back with 1 strike. A powerful sky immortal flew over. Heroes, please let go of your grudges for the sake of the Continental Alliance. Don't make things difficult for us. The meeting hadn't even started, and 4 sky immortals were already fighting. How could this continue? Perhaps the people on Dragon Island would start fighting before the meeting was over. The Dragon Elder finally came to stop them. Elder is right. The sword god put away his sword. Please arrange for someone to take us there, Elder. The Dragon Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of these sky immortals, but there was no need to offend them. Who knew if they would become profound immortals in the future? Just like that, the battle between heaven immortals and heavenly immortals came to an end. But to everyone, this alliance conference was going to be really interesting. Following that, everyone realized that almost all of the people who had come this time around were either elites or heavenly immortal powerhouses. This was even more of a heavenly immortal conference. All kinds of gossip began to spread. Perfected gentleman is here. Even Fiend Lin doesn't dare to come out. Of the 10 prodigies, 6 have already advanced to the celestial immortal level. This is truly inconceivable. Quick look. Another superpower has arrived. After the scene of the Sky Immortal elites making a move, the elders of the dragon race deliberately stood guard outside to prevent any further commotion. Fortunately, the experts that appeared below were more restrained. This was the territory of the Dragon Island, and the elder of the Dragon Clan was personally overseeing it. Of course, they didn't dare to not give face, unless they wanted to go against the Dragon Clan. Night fell. All of the superpowers had arrived. The originally quiet Dragon Island started to become lively. Did you see that? That room belongs to Demon Lin. He doesn't even dare to come out. The various superpowers had arrived, but many people were more concerned about Demon Lin. How was this fellow, whose name had spread across the entire continent, going to face the other superpowers this time? Boom! While everyone was pointing and gossiping, the entire Dragon Island was filled with roars. Following that, giant dragons roared out, causing everyone to be confused. What was going on? Chapter 666. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the Dragon Island. No one knew what had happened. The dragons moved out in groups. What had happened to make the dragon race so angry? They had never seen such a scene before. It was too frightening and shocking. I think I heard something about dragon grass just now. Could it be the dragon race's holy herb? That's a heaven-defying holy herb. Could it be someone so daring that they ran to the dragon tomb to steal the dragon grass? Think so. Something big has happened. I don't know who did it. The smart ones seemed to understand what had happened. They were just shocked. Aside from the colossal dragons, no one knew where the dragon tomb of the Dragon Clan was. Colossal dragons would only enter it when they were on the brink of death. Very few outsiders knew the location of the dragon tomb. It was said to be somewhere deep in the void. But now someone had stolen the dragon grass. To them it was unbelievable. This was a big matter. Let's go and take a look. We must go and take a look. The various forces could not sit still anymore. They really wanted to know who had stolen the dragon grass. Everyone, something unpleasant has happened on the Dragon Island. Please don't wander around. A Sky Immortal dragon appeared. His body rippled with Sky Immortal aura. His expression was solemn. He did not want them to look. Force them to look? They did not have the guts. They did not see the murderous look of the dragon race. They were probably suppressing their anger and wanted to find someone to vent it on. Rest. I'm exhausted today. The group of people were smarter and chose to go back. They discovered that many dragons had appeared in the area they were staying in. The weakest one was a half-step Sky Immortal. The strength they displayed was shocking. This was the true strength of the dragon race. Of course, if they did not go and watch, there would be no problem. But if they did, it would mean that they did not take the words of the dragon race to heart. It would simply cause trouble for themselves. In every room, everyone discussed in private. For something like this to happen to the Dragon Clan, how could they not be shocked? This place was the Dragon Clan's territory. To be able to steal here, one's guts were not small. They couldn't help but suspect that those notorious people might have been moved by them. One could imagine what the consequences of the dragon race's rage would be. Has Lin Fei been in his room all day? In one of the rooms, Taoist gentleman was sitting. His aura was tyrannical and overbearing, making them feel inferior. Even the elders treated Taoist gentleman as their leader. He's always been here. I wonder what he's up to. Taoist gentleman laughed heartily. So Lin Fei also has a day where he is afraid. I thought he was fearless. Originally, Reverend Gentleman was prepared to teach Lin Fei a lesson in person. However, this fellow was smart. He stayed in his room and did not come out. Even though Reverend Gentleman had become a heavenly immortal, he could not forcibly cause trouble for Lin Fei. Senior brother, should we continue watching? Immortal gentleman said. There's no need for that. The meeting will be held tomorrow. Lin Fei will have to come even if he doesn't want to. I don't mind inviting him out then. God damn it. Dragon grass and dragon bones. This is a sin. A furious roar came from a certain place, echoing continuously. At this moment 3 people appeared in a space. Looking at the empty dragon tomb in front of them, their faces were filled with anger. Their eyes were almost spewing fire. These 3 people were the most authoritative people in the dragon race. One was the current chief, Long Batian. The other 2 were the Great Elder and Punishment Elder. Chief, is there a traitor among us? Otherwise, how would they know the exact location of the dragon tomb? Punishment Elder Long Xingyi said with an ugly expression. The one with the worst expression should be Chief Long Batian. The dragon race's forbidden area was intruded by someone, disturbing the peace of their ancestors. This caused his expression to turn ferocious. Investigate. We must find out the truth, Long Batian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless anger. Forbid those humans from leaving the resting area. Otherwise, don't blame us for shedding all pretense of cordiality. Intruding into the dragon tomb was the most important matter. Everything else became trivial. Long Batian was too ashamed to show his face. As the 3 continued to watch, they almost vomited blood. The dragon grass was robbed clean. Apart from that, there were also the skeletons of their ancestors. The place where the skeletons used to be was now empty. The remaining pits were no less than a slap on their arrogant faces. The dragon race had always treated the dragon tomb as a forbidden area. No giant dragon could enter it in their lifetime. They would only send them in when their lifespan was about to end. However, the dragon tomb in their eyes had been infiltrated by someone. The person even stole the dragon grass and the skeletons of their ancestors. How could the 3 of them not be furious? They've caught up with the thief. Punishment Elder Long Xingyi suddenly said, and a dragon scale appeared in his hand. Let's go. Long Batian was enraged. The pride of the giant dragon was replaced by irritation. On an island in the boundless sea realm, giant dragons surrounded the huge island. The originally barren island had been razed to the ground. Obviously, there had been a huge battle on the island. Now the island was a work of art. Thief, you're not leaving today. There were more than 100 giant dragons, covering the sky and the earth. They even used a formation trapping the entire island. Not even a mosquito could think about escaping from their blockade. Isn't it just a stalk of dragon grass? What's so rare about it? In the center of the island, a masked man in black held a stalk of dragon grass in his hand. He ate it in a few bites. It doesn't taste good, but you guys treat it like a treasure. Failure. What a failure. The masked man in black muttered to himself. The giant dragons in the sky almost spat fire when they saw his expression. How dare he eat the dragon grass in front of us? Who did he think he was? If not for the elder's order, they would have smashed him into pieces. Just you wait. When the chief comes, I'll skin you alive. An elder's eyes were spitting fire, and his tone was cold. The entire dragon race was enraged. You really talk a lot of nonsense. You want to kill me? You guys are really not enough. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to boast shamelessly in the face of death. The chief is here. 3 figures appeared in the air above the island. Thief, die. The punishment elder was the angriest. Someone had intruded into the dragon race's forbidden area, disturbed the peace of their ancestors, and even stolen the dragon grass. She was furious and slapped down with her palm. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The palm split the island in 2, and the other part of the island sank. He's not dead. The black-clothed man didn't die, but was injured. The punishment elder's eyes widened. Could this person be a sky immortal? Apart from sky immortals, no one could block her palm. Punishment elder, stop. The first elder stopped her. Don't kill him yet. We still need to find out who the mastermind is. They must face the wrath of the dragon race. After so many years, this was the first time a brat had intruded into the forbidden area. The dragon race lost all face. Thief, tell us who the mastermind is. The punishment elder was furious. She reached out to grab him and interrogate him. Boom! A blazing aura erupted from the man's body, and a huge fireball engulfed him. Come. This treasure of mine is the #1 treasure in the world. If you can break it, I will tell you. But don't even think about it. No one is afraid of my treasure. The punishment elder's body was burning with flames. It took her a lot of effort to get rid of them, but she was injured unknowingly. Be careful, these flames are very strong. Using a treasure to stop them? How dare he be so arrogant? This was the first time they had seen such a shameless person. Take him down and bring him back to the dragon race. Interrogate him. Longbatian ordered. Did he think a treasure could stop the dragon race? What a joke. He finally knew why the other party was so arrogant. No wonder he snuck into the dragon tomb. If he didn't want to find out who the mastermind was, Longbatian would have done it himself. Attack! A total of 10 giant dragons whizzed down, trying to use their attacks to break the fireball and capture the thief inside. Bang! 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 Every time an attack landed, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. It was extremely terrifying. It was truly extremely terrifying. And even a heavenly immortal would turn pale with fright when they saw it. The dragon race was a group of violent fellows. It's not open. What's going on? All the giant dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. With their strength, even a protective celestial artifact would not be able to escape the same fate. But they were dumbfounded. I said that you can't break my treasure. You'd better leave obediently. Don't waste your time, or you'll end up wasting your time. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the dragon race is nothing. The man in black said lazily. Attack, until this celestial artifact is destroyed. The great elder snorted and ordered them to continue attacking. This time there were more than 50 dragons, and their attacks converged into a single line. It was truly terrifying and frightening. Clan leader, is this thief trying to stall for time? The punishment elder whispered. I really hope that there will be helpers. Longbatian said, but in fact, his eyes were already solemn. More than 50 dragons, who were the elites of the dragon race, frantically besieged the other party. The man in black was shrouded in it, and the huge fireball kept shaking, resisting the attacks, and there was no sign of it breaking. But at this time inside the fireball, Lin Fei was in a good mood, and finally provoked their anger. Bastard, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Let me go, or I will make you die a horrible death. As the dragons attacked, someone was afraid and panicked. Long Xiao was trapped in the fireball, and the attacks of the dragons fell and converged on his body. The energy was constantly consumed and flowed into the other party's body. Chapter 667. Waves surged violently on the azure blue sea, crashing continuously, creating waves that were dozens of zhang tall. They smashed down heavily, creating a shocking scene. Loud booms reverberated above the sea. All the sea beasts within a 10,000-mile radius ran away in fear. They wanted to die if they didn't run. What a terrifying dragon! What a terrifying dragon aura! It was an existence that they couldn't resist. It was like a towering mountain that they couldn't cross. There was nothing else in this area except for the terrifying energy waves. All the sea beasts were guessing what had happened to make the dragon race so angry. It's been 3 days. What exactly happened on that island? Some of the stronger sea beasts were spectators, paying attention to the movements in the sea. The dragon race is too terrifying. They didn't stop for 3 whole days. Fortunately, we didn't provoke the dragon race. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died. The sea beasts outside had stopped for 3 days, but the terrifying energy waves were still coming from the sea. Rumble. Another roar of energy reverberated in the sky. Even in the distance, the waves that were hundreds of feet tall formed a white curtain that connected the sky and the earth. It was extremely eye-catching, as if it was saying something. Haha, don't waste your energy. My treasure is the #1 treasure in the world. No one can break it. The original island had been razed to the ground. The giant fireball was suppressed by the dragon and floated above the sea. Its scorching aura evaporated the seawater, and the air waves rose and spread for thousands of miles. Chief, we can't go on like this. The first elder's face was as black as coal. It would be strange if he didn't look black. This guy is too strange. That fireball seems to be supported by endless energy. It blocked the attacks of our elite dragon race for 3 days. The punishment elder's eyes were already red, as if blood would flow out at any time. 3 days. The entire dragon race, no, it should be the elite dragon race, actually couldn't break the fireball. Instead, they were reduced to nothing by the other party. How humiliating. When had the dragon race ever been humiliated? Long Badian was already furious. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. How dare you barge into the dragon tomb and steal the dragon grass and the ancestors' remains? You must be punished. Long Badian roared. Angry dragons danced around him. Use the 8-divisional pagoda. Patriarch. Both the Great Elder and the Punishment Elder were shocked. The 8-divisional pagoda was a supreme immortal artifact of the dragon clan. It did not originate from this world, but was instead bestowed by the upper realm. It was one of the most precious treasures of the dragon clan. Unless something big happened, the dragon clan rarely used this treasure. Now they were going to use it for a human? There's no need to say anything else. I've already made up my mind. Long Batian's tone was resolute. His treasure is extraordinary. It's nothing more than a suppressive energy. In these 3 days, the energy is constantly weakening. Once the suppressive energy disappears, we will definitely capture him. Alright. The Grand Elder did not say anything else. This was an audacious human. If they didn't take down the other party, where would the face of their dragon race go to? The hundreds of giant dragons surrounding him suddenly stopped, their expressions solemn. Why did you stop? Do you want to retreat? Lin Fei was still provoking him. Bastard, you will be punished by the dragon clan, I promise. Long Batian roared and took out an immortal artifact. 8-divisional pagoda, crush all. The 8-divisional pagoda flew out, and all the giant dragons worshipped it. The 10,000 feet long Jingguang giant dragon roared out, covering the entire area in a golden color. The Jingguang giant dragon let out a long roar. The golden surface of the sea turned blood red. All the sea beasts that were hiding in the depths were shattered into pieces. None of them were spared. The entire sea had turned into a land of death. Dragon God. This is the might of the dragon god. Run. 10,000 miles away, the corpses of the sea beasts were strewn all over the place. A long roar dyed the entire sea red. Bam! The terrifying sound wave rushed into the fireball, and Lin Fei's physical body exploded on the spot. What a terrifying sound wave. Is this the treasure of the dragon race? Lin Fei was shocked. His physical body would not be able to withstand the first wave of attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Jingguang giant dragon split into 8. Each of the 8 Jingguang giant dragons was 10,000 feet long. They roared and crashed into the fireball. Boy, you've killed me. Long Zhao's expression changed drastically. He cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Tell me, what kind of immortal artifact are they using? Lin Fei yelled and forced the other party to answer. 8-divisional pagoda. One of the treasures of the dragon realm. Long Zhao seemed to have seen something terrible. Tell them to stop or we're dead. Lin Fei shook for a while. His strong body cracked open and blood gushed out. With his strong defense, he could not withstand the impact of the Jingguang giant dragon. If it landed on his body, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? I didn't expect the dragon race to have such a treasure. With a single thought, Lin Fei exploded once more, but he quickly recovered. Long Zhao was worse off than Lin Fei. His pure energy body was abruptly obliterated, and a clear current was injected into Lin Fei's body. Long Batian personally controlled the 8-divisional pagoda to crush the other party and take the treasure. Weren't you stubborn just now? The taste of the 8-divisional pagoda is not bad. Cool, so cool. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The more the better. Don't be shy. Bastard. Long Batian was infuriated. Under the 8-divisional pagoda, he still dared to be so arrogant. Boom boom boom, the 8-divisional pagoda fiercely attacked Lin Fei, drowning him in the attacks. He became a lonely boat in the storm that could be capsized at any time. Damn, what kind of treasure is this? Half a day later, Long Batian and the others were so tired that they were about to vomit blood. The other party still stubbornly resisted the intense attacks. You guys continue. Lin Fei took out a dragon grass and ate it. You can't kill me. You'd better let me go. Bastard. The group of giant dragons was furious again. They couldn't accept eating the dragon grass of their dragon clan in public. It was treason. The dragon clan is really a group of irascible guys. They went crazy when I provoked them a little. Lin Fei pretended to be powerless, but secretly rejoiced. In another half a day, I can advance to Celestial Immortal. Bastard, this king surrendered. Don't let them attack. If they attack again, this king will really die. Long Zhao's huge body was shrinking at this time, and it was shrinking at a rapid speed. Your death has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that you would destroy me sooner or later? Lin Fei said sarcastically. It's better if you die. Master, I beg you, make them stop. Long Zhao was already in despair. As long as you make them stop, I will tell you how to use the 8-divisional pagoda and completely control it. You know. Lin Fei was shocked. I am the Dragon King. I happen to know the 8-divisional pagoda. Long Zhao was desperate and no longer dared to call himself this king. Chapter 668. The fireball that Lin Fei was in was bombarded with a torrent of attacks. The whole sea area was shrouded in a terrifying aura under the golden light. Within 100,000 miles, the sea beasts were either dead or injured, and all fled. Below the golden sea was the sea water dyed red. The sea beasts and the sea clan who tried to watch were all sweating. They thought they were ferocious, but compared to the ferocity of the dragon clan, they were nothing. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Every time Lin Fei's flesh and blood was reborn, his progress was improving. Long Zhao had no choice but to tell him the method. He thought he had the other party under control, but now he became the victim and faced a disaster. How hateful. As the first-generation Dragon King, it was a disgrace to the Dragon Clan that he couldn't find a second Dragon King. So, they haven't exerted the true power of the 8-divisional pagoda? After memorizing the method, Lin Fei said to Long Zhao, Yes, what they are using now is the Dragon Strike. Long Zhao sneered. There is still the unity of man and treasure, and the 8 dragons unite. By the time they use it, we will have died many times. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. You can stop them now. Long Zhao struggled. Do you think they will agree if I speak? You idiot. Lin Fei curled his lips. Do you want me to surrender? How can I refine you? You broke your promise. Long Zhao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei had a look of disdain on his face. It's not that I didn't keep my word. In truth, it was you who didn't keep your word. You can't blame anyone for that. I learned it from you. Of course, if you are willing to tell me everything your dragon clan knows and everything they know, I can guarantee that you won't die. After knowing the method of the 8-divisional pagoda, Lin Fei was tempted by the 8-divisional pagoda outside. This was a good thing. If he didn't grab it, he would be sorry to God. You mean it? Although he was tricked once, Long Zhao was still tempted. If this situation continued, he would definitely die. If he could survive, he would definitely die. There would be opportunities in the future, even though the guy in front of him was shameless, sinister, and petty. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you believe it, it's true. If you don't believe it, it's not true. In any case, I won't lose anything if you die. In fact, I can't wait for you to die. Lin Fei said lightly. All right, I promise you. Long Zhao gritted his teeth and decided to trust him again. As long as you keep me alive, I will teach you everything I know and know. I knew you would say yes. Lin Fei already knew that. That's more like it. We're not mortal enemies. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't forget to call me your savior in the future. Long Zhao hated himself. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. If he had known that the person who could enter the dragon tomb was extraordinary, he would have taken the initiative to come to him. If you come to the immortal realm, I will definitely kill you. If I don't vent my anger, I am not Long Zhao. Half a day later. It was night time in the endless sea realm. The other places were covered by the curtain of night, but this area was clearly visible under the golden light. The night was as bright as day. Come on, it's about to break. Long Badian was so tired that he was about to vomit blood. The high-intensity operation made them so tired that they kept rotating. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Fei clearly felt that the true essence in his body was constantly increasing. It was like a great river that kept flowing in, accumulating and increasing. Boom! The 8 dragons roared at the same time. It's broken, it's finally broken. The huge fireball treasure finally broke under the crazy attack of the 8-divisional pagoda. Sparks flew everywhere. Catch him! For this day they were as tired as old bulls. At this time it was finally their turn to vent their anger. A huge red dragon grabbed the flames with its huge claws, trying to grab the other party out and make a great contribution. Pa! A red whip flew out like a stream of light and hit the dragon. The red dragon didn't care. Do you think you can hit a dragon whenever you want? Ah, it hurts so much. The red whip hit the dragon, and a layer of electricity seemed to appear on its body. The huge body was whipped away and fell into the sea. A huge lotus slowly rose up like a sun. A man in black with long hair fluttering in the wind appeared under the group of dragons. Catch him! Don't let him escape. The other dragons rushed down, proving that they were the strongest. Pa pa pa, Lin Fei held the red whip in his hand. Every time he whipped, a dragon would scream and be whipped away. It hurt so much. What the hell is this thing? Lin Fei kept whipping the dragons. No matter who it was, he would whip them. The dragon was in so much pain that they wanted to die. *CK, this dragon binding rope is really awesome. I can't even endure it after just one whip. The invention of the dragon tribe is too awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why someone with the dragon binding rope could become the dragon king of the dragon tribe. If they were not convinced, they would continue to whip. Lin Fei was so excited that he continuously lashed out. One giant dragon after another was sent flying, and all of them had pained expressions on their faces. Some of the stronger ones were unwilling to give up and charged up again. This time it was even more painful and uncomfortable than before, and they even had thoughts of killing themselves. What the hell is going on? Long Batian and the other two were dumbfounded. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. They were dragons. How could they be sent flying with a single whip? It didn't make sense. The 100 or so dragons tried it out one by one. After trying it out, they didn't dare to rush up and directly use their dragon breaths to attack. However, that fellow swung his whip and sent them flying, causing them to be in so much pain that they didn't dare to attack again. What are you doing? Hurry up and take him down! Long Batian shouted. Clan Chief, the whip in his hand is too strange. If it lashes at us, we won't be able to take it. One of the giant dragons complained. That's right, that's right. I've been whipped continuously. The sky is dark and the earth is dark. I'm in so much pain that I wish I were dead. Another dragon complained. Long Batian's clothes fluttered. You bastards, when we go back, you'll have a good time. Long Xingyi, as the punishment elder, go take him down. Long Batian could see that the whip was strange. More than 100 dragons couldn't take a single whip. He was full of doubts and could only let the punishment elder go up and try. Long Xingyi's expression was ugly. The whip was too strange, but he braced himself and went up. He couldn't just retreat. There's no need to do anything. Eat my whip first. Lin Fei rushed up and lashed down with the whip. It was like a flashing star, enveloping the punishment elder. It's just a whip. What's there to be afraid of? Long Xingyi snorted. The whip landed, and the punishment elder screamed. He fell from the sky and landed in the sea. He returned to his original form and kept rolling, creating waves. Could it be that the stronger one is, the more severe the punishment? Lin Fei thought to himself. He swung his whip and the punishment elder cried out miserably again. This time the commotion was even louder than before. The dragons who were whipped opened their eyes wide and shivered subconsciously, as if the whip had landed on their bodies. Senior, don't hit us. We surrender, we surrender. Long Xingyi, who was struggling in the water, could guarantee that he had never experienced such pain in his entire life. When that whip came down, even his soul was suffering. Normally speaking, the dragon race had a strong defense, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But just now, when the whip came down, the sky had collapsed, and his vision had turned black. He felt like he was going to die. Didn't you attack me before? That feels good, right? Lin Fei felt good. He lashed again, and Long Xingyi struggled in pain. Senior, please stop. I surrender. I was in the wrong that day. Please stop, I can't take it anymore. After a few more lashes, Long Xingyi, the punishment elder, felt like killing himself. He didn't care that there were others around and he begged for mercy. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really kill himself. A suicidal dragon? Long Xingyi didn't even dare to think about it. Punishment Elder, what are you doing? Great Elder released a cold snort, unable to remain calm inside. He vaguely sensed an aura of danger. That whip descended, as if it was striking his body. Great Elder, quickly surrender. The other colossal dragons also said, Great Elder, he's a demon. Hurry up and surrender. Long Batian, the chief, coughed out a mouthful of blood. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Surrender? A dragon wants to surrender? Is there something wrong with your head? Die 8 Divisional Pagoda. Long Batian subconsciously felt unsafe. He took out the 8 Divisional Pagoda and charged at Lin Fei. No matter what Lin Fei was up to, he would kill him first. Lin Fei flashed, dodging the powerful attack. He lashed out with the whip in his hand, and a red light shot through the air. Piak! Long Batian was wary of the red whip, but when it attacked, his divine soul actually left his body, as if there was an unknown force suppressing him. No! The red light hit Long Batian and he was sent flying. Blood gushed out of his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The first elder's face paled, and he immediately turned to flee. How could this be? Even the mighty clan chief had been sent flying. Piak! Lin Fei's whip was extremely strange. It hit the great elder's body, and the pores on his body stood on end. Then blood gushed out of his body and he was also sent flying. The other dragons all gasped. It was as terrifying as if the whip had landed on them. They were glad that they didn't attack again. Even if it would embarrass them, they wouldn't dare to attack again. That was a demon that made them tremble in fear. They would rather kill than face this demon. Have a good taste of this. Lin Fei let out a roar as he charged toward Long Batian, the Grand Elder, and the Punishment Elder. His whip lashed out at them like raindrops. Chapter 669. Under the night sky of the endless sea realm, the dragon tribe was suffering the humiliation they had never experienced in their lives. They were being whipped. They were being whipped. The red whip, which was like a demon in their eyes, kept falling on them. The strong defense they were proud of had become a joke. An electric pain filled his entire body. For the first time, the proud dragon tribe lowered their noble heads, so that they wouldn't be whipped by the demon. They were afraid. They were really afraid. This was a nightmare they would never forget. The whip in the other party's hand was like a great killing weapon. They didn't dare to move or even escape. They had learned from their mistakes and didn't dare to act recklessly. Despicable human, I will kill you. Dragon Overlord body rushed up again, trying to snatch Nightmare's red whip. Pa! Pa! The whip hit him strangely and he fell into the water again. Long Batian didn't know how many times he had fallen into the water. Was it the 10th or the 20th time? The humiliation he had never experienced before was written on his face. It was hard for him to swallow it. What is that whip? Why does it look so familiar to me? Long Batian was constantly whipped. His strong defense was now useless. He even lost the legendary first defense on the continent. Fear was already in the depths of Long Batian's soul. It was an indelible imprint. The dignified leader of the dragon tribe was being whipped by a human. The strange whip suppressed his strength. It was as if he was not facing a whip, but a terrifying demon king. After falling into the water again, Long Batian didn't dare to move. What's wrong? You don't want to continue? Lin Fei was having a good time whipping. It was a great feeling. No wonder the Dragon King's words were so reasonable. If you don't accept it, keep whipping. If you resist, keep whipping until you accept it. Do you think I'll let you whip me? Long Batian was full of resentment. These words represented the thoughts of all the dragons. Among those present, Long Batian was the most miserable. His skin and flesh were torn. More importantly, with their strong defense, they couldn't recover quickly. They were shrouded by a mysterious power, which was the weirdest thing. F***ck, they knew not to resist. It was too boring. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the Dragon Clan had already lowered their heads. Since the other party had given in, it was time for the second scene to begin. After all, 3 days had passed. Looks like you're smart. Lin Fei laughed, but then he changed the topic and started scolding. Long Badian, you're really good at being the clan leader. You've really thrown away your family. Do you know what the whip in my hand is? If it was any other time, the other giant dragons would have rushed to the chief's door to kill him if he was insulted by a human. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party. But now all of them lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. They didn't dare to say a single word. That kind of terrifying pain was something they didn't want to experience again in their lives. Clan leader, just suffer a bit. Lin Fei lashed out with his whip, and Long Batian suffered another lash. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The more times he was whipped, the greater the pain. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. Fortunately, they didn't say anything just now. What right do you have to slap me? Long Batian complained. Both Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shut their mouths. Their pride was completely shattered by the whip. If they had to kill someone now, they wouldn't hesitate, as long as they stayed away from this terrifying demon. Who asked you not to recognize this thing? If I don't whip you, who else should I whip? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Do you remember now? Can I say I don't remember? Long Batian hesitated, and the whip fell again, sending him flying into the water like a drowned rat. Great Elder, do you know? Lin Fei's gaze shifted as he played with the whip. Great Elder's body began to tremble. Can I think about it? Unsurprisingly, Great Elder also cried out from the whip. He couldn't bear the pain, and he realized that every time the whip fell, the pain would multiply. It was too torturous. Looks like you don't know either. Sentencing Elder also suffered a lash. The other giant dragons shrunk their heads, regretting now that they had provoked this human demon. The giant dragons vaguely remembered that this whip had something to do with the dragon race. Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others cursed him 10,000 times in their hearts after being whipped once, but they still quickly thought about the whip's origin. An hour later, Long Batian, who was in unbearable pain, suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the red whip. How did you get our dragon binding rope? Dragon binding rope? The group of colossal dragons were confused. What was that thing? Long Batian was truly angered to death by them, but he was shocked. This was the lost treasure of the dragon race. How could it appear in the hands of this human? Could it be a punishment immortal artifact? Great Elder's expression changed as well, and he subconsciously shivered. How could such a treasure of information fall into the hands of a human? What? This is a punishment immortal artifact? The massive dragons were flabbergasted. Then fear spread out from their hearts. All giant dragons on Dragon Island had to learn the rules of the dragon race from birth. One of the rules was that if they made a mistake, they would be whipped by punishment immortal artifact. It was a pity that they did not know what punishment immortal artifact was. Right now they finally understood that this immortal weapon of punishment was a terrifying whip that whipped their hearts and minds, their bodies, their pride, and everything about them. Not bad, you finally remember. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the whip did not stop. It turned into a red light that whipped everyone, and there was another wave of miserable screams. Who are you? Long Batian was extremely agitated, because a bad thought appeared in his mind. Humph, after so many years, it seems that you have forgotten that there is a dragon king above you all. The giant dragons, including Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others, were shocked. When Long Batian said that it was a punishment immortal artifact, they vaguely guessed something, but they could not connect the two together. The difference was too great, so great that they could not connect the dots. Dragon King, how is this possible? One of the giant dragons said. In return, they received a whip from Lin Fei. Everyone was whipped. You have ruined the reputation of the dragon race. Lin Fei said. I hate you so much that I will whip you to death. Long Batian and the others did not know what to do.